story kind of had a pass in the sense that like it was like he's a mysterious man who doesn't know his past. So they had the leeway to sort of play around with that. But like when you think about the whole thing with the X-Men, how they were going to end in, you know, I forget which issue it was going to be, and you know, Professor Xavier was dead, and this, that, and the next thing, and then they had to like create Changeling basically to be able to fix that. When Neil Adams came in and was just like, yeah, let's make this book a little bit better. So I mean, I think that if any story has gone on for as long as it's gone on, it's going to fold in on itself in its own continuity. And I think that's kind of why I like finite stories. That's just me. Yet, you know, if somebody wants me to write a book for, you know, 300 issues, I will. I'll find a way. I'll find a way to do it. So.
The idea that just came into my head is Batman, actually, who obviously had a very limited origin story, and then Bill Finger was, of course, quite anti-war. So he made Batman Anti-Guns and came up with Batman's origin story at that point, which was several years into Batman's run already.
And the Joker. I mean, the Joker's had how many?
I was just gonna say the Joker's.
Not a hero, but the Joker's had how many origin stories?
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, and there are 3 Jokers, right? So.
Yeah. I didn't read the Jeff Johns 3 Jokers. I think was that with Jason Fabok or with Gary Frank?
I honestly don't recall. I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize.
That's messed up, Ed. That's messed up.
Ed, you're supposed to be the walking comics encyclopedia. You know, I'm insulted.
No one told me that in advance. My bad.
Well, I guess
we're all allowed a bad day once.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, so that wraps this panel up. Thank you, everybody, for coming.
Yeah, this is definitely, this ended up being more exciting because it went from like, you know, actions over origins to like the debate, and then back and forth, like why some start off good origins, some start off good in action, and how they kind of affect each other. So yeah, this is definitely I'm glad we made this panel. And thanks, Ed, for the inspiration.
You're very welcome as far as that goes. You guys did all the hard work.
And we'll see Chuck the panel after this upcoming. So
yeah, and before we start the next panel, let's do a round of, you know, where can people find you so they can come explore your work. So we'll start with Ed since he's up here.
Nope, there, right there, sobcomics.com. You can check out my work there. You can also check out Chuck's reviews of my work because, you know, he had some comments to make.
There you go. Yeah.
Nice. And Erica?
Currently, what I'm working on is Laura Kinney Wolverine. It'll be in stores on December 11th, and Spawn Rat City, and in stores January 8th, I believe, is Daredevil Unleash Hell.
Very cool. And do you have a place where people can personally connect with you? Facebook, Instagram, website?
I am on Instagram at Erica Schultz Writes, WRITES. My website is ericaschultzwrites.com. And I am on Blue Sky at Erica Schultz 42.
Oh my God, there's so many people before you.
No, it has nothing to do with that. It's a reference to Hitchhiker's Guide.
Love it.
And Chuck?
First off, Erica, thank you for writing Laura Kinney. I'm so excited for that book. Honestly, I'm such a huge Wolvie fan. So very excited. That is definitely on my pull list. What's up, everybody? I am Chuck Pino. All you have to do is look up that name and you will find an awful lot of absurdity but also hopefully a little bit of interest. Things have kind of quieted down for me recently, but 2025 is actually going to be a really big year for me. Chucky is coming back stronger than ever, hopefully. So look up Chuck Pino because it will be mentioned an awful lot next year. See you guys around.
Awesome. And again, thanks for everybody that's joined. And our next panel, Greg, can you read that off?
Breaking into the comics industry, pathways for indie creators.
Ooh.
Awesome. Cool. So thanks for joining us, and we'll boot out the ones that aren't in this next panel real quick. But
take care, everybody. Be well.
Thanks, everyone.
See ya.
Did you say Chuck's on this one?
No, the next one.
Oh, the next one. Okay.
Oh, okay. I'll see you guys in an hour.
There you go. Cool. So,
Unless if you wanted to stay.
oh no, I think we have a full panel though. So
Yeah. I'm
yeah.
waiting for whatchamacallit to show up, but he hasn't even looked at the message, which kind of sucks.
Shoot him another message, and then we can still start introducing everybody and bringing them on though for now.
All right.
Or do you have them on Facebook? If you have them on Facebook, you should do the call, like where you can call them.
Call him.
Yeah, you can call through the messenger app.
Sure.
It's a good way to get people's attention.
Okay.
Yeah, I can start bringing some people up too while you do that. And so, people are moving on me here. Nice. So yeah, this panel is breaking into comics, like Greg said, the pathway for indie creators. And I want to bring up our guests. And first, we've got Christian Douglas. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Next, we have Austin Janowski. I think I got that right again. And then after that, we have, where's Castro? Is Castro here? There he is. He's flickering on us, yeah. And next, we've got Marvin Wynn. Howdy, howdy. And I think, there's two more that should be here. Is there, can I scroll down? Oh, he's not, no, John's not here either.
Oh, you got late people.
We got two late people.
Dicky.
I thought I was going to be late, but I finished my audition, so I'm here.
Awesome. Can you share what you were auditioning for?
It's a new TV series, so it'll be on FX or something like that.
Nice. I like FX. Got a lot of good stuff, so that's good.
Yeah. Yeah, English Teacher just came out from FX. I read for a couple of those, so I was bummed out. It's fun.
What did you say, Greg?
The bear.
Oh, the bear. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's
Awesome.
a long contested argument between us that how can the bear possibly be considered a comedy in the whole thing?
Yeah, it's more drama.
Oh, completely. But it's a great show either way.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, before we while we're still waiting for everybody else, let me bump it in. I'll go like this, and there you go. Move you over here, and we'll go like this. And so, yeah, real quick before we start the panel, share who you are, what you do, where can people find you. Oh, you're muted. Oh. Nope, still muted. Hey, you work on that for a second. We'll bring we'll bring Austin up first.
Hi guys, I'm Austin Janowski. I am a comic professional since 1994. I'm also a working actor and director. You can find me on most social channels using my name. I started a Patreon page. I don't know why. I thought I'd give it a shot. And if you're curious on things other than comic books, just look me up on IMDb. I was on Bad Monkey and Apple TV, and I'll be on Stranger Things next year. So happy to be here.
Awesome. Christian, you still working on it? Nope, still can't hear you, Christian. All right, we'll bring up Castro. How you doing?
Hey, what's going on, man? My name is Castro, creator of Bad Wabbit, the #1 best-selling comic book on Amazon. I am not a comic book pro. I am a noob since 2020, and I'm enjoying the ride, man. It's been fun. So, yeah, that's why I'm here.
Awesome. And next we have Marvin.
Yes, sir. Marvin Wynn. I am the writer of the creator of The Edge, published with Comicsburg.
Very cool. And Christian, you got your audio in yet? Nope.
You might need to bump out and jump back in.
Yeah. And it's weird. Yeah, you're not muted here. If you, Christian, by the way, if you hit the settings in the bottom and the audio pops up, if there's no green, like the little microphone that moves when you go under audio, then it's possible that the mic's not picking it up. So sometimes a refresh will fix that. Cool. And Greg, where are those questions at? Are they in a different document?
Same document and in the banners. So
Same document.
they're already simplified.
Greg, I just got to say, if you don't mind my cutting in, Greg, you have the same energy that you did on Friday, my man. You know, they have this thing called coffee you can possibly drink or one of those other energy things. Yeah, I don't know if that's working, dude. You need to switch it up.
Yeah, you do what it is. I think it's the fact like his what's it called? G Fuel doesn't have sugar in it. I think he needs sugar, not just caffeine. Like he needs something to wake him up. Get some
Yeah, you need a Krispy Kreme like really bad.
maybe a shot of steroids, you know, like, something to get you going.
Yeah, Krispy Kreme and a
Oh,
shot of
coffee,
whiskey,
yeah.
you're good to go.
I could get coffee. But
By the way, Marvin, it's so good to see your face, my man. We haven't
Oh, yeah.
talked in a long time. It's good
It's
seeing
been a
you.
while.
Yes,
You
sir.
too.
I reached out to both those. They didn't answer, so.
Man, but what are people sleeping? It's Sunday at noon. Well, I guess even if it was like Pacific time, it's still like 9 o'clock, right?
I'd probably still be sleeping if I wasn't on here.
That's
They're watching football. That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
It could be football. Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Either that or they're recovering from their teams getting beat or whatever from yesterday for college sports. Thoroughly enjoyed Florida being Florida State, even though it wasn't really much of a game. And I cannot believe Michigan beat Ohio State, so that was fun.
Oh my God, I love it because there's a combination of the football fans that are like yes, and the nerds that are like football. Can you teach me football?
What is that?
Yeah, sports.
It's like, do you mean soccer? No.
Thank you. Exactly. Yes.
No, that's awesome. All right, so it's okay. If those other two end up joining us, that's fine. If not, for now, we can jump into these questions. Where did the questions start? Is this it?
Where it says
See,
the panel
yes.
name, and then-
Yeah, because it has all the other ones. I had to find out where it was.
Yeah,
Yep.
I got to delete the other ones.
Nice. So here's our first question of the panel. Why did you choose the indie route instead of working for big publishers? Who wants to go first?
I'll grab that one. So, and I would think that in looking at that over the course of multi years that I've been doing this, I don't ever think there was an opportunity to go with a big publisher if you want to do your own thing. Because like Austin will attest to this, that we were with a mid-tier publisher before and that didn't work out. But I mean, when you say that, are you saying as working with your own stuff or working with the big publishers' items? So I mean that's almost a two-part thing almost there.
Yeah, I guess in this case, the question really does revolve around like did you try to get a publisher, or did you try to get with a big publisher, or did you choose the indie route intentionally? So part of what you said kind of answered that too, where when you work with a larger publisher will tend to restrict what you can do. Like if you've got a story and an idea in your mind, you might get limited. So like that kind of answers that question. Does Austin have a similar answer to that?
So back in my day, so in the early 90s, when I got into comic books, I wanted to be an inker. Like that was the thing, because the inker finished the page, color wasn't really the thing. But while doing so, I had story ideas that I wanted to do. Marvel and DC were like the main publishers, and there wasn't really much else out there in regards to different publishers. Like Fantagraphics was kind of there, maybe Dark Horse. So the company, Ally Comics, I got hired as an inker, found out I had a story that I wanted to do called Seventh Millennium, and they were kind enough to publish it. Now, back then, there were two main distributors. You had Diamond, you had Capital. And they had a smaller tier distributors. There was about 6 total. So getting independents to put in their books was kind of like they wanted to do that because TMNT had just started blowing up and we started being more popular. So we were able to get the story in. We made a profit from the very beginning. And I thought, well, sure, this is how everything's going to work in life. And it didn't. So I didn't look for a big publishers because the only real publishers you could really pitch to were Marvel and DC. And they weren't interested in my own stories. So the only way I could go that route was indie back then.
Yeah.
Nice. Castro, you're about to say something. Did you have thoughts on what led you to the indie route?
I didn't know there was any other route. No, like I said, before I started doing comic books, I wasn't really like a comic book aficionado. I can't tell you who his first appearance was written by so and so and what year and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So, I started drawing and wanted to get into writing a story. I was encouraged by Chris Philbrook, who was my favorite author and now I consider a really good friend. If you guys don't know him, go look him up. Chris Philbrook, that's the man. But he kind of encouraged me to do my first script, and he's an indie author, and it kind of just took off from there. And I was like, I'm a nobody, in that realm of writing. So I didn't expect in any way, shape, or form to be picked up by, like you said, DC or Marvel or anything like that. They would have just looked at my script, tossed it aside, and went to the next. Plus I'm not rich, and I was kind of heavily leaning on the crowdfunding platforms for that. So, but I got 2 #1 bestsellers, one after the other, and I don't think I'm doing too bad, in the arena. So, indie comics is the way to go. I don't have to worry about, changing my story too much based on the publisher's wants and expectations. And that's another really good aspect of the indie industry. You don't have to, cater to the corporate machine,
What's interesting, Castro, that you're saying that because you're using Amazon. There's now other outlets to sell said products than just doing your local comic book store or the five and dimes and everything like that. And going to indies, it's the term indie publishers has really changed over the years from the 90s to the 2000s to where we are today. There's a lot of low tier, mid tier, like the ones that Marv and I were in, to larger tiers, and then Marvel and DC. The parity is kind of going more because the quality is more the same. So there's more people actually pitching also. Mm-hmm. It's to the point now where you can choosing, like Dylan said, going the indie route, which is great for a certain time. Now people that want to do stories, it's more advantageous to be your own indie imprint and try to work with like-minded people. Like when I got into writing and publishing, like Stanley the Snowman's with Scout, and then my other one was with another publisher. My reason for that was, 1, I didn't have time, and 2, I wanted to just be with other comic book people. Like I wanted to collaborate and like have a group sort of thing. I missed that from my days of doing stuff with Marvel and all like that. So that's kind of why my writing, I gravitated towards trying to do straight indies than my own. I don't know, Christian, I know you do a lot of Kickstarting. Did you look to do other that or just straight on your own?
No, we started like we shop around the first comic, the Red Riding Hood, for like almost 2 years. We'll say even almost 3 years, even if you start before we were finishing the book and all that. So, and we send it everywhere. We got rejected by 100 different reasons. Right? We didn't like the cover. We didn't like this. We don't like it. Why don't you change that? Why don't you make it shorter? Why don't you make it longer? Why don't you make it more kid friendly? Why don't you make it more adult? So I got tired, and I found out there was this magical thing called crowdfunding, and since then we haven't looked back to any major publisher. That comic was rejected so much. We have sold almost 3,000 copies of that, so I cannot really complain,
Yeah,
it's been good with us. And it's a way to also to control what you want to do. We never been to Diamond because I think that's a scam. I think they have to give you 60 or 70% of my cover price. Yeah, right. Good luck with that. And so we wanted to have a different model.
It's interesting you say that about Diamond, Christian, because when we did Seventh Millennium, when we went through Diamond Capital, like my profit was $1 per book, and we sold the books for, I think it was $2.95. It was black and white. It was newspaper printed and everything like that. But yeah, we got about 1,200 ordered, back in 1994, which was unheard of, for like this new independent company. So I made $1,200 on that, which is insane. Now you're lucky if you make almost 12 cents on the dollar with these books.
Yeah.
After everything else, and the problem is Diamond's a stranglehold. I mean, they're like the only kind of thing in town, and anyone else who really tries to jump. Like I know Lunar's doing well, but Lunar has so many people that want to be a part of them, and they're being very small. They're being smart, so it's hard to get in. They've got a backlog of almost 2 years of approving people. They're just now finishing up approving all the image titles that have just moved over, and that's been over a year. So that's something also to look at when sliding into indie companies and work with indies. There's, it's great that they want to publish your stuff. How are they going to put it out?
That's the main thing always. Distribution.
Yeah, that's something
It's
that's.
also to do with.
Sorry. Yeah, you go.
I was just going to say it's also with a shrinking land. You have a shrinking market also, where you're losing comic shops continuously, and because of that, they're a little more skittish on what they want to purchase. Because they rather just fill the store with Funko Pops than buy indie books.
Yeah, they want something with like high profit margins and like guaranteed sales. That's definitely something where independent comics trying to get into comic shops, something that we learned a while ago, and then we basically stopped reaching out to comic shops, and then we're going to start again next year, was that most of them won't even start getting or won't start accepting comics until you've had 3 issues in a series, mostly because they don't want to bring one comic on board. They do have some people that like it. You never create another one, and then their profit stops there. Like they can't. Like one of the best things you can do with any retail store is to upsell and sell more and more. Like you walk into the store to buy one thing, but you pick up 3. But if there's literally only one and there's nothing else, like you kind of get stuck. And so, a lot of comic shops tend to only pick up a series of comics. They don't want to pick up just a singular issue. Right. And honestly, to stack on that, even the Funko Pop, like if you could probably have like some merchandise to go with it, that would be like another way to even promote it further. Like,
right.
Have like shirts and like little 3D printed action figures, whatever it might be. It's like I think that or like plushies like Greg's showing down there. Yeah. Like that's definitely something that I think can really help with that. But you're right about the Diamond distribution. And honestly, I think there was that whole issue where they kind of closed down and then opened back up again. And so there's been this like little hesitation there. I think that was back in like 2020 or something like that.
Like a warehouse or something in Plattsburgh.
Yeah, they only have one. They only have one distribution center now.
Yeah.
And it's in the Midwest. But as you're saying is that as far as the retailers go, like through Comicsburg, we started doing interviews with retailers, and they pretty much give you their rules and regulate on how they're going to deal with your book. Like they each one said them they're fine with you reaching out to them, but everyone has a different way. Send me an email, make a phone call, then send me an email, or send me an email and then make a phone call. So I mean, it's all going to be part of that process of what you're going to have to do, and then you have to compete with all the other people that are doing the same thing. So, but like having a relationship with a store it's healthy for you. But of the 2,500 shops that exist in North America, I would say 300 carry indie books regularly.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I think I have that list too of those ones that carry them.
That's probably my list. I made that list.
I wouldn't doubt it. There was a list I found a while ago from was it Travis?
Well, it was in a Facebook group, and then I was like, "Ooh, give me." And then, and then
I have a new one if anybody wants it. I'd love to
connect on that. One of the things I started doing because I wanted to make sure that we could actually become publishers, which basically, like we were mentioning before, publishing is the production and distribution of the comics, right? And so the distribution's the harder part for most indie publishers. And so that's something where we have a list of comic book shops, and I've been building it up and trying to contact them regularly. So something I want to do is get that list. And I'd also like it so that there's a trusted indie publisher who, like a comic book shop goes, hey, if you're recommending this book, you've already vetted it, because that's why they like Diamond. It's the idea that it's been vetted by an authority. That's all it really is. They don't want to take a chance on a comic that might not sell. They want somebody who tells them this comic has already sold. We've already vetted it. We know it's got good work behind it. You can trust us. And so that's why some comic book shops, they only take comics that come through Diamond. If it doesn't come through Diamond, they won't take it. So that's why they sell Pop Funkos, because they limit their how much they'll sell.
And there's also ICV2 has their new marketing site where it's direct to retailer. So there's no middleman in that. You can set your prices any way you want, and you set the discount that the stores get. So it'll be up to you to say how much you want to make. But again, it's the new thing on the block, so people have to vet it.
Is it ICP2 you said?
ICV2. So the ICV2 website, and then Milton, the guy who did was he Capital City or Heroes? He created a website, and I'll pop the link into the chat where you can set up your own store and go through direct to retailers, but you have to direct them to the website.
Super interesting. I'll have to check that out. But yeah, for the next question we got, what's the first thing I should do if I have an idea for a comic but don't know where to start? And before I get into that too, the interesting thing, something that Castro said earlier, the reason why we got into the comic book publishing game as an independent publisher was a combination of like not knowing that we could potentially reach out to larger comic companies, along with the fact that we kind of wanted to just do our own thing. So it's like that never really crossed our mind that we could present this to, DC or Marvel. Like that was kind of like no, you kind of got to work your way up to that. But also the idea that we kind of wanted to, start with where we were. So like, and create our own universe, build our own IP. And so, yeah, this next question kind of leads into that. Yeah. Like what's the first thing you should do if you have an idea for a comic, but have no idea where to start?
Well, like my mentor, Chris Philbrook, would say, just start, and just, get it on the page. And do some research, because I didn't know shit. I did not know a thing about comics as far as production of them. But luckily, like I said, I had Chris Philbrook, who literally was my Obi-Wan, my Gandalf. He walked me through the whole process and helped me get it done. But yeah, just if you got a really good idea, write it out. And as you guys said on the last panel, your first draft's not going to be perfect. But
yours was perfect.
Yeah, mine was perfect. I didn't have to edit it all. So, but no, I just think that a lot of the stuff that or a lot of the stuff that holds people back is just the anxiety of getting it done, like starting. It's like, especially if you're like me and you don't know what you're doing. I just kind of said, screw it. I'm gonna go for it, and got noticed, and went from there.
That's cool.
Who else? Christian, Austin, you got
yeah,
thoughts?
I will. For me, will be just finish what you started, man. So try not to make like I've heard a lot of people that they haven't done anything. We'll have this 13-volume stories, and what are you talking about? To start with something like 12 pages or 20 pages, but finish it. Do it, finish it, time yourself out, see how much you're gonna take to actually do it, and then you can ask for feedback or other creators say, what do you think? But first, like, sit down and do it. That's the first thing that will do. Yeah. Even if what we were saying before is not good, you don't think it's wonderful, and trust me, it's not gonna be. So, but you first, in order to have a final draft, you need to have a first draft. So, need to finish something, do it.
That should be on a shirt.
I would say, if you have kind of an idea on the genre that you want to do, first off, kind of decide if you want to mix or just do your own same genre. When you have the idea, you got to think of your hero, what kind of character you want the hero to do, and then what kind of villain or obstacle you want said villain to be in, and then put it in the environment and what challenges has to go through. If you write these things kind of like in a list of different things, and then just put it aside, and then come back to it and see if it still interests you. If you have different thoughts that go into this set idea, and then once you're done with that, then like you said, write something out, and then decide what you want to do with it. Do you want to just write some sort of idea and make it as a book? Do you want to write it and make it as a comic book? But if you want to do it as a comic book, do you want to just draw it yourself? Or if you can't draw, you'll have to try to find someone, do some research on what you'd like to do. If you're doing it just for fun, then it doesn't matter what kind of art style. You're just doing it for fun because you have an idea. Do you want to get it published? Then you have different aspects. There's some monetary thing that has to be put into said idea, and you kind of go from there. But having an idea is really great. Deciding if it's a good idea that could be marketable, that's where you have to do your research. That's where you have to check the landscape and see if it's something viable that you can actually make some money on, or people might have an interest in, because you might think it's amazing. Your family's falling over because it's the best thing they've ever known to man. But outside the tiny little bubble, they're going to like, wait, what? And they don't get it. Now, if you're okay with that, you're making it because you like it, cool. But if you want to make it marketable and make it so you can make some sort of money on that, exactly, that's when you have to put in the work and decide, okay, is this idea viable? Do the characters interest people? Does the conflict make it so people want to read to the end? And go from there. Now, if you have an idea, you have no idea how to write or anything like that, then scribble some stuff down and be like Castro. Talk to some people who have done it before you, and they can kind of go on and give you ideas. You know, when we were in the 90s, there was no internet, there was nothing. You went to comic book shows or you went to comic book stores and you talked to like-minded people and you shared ideas. You weren't worried about them stealing your ideas or doing whatever, because it was almost impossible. The information was much harder to get at. So collaborating and sharing ideas is a good thing, right? If you're that worried about it, copyright it. And I don't mean by writing it and sending the letter, whatever. I mean literally copyright it. If you feel it's that good, you want to invest money in, then you need to copyright said idea. This way it's covered in case anybody steals it. A lot of people don't copyright their stuff, and they really should, because it's not an idea, it's an IP. And IP can be used for multiple different platforms, and it just takes one unscrupulous person to take it and run with it who has the means to do so. So that's my 2 cents.
Any other thoughts? Marvin?
I don't know.
Let's see. What's the next question? That was good. That was a pretty thorough response. Let's see. There it is.
Yeah, in my infinite naivety, I didn't even have a script when I started doing the comic. I just started drawing panels, and I kind of had the idea in my head. Yeah. And I was drawing the panels, but it quickly realized I suck at drawing. And so I knew from that moment I was going to need an artist. And, that's where the whole research and development aspect of it came into. I didn't know how to write a script. I went and looked online at people's, the way they did their scripts. And I kind of used that as a template. And I've been doing it like that ever since. And it's just, you got to research it, and it's not easy to just jump into it and expect it to be like, woo, yay, I did a really cool comic book.
That perfectly leads into the next question too. Where can I find people to work with, like writers or artists? So yeah, that's a great next thing. Whether you're learning yourself so you can do it, or you're learning to meet people. Yeah, where are great places for people?
I went through like 20 artists just to find the one. And it was funny because he was the first one that I had talked to. But again, I said earlier, I'm not rich. So he wanted like 400 something a page. And I'm like, I can't do that, man. And then, yeah.
Hold on. just a sidetrack for just a second, Dylan. Here's my problem with today's artists is that they want a lot of money, but they haven't published anything. They haven't made any deadlines. They haven't put out any sort of body of work. Go back to we need 3 separate issues. Have you done 3 issues of anything? But you want 400 a page. You know what I mean? I talked to a couple of artists. They're like, well, I think my work's worth it. It's really pretty, but you're not worth that because you have not made any sort of deadlines or done anything. Like when we first started, we worked for free. And the reason we worked for free was so we could prove we could make a deadline and we were dedicated to work on something for free. And the benefit was, okay, your work is valuable enough that we need to pay you said amount of money to keep you on this thing. And then you built up your rates by working and building a reputation.
Yeah.
So I don't understand artists that want all this amount of money and they haven't done anything.
So a comment on that. Something that I think you actually brought that up on a panel on a previous year that we talked about this, and I love it because one of the things that I laugh about is like art is a skill just like any other skill, and a skill is only valuable if it provides value. Just being able to draw doesn't make it valuable. For example, I'm a programmer and can build websites. Do you have any idea how many websites I built for free before I got paid a nickel for, spending 20 hours building a site just to be told it was built wrong and we got to build it again? Like there's definitely, I feel like there's a disconnect where there's this starving artist theory. Like I love Stephen Pressfield. He wrote a book called The War of Arts, not the art of war, but the war of art. And it's this idea that there's no such thing as a starving artist because if you're an artist, you're a professional. So you should treat it as such. And in this case, just like any other profession that has a skill, a lot of people get into that profession by doing it for free first, getting connections. And artists somehow feel offended like their skill is better than anyone else's skill. There are mechanics that work for free. There's programmers that work for free. There are lawn care people that work for free. Everybody who has some skill or some business they've tried to work in has done free work at some time or another because that's how they get into these spaces. And so I definitely 100% before we find, where artists and writers are. Yeah, if you find an artist who has never published anything, who wants $400 a page, tell them politely they should find a new career because this is not the one for them.
Yeah, my artist was kind of interesting in the way that we got into because he's not a comic book artist. He's an actual animator. He does animation and stuff. And after reading my script and learning about my personal story with my struggle with my health condition, he dropped the price down significantly to, almost nothing and was willing to get into it. But, I mean, he does the art, ink, the lettering, the panels, like the organization of them and everything. I mean, he does everything, and I barely almost have to pay him anything. But I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing right now without him because he gets in my head and puts it on the paper, and it's almost exactly how I thought it was going to look. So it's awesome. I mean,
you've created a long-term relationship with said artist, and that's really what you're looking for. You're looking for a partner and everything that you want to do. Like we used to do conventions, and that's kind of how we networked and we got, connections with different artists and writers and how we got work. And then the internet came, and there were chat rooms and whatnot. Nowadays, there's a lot of really good, like Reddit is interesting, but like Facebook, Instagram, there's different pages and groups that you can join in, show samples. Possibly get work and kind of go from there. I think, Dylan, that's where a lot of people now you can find that stuff. The problem is that, again, now with the rates themselves, people are doing work for hire. They're not thinking long term on said things. Like I work with different artists and I'll try them out for something like that. But if I like what they're doing, then I use them for a lot of different stuff. Like I have a colorist new one for A Killer in the Dead. It's a comic adaptation of my film. I love his colors. I'm going to use them for what I'm going to do, and because he's not top tier, but he's willing to work with said budget. Now that being said, you don't want to skimp on what you're doing also. Like, you want to invest in your product because the quality has to, rival, and you're battling all these other books too. My thinking is you want your book to kind of stand up against Marvel and DC.
Yeah.
That's what you really want to do. Now, money can be different, like when you're doing crowdfunding. Like, I know Christian does a lot of crowdfunding stuff. So for him, money might be a little bit different finding artists. Is that correct, or what do you think?
We have both scenarios where it's work for hire, and when we talk about royalties, or even some combinations. But what I normally do is, you have groups, but after you start doing things and people see that you are serious and that you pay on time and stuff like that, then you're not gonna lack any artists whatsoever. It's gonna be the opposite. You're gonna have to get them away with a stick or something. So the whole thing is that I was mentioning, it's not so much the rate or whatever, because if somebody has a huge following and it's gonna be profitable, I don't mind paying X or Y. The thing is that is the other for me is the more than the rate is the whole. I'm not gonna promote it. It's your job. So I just use the page. Not my problem anymore. I never understood that attitude, because it's your job too, dude. Just your name on the credit. So
yeah, and ironically, that's actually one of the ways that you can demand a higher rate, is that if you're an artist who is invested in your work and you're proud of your work, and when that work is seen by the market, you then promote it, not like you have to spend ad money or something like that. But if you go out there and you're like, hey, this is something I worked on, I want people to see this work, then of course you can ask more for a page, because you're going to be backing it and pushing it and promoting it. But that's also another funny thing. But I like Austin, what you said earlier. Reddit's probably a really good place just because they're large forums. Facebook groups are probably a good place. Any place, those groups. I don't know of a lot of like Discord channels or things like that. We have a small one, but I'm sure there's probably some that are out there. I think, is it Greg? Is it Travis? Who's the other one that has a Discord channel?
Travis.
Yeah, Travis Gibbs. Yeah, so he so there's some like channels out there where you can kind of communicate and network with people. But I definitely think that that's something that people should be doing, is connecting with people. And if you're an artist, you should want to promote the work that you
should. And I've run across artists that do work for people, but then I don't remember who it was. It was a while ago, but there was this big argument online because the guy who had the artist work on his comic book was getting mad at the artist for not promoting the work. And I'm like, the artist isn't obligated to promote the work. Granted, they should, because it's their work, and if they want to like build some kind of rapport with other comic book creators, I think it was a NSFW cover or something, and the artist maybe isn't into that, and they probably just did it to get the money and didn't want to promote it on their website or whatever like that. But at the same time, if there's other creators that do that kind of art and they see it, they would be willing to hire you. So I guess it's debatable. But in my opinion, I think if you work on something as an artist and it's good, you should want to promote it as much as possible.
If push comes to shove on those kind of things, the person should probably be adding that to the contract that they're signing with the artist, to say that you will have to do some marketing on the product. That goes for the whole team. Like if you're signing contracts with someone, you need to be upfront on what you're expecting from that person.
Exactly.
You can't just say, after the fact, say, hey, are you doing this? And they say no, and you can't be mad because you didn't ask up front if they were willing to.
Yeah, I should have had a contract for Ink 2. We had a variant cover from Francisco. I can't remember his last name, but he did a variant for our issue Ink 2, and he works for like Disney, like anything. Works for like all those places, and he didn't promote it at all. I was like, oh, that sucks.
So I've always promoted. I mean, that was just what we did, back in the day. I've never had anything contracts saying that we expect you to promote, during like a campaign, except for this last one, it was pots and panels. Yeah. And in the contract, it said, we require you to host and promote and do all these different things to help, some people did, some people didn't. I did, with contract.
Well, I mean, that sounds like that's just a precursor to something that people realize is happening. Like they're realizing that people who are the creatives on these aren't promoting it, so they're being upfront with it. Upfront, what you should do. You have to be upfront with people because everybody doesn't know how to do it. So everybody doesn't want to do it. Everybody doesn't have the time to do it. So you have to be able to give them guidance on, hey, I'm going to send you this packet out in email. Can you share this? Or I'm going to post something. Can you share it?
Yeah, absolutely.
No, for me, it's a red line. If they don't want, I don't care how good you are. Good luck, dude, with your career. I don't really care. That's
that's a fair assessment. Like if
up front, that's it. Can be Michelangelo reincarnated. I don't care.
That's a good lead into this next question we got coming up. What has been the hardest part of starting out, and how did you get past it? Obviously, we've discussed finances, so like that's one where like you get, you might have an artist that perfectly matches this vision that you have, and they want $400 a page, but they don't want to promote it, and they and they want to, they also want to
spend 3 months.
They want a percentage of the royalties. So it's definitely something that you get some crazy stuff on that end. But what other difficulties have you guys gone through? Like what have been the hardest parts of just getting out there, getting launched, and getting these comics into people's hands?
I can tell you, and this is 30 years of doing this, is working with said artists, pencilers, whatever, and have them actually get things to you on a timely fashion and not get pushed to the side. Because you're an independent book, they feel that if something bigger or something comes along, you get shut to the side. And I've let many people, artists, know that even with this last one, I've known the guy for 10 years, and he started giving me the excuses, and I said, dude, you're giving me the excuses that we had talked about you not doing to other people. You're doing to me. What are you, excuse my language, what the fuck are you doing, bro? Just give me realistic expectations. I need to buy this, I need to buy this. Because he was late, I missed $1,000 deal on an exclusive cover because of it. You know what I mean? So I said, well, okay, how are we going to remedy this? So I didn't pay him for the last 7 pages. Okay. But I can do that because I've been doing this for a long time. I don't care. I've got my resume to kind of back it up. For these new people, I feel horrible, but artists want these rates, but they don't make deadlines. That's my point.
That's a big deal with it because, like, I don't have like set deadline, but I do want my comic book to be continuously released, and if it's not being completed in a timely fashion, then it's defeating the purpose of even doing it, because people are going to lose interest if it's not coming out. That's why I stopped putting it in comic book shops. I had it in like 5 comic book shops down in Austin, Texas, but I couldn't get them out fast enough. And like we were talking about earlier, you don't want to have just one book on the shelf if you're doing a series. And so I'm waiting to get a few more done and to start picking that up again. But yeah, a lot of the artists that I had talked to before I had found the one that I'm with now, it was all, I'll get this done. And then 3 months later, you're still waiting for page 3, and you're like, what's going on? And I got college and I've got this and I'm doing this, and it's like, I don't have time for that. That's your life, but this is a job, and I'm paying you for it.
I wait for it's pretty much done before any doing solicitation, try to get books out nowadays, and don't be afraid to fire said creator, and when I hire someone, I have 2 backups just on the off chance something happens now. You know what I mean? I have no trucks saying thanks, no thanks. and time to move on. You know, Stanley had a whole different art team, but they kind of flaked on that. And
Colorist is amazing though that you used.
the what?
Your colorist.
Oh yeah,
Isn't it February?
Fabry was for Stanley.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, so good. Yeah, so good. But there's enough people out there that really want to kind of do the work that don't just look for pay. So when I was starting, and this is, you know, way back in the day, you know, we wanted to make comic books. We loved it. It was a thing. It was a lot different. Costs were way down. It was just a different time, and you made more money. But how I get over it now is that I find the right artists. I find that they've been published. They've made deadlines in the past. You're checking up on them, but you have backup plans on the odd chance something happens. And when you set for publishing, you give a good buffer in case, God forbid, you know, you have a delay. So this way people aren't irritated. That's how I've gotten past it myself.
We have a story.
Sure.
So our flagship title, The Seer Chronicles, is like it's a flagship. So it was supposed to be like the first story to come out, but we went through artist after artist. So the first artist we had was it was just in the beginning of us like starting out. We found this artist on Instagram, and he's more of like a skateboard artist. Like he doesn't do sequential art. And that didn't look very good. And then Dylan's like, well, one, your script is like a storyboard, so you're stupid. I was like, okay. So then like he helped me fix that. But then we went to another artist, and he's in Brazil. He's good besides using other art that like he didn't do. So yeah. And then he like went super meta and put our logo on like a bus stop. And I was like, no, don't do that. He also put Ed Sheeran on a poster on a wall. And I was like, I'm like all about supporting indie.
I forgot about the Ed Sheeran poster.
Yeah. He's like, oh, but it's funny. I'm like, I don't even like him.
that is copyright infringement.
Yeah. He had a Corvette in like that version of that comic we just give away. Because I was like, oh, well, it's a Corvette, and there's a girl that I went to school with. She's like, that's a Corvette.
No, it even had the name Corvette. It had the name Corvette on it.
So
like, it wasn't even just like a copy.
Take that out. And then we went through another artist for issue 2, and then he was going to be the artist, and then he went to do like, he's cool, but then he like, I gave him the money. Like the rest of the money, because that's when like stimulus packages were coming out. So like it was like, yeah, $1,500, I remember it was $600. And so I was getting that, and I was like, here you go, here's all that. And then he's like, cool, well, I'm gonna work on like Caliber. And I was like, what? And he's like, yeah, I'm gonna work on like this project from Caliber. I was like, I just paid you for the rest. What? And he's like, well, you know, they're more well known. I was like, are you shitting me? No, don't do that. So I already gave him money. And then the inker, Sean Barbar, he's awesome. And he's like, oh, well, that kind of sucks. I was like, yeah. He's like, well, now I gotta wait for him. So then we had Hector, our friend, that's the artist for the 3rd issue. And now he can't be the artist after the 3rd issue just because his life has changed dramatically. And now he has like a full-time job. So we're going to go with the inker that's now for that book. And I'm just like, oh my God. It's
never ending.
It's a struggle. So
yeah, I was gonna say we've had both the luckiest break with some of our artists, where like our artist for ink and scales is phenomenal. He's been able to work with us the whole time. He finished a whole series. But then for Mittens, we basically have like a partner in the artist that we work with, who's very excited to work on this project. But yeah, when it came to our flagship product or comic, we definitely just hit wall after wall after wall. And the fact that we even wanted to hire the second artist to read, or the artist that did the second issue to redo the first issue. And we had already paid him to finish the second. And then we had to pay we had to find another artist for the first issue, because he said, not only am I going to be slow on finishing the second, I don't even think I can do the first, even though he already agreed to both. And it was like, that definitely was a crazy, crazy journey.
Well, I've got a question, and this for everyone, if that's okay. Is that allowed?
Oh, definitely.
Okay. So for these artists that we're hiring, what is your method of paying them? How do you pay them? Like for me,
You guys pay them?
yeah.
That's funny. Our very next question: how do you pay for your first comic? And do you have tips for working on a small budget?
Yeah, well, I mean, my first comic was, me and my buddy, we just wanted to make a comic book and we made money on it. That's how we did it. And for the books that I'm doing now, like I'll hire the artist and I pay each person, like whether it's colorist or artist, every 4 pages, they get paid. We set the rate. No, finished. Once they're finished, they get paid that day. They don't have to wait at all. Bam, it's automatic pay.
Mm-hmm.
And then kind of move on to the art. And then same thing with colorist, same thing with the letterer. This way, it's a little bit of money, but it's much faster, and it motivates them to kind of finish it. Yeah, everyone's been burned giving money ahead of time and whatnot. But I'm very curious to hear what you all do when it comes to paying your artists and how that goes about.
I'm on disability. I have a severe heart condition, so I don't get a lot of money. And I was very upfront with my artist Tommy Guns about my financial situation, but he is so invested in Bad Wabbit as a series that he was like, for example, I haven't even completely paid him for book 2, and before the Kickstarter was even funded, he was already done with book 3, and I was like, I haven't finished paying you for book 2. He goes, like, it'll come out in the wash. It's all good. I was like, okay. I said, well, I feel bad sometimes because I don't want to get him so far ahead and then something happened. And then, he had done all this work and not been able to get, but like I said, he's so invested. He's like, I don't want anybody else to touch Bad Wabbit. This is mine. I don't want anybody to do it except for me. And I was like, we can do that. I mean, that's fine because I love his art. I mean, he did this shirt, this Akira homage.
Cool.
So he's very, very good. And but I pay him through Kickstarter, and then I pay him what I can throughout the year. And then whenever we do a Kickstarter, I try to pay off the difference once that's funded. But if it doesn't fund or I don't make enough to completely pay him off, he's fine with it. He's just like, I'm in it for the ride, man. So I got lucky with him.
Yeah.
We always pay something similar to Austin after delivery. I never ever pay in advance, nothing. So as Austin, you deliver them, you pay right away.
Greg feels so judged over there.
Yeah, and depends, as we mentioned, depends on how, because we have different models. People who just work, for example, Greg in the last book, Punk Droid, half of the book, almost 60%, 70% of the artists are all royalties, so they get paid as we sell the books. So others we do work per hire, so it depends. But always after it's done. After it's done. And we also have, normally we sign contracts. We have deadlines in the contracts. If they don't meet the deadline, it's going to be a discount applied to what I pay you. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I've been working with most of my team for a very long time, so I can trust them to deliver when they're supposed to. So like Austin's, like every 3 or 4 pages, and then we do a payout.
Yeah, something like that's the same. 4, 5, 6, depends.
Yeah.
Normally it's like bulk, so like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I learned from that mistake that I did. That I gave like 50.
I bet.
But yeah, so Fish Lee is the newest artist that we have for our new series that's coming out next year, and he has like 3 or 4 different models on how he gets paid, and I chose the one because I had the money at the time. I gave him like all of it up front because I knew how like his reputation was. But if I don't know you, I won't do that. Not anymore. Especially not like $3,000. It's just like, no.
Yeah, something else I'd even recommend too, just so people. This is more just for protecting yourself. don't pay through like Venmo or Zelle or things like that. Like I use PayPal to pay almost anybody anything because PayPal will protect you if you don't get the thing you paid for. And so that's definitely a huge thing where you can like if I'm going to hire an artist ever, we pay through pay. In fact, that was something that Greg and I set up as a rule eventually was like PayPal exclusively, because if an artist ends up bailing on us, we can very easily say, hey, we've already paid them the money. We did not receive it. And if we tell PayPal that, we're getting that money back. And now they have to prove they sent us the work. And by the way, if they do that, they're going to send us the work. So we're going to either get the work or we're going to keep our money. I actually have a question though, to follow up on that, which is, have you guys ever worked with an artist where they're halfway through a work and even if you're paying them after they finish the work, they're unable to complete the rest of the work, which kind of cans the project? You can't really find, unless you have another artist who's like perfectly aligned with this, it's going to destroy the quality of the comic. Do you guys have anything in your contract or when you work with artists, like if something happens where they can't complete the work, that you have some way to get either a chunk of your money back, all of your money back? Sometimes I'd even be willing to forfeit the art if I knew I could get another artist and get all my money back, because it's like it's a waste of all of that money up until that point might be a complete waste if you can't get them to finish the comic. So what are your guys' thoughts on that?
I haven't had that situation, but I know people who have had that situation where the person kind of did half the book and then couldn't finish it, and it throws everything sideways. Yeah. So I believe they did get half their money back. In other cases, the person just disappeared and they got nothing.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't had a situation like that with my comic per se, but I did have a situation like that with some merch involved with my comic. I had been wanting to do plushies of one of my characters, Toxic Pig. But the guy that I had hired to do it, I had already paid him. I pulled a Greg and paid him in advance. And he was showing me, oh, here, I got this and I got that, like little pictures of his progress. But it wasn't really progress. And it ended up him backing out of the whole project, and it ruined my Kickstarter because that was going to be one of the big sellers. And it just kind of, I made him give me my money back, and then I blocked him and told him to get fucked, basically. But yeah, it was never pay in advance, man. Don't do that. It's so bad.
Yeah, and like I mentioned earlier too, it's like if you're ever to pay in advance, 100% use something like PayPal, because that's an easy way to be able to get your money back. And like I said, if they deliver on the goods, it's easy for them to prove it and then recount that and get their money. So it's not like it really does protect both people. Like even if you're a jerk and you get the stuff and you're like, no, I didn't, they can easily email PayPal and go, here's all the stuff that they paid for. It's in the invoice. It's very obvious that this is what they were asking for and what they received. So it's good for both sides, because it builds it. It's one of those things where, what is it, like trust but verify, that kind of thing. It's like, it's good to, be trustworthy of people, but not if you're sending money for somebody across the world to perform something that, you can't perform. And if it gets canned, there's nothing you can do about it to fix that situation.
Book a flight to Italy and go get my money back.
Yeah, Austin, what about you? What are your thoughts on that?
I've had more than one artist who've kind of flaked in between, and there's been, give money up front, and I learned from it, but this was before PayPal and everything like that too. You know what I mean? You send checks through the mail, and once the check's cashed, you can't cancel it. It's one of those things. That's why I changed the model of the way I do stuff. I did have an artist that I did pay up front to work on part of the Stanley story. I wanted something different for the graphic novel. And they're supposed to do stuff, and they flaked, whatever. And they were very sorry. This and this happened, and it's been 3 years. They still owe me $300 some odd because I went through Kickstarter and I did friends and family. Hey, can you do friends and family? Because I don't want to take a little bit of a hit. No, everything's goods and services from now on. I don't care if you're my sister. You're goods and services. I'm getting my money back for that. Yeah. Derailing a project, 100%. Yeah, like I said, with Stanley, had a whole different art team, and we had to switch gears, and I took a step back for about 5 years before I decided to start back and go back to it. And I changed it from an animated style to an anime style, and we got the book done. I found a great artist, and it was magical, and it's a great looking book, and I'm super happy with it. But yeah, it sucks, man, when you have an artist, or you'll have an artist that's working on the book, and then they get like, you know, a better gig, not like that, but like Marvel wants them to do something for them.
Yeah.
Like,
that's definitely rough.
Yeah, like you want to be mad at them, but like, well, it looks like I'm just gonna have to wait for you then now, aren't I? And then sometimes like they're like, yeah, if you give me some time, and hopefully they'll just you nudge them and they'll come back. But yeah, there's been a couple books I've just they've never seen the light of day just because it's just been. All right, well maybe someday we'll put the book out. I don't know.
I definitely. It's interesting. I feel you get some deal with Marvel. It's like, oh wow, that's really cool. It's one of those things that it makes me think though. You know, I work with, I do marketing. I work with clients, and there's times where like I'm behind schedule on something, so I just work more. I just work more and get it done. And it's crazy to me though that there's these artists that might get some break with Marvel, and they're not willing to put in the extra work to finish the work they're working on now. Like there's no way you can't find extra time in the day. Like you're not drawing for 16 hours a day. You know, like so, like, and yeah, I get it. You can get hand cramps, all this stuff. Like there's ways to like make it work. Dude. So it's like I kind of get it, but I also think like, you know, you got to do what you got to do. And if you made a deal with somebody, do you think Marvel's gonna like the fact in the future, if they hire you on for another project, but then DC invites you, do you think that they're not gonna think you're gonna jump over there if you've been a Batman Superman fan your whole life? You know what I mean? Especially if you know that, like if you're not trustworthy in small transactions. You know, that doesn't mean you're going to be more trustworthy in larger ones. Like it just means that you flow where money is, and that's not necessarily the best way to build trust.
I learned a long time ago, because my backup plan in comic books was graphics. I did that for 20 plus years. I went from artist to art director to creative director, and I worked for Disney and Universal and Warner Brothers and stuff like that over the years. But I was taught you put 100% in quality and work, whether it's a small 2x1 black and white ad or a 20-page magazine ad or a 6-month sales campaign, you do it exactly the same. And that's been lost from what I can see with a lot of these newer generation artists. There's exceptions to the rule, but by and large, they weren't taught that work ethic. It's just
I think it's almost pride in the work too. It's like the fact that just because it's a bigger project, it shouldn't make you less proud of the work you're doing on another project. So I think it's like, people are flowing where cash is. They're like, I want to get paid for my artistry, but they don't want to be like, you should be proud of your artwork. That's the whole reason we mentioned earlier. Like you should be promoting work that you've done, even if it was just some small comic that you worked on. And because that's something that will bleed through into your work. Like you could tell when there's an artist where like, man, like he loves what he does. Like she loves what she does. Like you could tell because they put it into everything. So like, yeah, like just like you were saying, like doing the same quality for a small print versus a large print, it should be the same because you're proud of your work, not just because you want to make sure all your work looks the same. Like I think that's a pretty big.
Well, that old saying is like, you should treat the janitor the same way you treat the CEO. You should treat the small projects just like you would treat the big projects. If you're proud of what you do and you like what you do it. Have fun doing it all. It doesn't matter if it's popular. It doesn't matter if it's not.
I feel like people will, like a small press would understand, like, oh, you have a Marvel project. Cool. So maybe every 2 days you work on Marvel, you work 1 day on mine. Like, I'm okay that you're a little slower, but like Austin said earlier, like, just be reasonable with me on the timeline. Like, don't BS me with the timeline. Like, I just need to know, like, is this going to take a week, a month? Like, I don't want to, be able to think I'm going to run a Kickstarter in 3 months, but actually it's going to be a year before I get this project.
Yeah. Don't ghost me for 6 months and then come back and act like it's all good. Like, oh, hey, by the way.
Just be reasonable. Like maybe you work on the weekends for me and on the weekdays for Marvel. I don't care. Like, just don't take on any other projects in the meantime. Because, like, again, I don't want you to miss that opportunity to work with Marvel just as much as I don't want to not have my comic made. So it's like, it's definitely something I think is important. And actually that kind of leads into this next question. Austin, you mentioned you're working in a lot of different companies, a lot of different people you've networked over the years. So that's really the next question. It's like, how important is it meeting people in the indie comic world, and how can you make more connections? How do you make connections?
I think it's really hard out there to do things on your own. So having a lot of connections is worthwhile, even for your own growth, because now you can see people as both mentors to you and your competition.
Yeah.
I always think that, and this is the same with the independent film industry too. If you help everyone rise, then everyone does better. Yeah. Everyone is going to make more money. Everyone's going to be more profitable. You know what I mean? Because the industry, what indie comics as a whole, if it gets a bigger footprint, we're all going to benefit in some form or fashion, I would think. So yeah, talking with indie people and meeting new people. Like, Christian, I'm going to be chewing your ear off about crowdfunding this next week because I suck at it. I hate it. I need to do it, but I'm not good at it. I've talked to people. So there's a lot of people out there that have different skill sets and knowledge that I don't have, that you want to know, you want to learn, you want to be able to adapt and grow in the independent field specifically. So meeting new people and talking with people and learning their experiences and then sharing some of your own, that's how we get better.
And I can honestly say that in the indie industry, that a lot of people don't gatekeep. There's a lot of people in mainstream that like to keep their secrets and all that stuff. But I've found that a lot of indie authors and artists, they're very willing to share, what they know, how they learned it. Like I said, I didn't know anything coming into this. I was just some douchebag with a pen, and I wanted to draw. And I ended up meeting, I had maybe 10 people on my Facebook, and now I got 600. And almost all of them are indie authors and artists and comic book creators. And it's just been really cool learning from everybody. And it's been helping me out a lot, so I think that's really important, to make connections. I've never been to a Comic-Con as far as in person and all, but I would definitely be sitting, walking around the tables, talking to people, asking those questions. My little list of
answering this question, I think is huge. I think it's one of the most important things if you're going to be independent is the connections. Works in all fields. No, is the networking and how many people people can connect you or can help you with some part of your work that you're not really familiar with. So I think it's key, very, very highly important. I would say as important as the production itself. What you're doing.
It's kind of like I think we discussed this either earlier this weekend or I definitely had other panels where it's like, yeah, you definitely have a job to kind of focus on the business and marketing side of comics, and networking is part of that marketing. It's like you can't get your comic in front of people if you don't get in front of people. So whether it's in person, whether it's online, obviously in person is, in my opinion, is always better, but you can also scale online at such a drastic rate, evidenced by, Christian with, the Kickstarters and things like that. It's very, it's powerful. You can really meet people all over the world, like you guys here.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. And so speaking of promoting, actually, look at this. Nice segue again. The next question is, how do you promote your work and get people to notice it?
I get a sign, stand out on the street. No. Do the little spin. No. I have just bombarded the internet with it as much as possible. Like I said, I'm broke, man. I ain't got $1 million in my pocket, so I put it wherever I can. and I don't have money to put like ads on YouTube or make these ads that pop up every day, 2 or 3 times a day on Facebook or Instagram or anything like that. So it's a lot of word of mouth, a lot of sharing with other indie creators, and they post it on their sites, and a lot of just getting it out there, just tooting my own horn, as they say, trying to get people to hear it and see it. And I drop free copies every now and then. I'll drop a link to the first 2 books in the chat before we leave, and that's how I promote it. I just try to get it out in front of everybody as I can, and I haven't had any complaints yet.
That's good.
I do
Anybody else?
shows. I do conventions still. I'm old. That's how I learned back in the day. Yeah, I'm lucky because I get invited to shows because of my previous stuff with the bigger companies, which is great because I can kind of promote the new stuff that I'm doing now. I try to post on social media. Social media really kind of bums me out. I don't like them being on there a lot, but I'm trying. I've been told by my agent that you have to have more of a presence, and I'm like, okay, whatever. But I like doing smaller like store signings and talking, like Marvin was talking, like the stores, going to stores, not only talking to them, but like when I do like store signs, I'm like, okay, 50% of what we sell goes to the store, 50% goes to me right off the bat. And this gives them incentive to kind of help push us. And then we're selling our stuff, and then we get people involved. For my Kickstarter, what I do is on the surveys, I write, what's your favorite comic book store? So I get the comic book store and I get the email, and I'm like, hey, I did this Kickstarter and you have a couple of said person who goes to your store. Here are some free digital PDFs of this book that they backed. Maybe it's something you might want to carry. And I've had stores to say, hey, send me a couple copies. Cool. And I send them off. And then we just go from there. And I've built kind of, a sort of list of stores that know about me because they've been recommended by their, someone who's spending money at their store, not some person, no offense, but like people kind of, hey, I've got some books. I'd like to start if you have like someone who's been at the store and that's recommending that we should have a book in the store, that might help. So for me, that's been kind of a whirlwind benefit for me to kind of get my own titles out and known, because a lot of my fans when I was on Iron Man and doing stuff like that are pretty much either out of not collecting anymore or gone. So you have to kind of reinvent yourself every 5-10 years because the new generation hopefully are coming in. But yeah, doing comic book shows and doing stores are the 2 biggest things for me. I try to do social media, but I get like almost no traction. So
I love the idea of having a questionnaire in the crowdfunding, like on a Kickstarter, basically saying, yeah, what are your favorite stores? I actually wrote that down. Like we don't do that. We definitely got to start doing that because that's a great way to be like, hey, like not only do I think that this comic book will sell in your store, I have proof that it could because there's people who backed it and bought it who go to your store. So like,
exactly.
I like that idea. That's a solid one. I'm stealing that one.
That's a good idea.
It is
mainly through shows, conventions, and going into like stuff like this, for example, like the digital conventions or going through podcasts or going through programs and of course we have a digital marketing strategy for sure that we apply not only when we are in crowdfunding, but we only like stop it in 2 times now. For example, Christmas, because people are way too bombarded with too many things.
Yeah.
And in July, because I want to know peace of mind. But that's about it. The rest of the year is ongoing. So we always have a funnel for that. So yeah, the whole strategy thing all year round.
What about
I also found that merch can also help promote. Like if you've got some really awesome merch, I've got a couple of Bad Wabbit shirts that it never fails at all. If I'm wearing that shirt or that hoodie somewhere, someone always asks, "What is that? Who is that? Where can I get that hoodie? Where can I?" And I'm like, "It's my comic book. I wrote it." Da, 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 da. And then you pitch. You throw the pitch out there. And I've gotten a lot of fans, for the comic book just by seeing the images on my shirts and stuff like that. So I mean, merch is definitely a good way to. I mean, who doesn't like the damn pig?
Having good log lines for your IPs is a good 1-2 sentence pitch is really important. Also, being able to especially kind of get their interest in like a sentence or two. That's something I kind of learned, and it's a skill unto itself, having really good log lines and making sure that you get people to pique their interest. I thought I knew how to do it back in the day, but I sucked at it. And so I actually talked to a person who, does film stuff, and he kind of gave me the layout of here's what you want for your log line and basic summary, with people. And I talked to another panel, people's attention span are so short now that you can't give long answers because they're like, oh, look, there's and they just wander away, or they kind of tune out. So you gotta give them something quick.
Yeah.
Squirrel.
What about Marvin? How are you promoting your works?
Oh yeah, so I think we talked about that on Friday. Like mailing lists and collecting email addresses is something that you always want to do, especially at conventions. You're gonna be at conventions, get that person's email. Even if they don't buy anything, get their email address, because that could lead, like I said before, that could lead to a sale for later. But also like the merch and the communication is always key. So, I mean, we try to cross every bridge we can with any kind of marketing or sell throughs. Like I said before, is that you're using your merchandise to take people back to the comics. So you do card games to get people to go back to the comics. But then that's crossing barriers too, because you could get someone who doesn't read comics that plays the card game to come back into the comics also.
Yeah, that's interesting too. A quick question on the email collection is: Are you collecting them digitally, or are you collecting them in the moment written? Is it a scan the QR code, fill it out, digital?
I learned from a mistake of having people write it down and having myself write it down, where I missed a letter. I didn't understand what they were saying. I can't read their handwriting, so I have a tablet and then I have Jotform, an app. And I have them right there fill out the information as soon as like, hey, you want to sign up for our newsletter? Hand them the tablet, fill it out, and I've got it right there.
Yeah, I was going to ask too, because digital is what I would recommend, but then there's two different ways to go about it. There's like, scan the QR code, fill out a form and get something, or have you have the form right there for them, which I definitely prefer that one because you can see them fill it out as opposed to them scanning it and forgetting later to, fill it out.
And the problem with the QR code is that usually at most shows, the internet sucks so bad that they can't even go on there anyway. So it's kind of a moot point.
Yeah. I mean, I've started using a hotspot where every show I go to. Even if they have Wi-Fi, once people start connecting to it, it's a wash.
Yeah.
So hotspots are good, but I mean, even that's a problem because if the data is bad in the building, you're towards the back of the building where there's no repeaters or anything, you're going to have a problem. But what I use Jotform, it works offline also.
Speaking of which, that actually leads perfectly into our next question. What mistakes did you make early on, and how could I avoid them?
All the mistakes. I started right around the time that Austin started around, so America Online days, and you knew nothing, because they said is that you had gatekeeping from the other sources that didn't want to share it. Like we only knew of one printer, Brainier in Canada, and they only printed the ship to Diamond. So I mean, the mistake now that information is out there now. So I mean, the power of Google. How do I do a comic book? And Google will give you the good answer and link you to things where you can find out the answer you need. That stuff didn't exist then.
And now you got ChatGPT like competing with Google. Now you could say, hey, ChatGPT, write me up like a whole checklist of like what to do to create this comic. Find me printers, find me this. Like, yeah, it's definitely crazy. It's kind of interesting too because I talk with a lot of younger people for like my brother and I run record label and recording studio, and we get interns that are at a local college. And these kids are anywhere from 18 to 21, 22. And it's so funny how like they'll ask us a question. I'm like, have you heard of Google? Right? Like you guys got ChatGPT now. And you guys are asking like some of the basic questions. I almost feel like the younger generation they were handed so many amazing resources, but they are completely resourceful, like lacking resourcefulness. Like they don't have like the wherewithal to be like, I want this thing done. Oh yeah, I could Google it and get it done. Where like a lot of the people where I know Google came out when I was in high school kind of thing. So I was like, oh, like this is going to be the huge, like anytime I have a problem, this will answer it. And it wasn't that good when it first started. And now it literally, like I could look up how to build a nuclear power plant online. Like it's crazy. Like it's like you could find anything. And then one more step on top of that with stuff like ChatGPT, where now it can organize all of the stuff that it finds and give you your personal answer. Like, yeah, it's going to be incredible. Like how to overcome some of these. But yeah, but what other big mistakes have other people made that we can avoid?
Oh man. See, I didn't use Google a lot when I was doing the research for all this. I had a Chris Philbrook, and man, I bugged the hell out of that guy about everything because he was surprisingly very patient with me. But yeah, I didn't have a script. I didn't even start with a script. Like I said, I just started drawing panels. And I realized very quickly after showing those panels to people that I need a script. If you're going to write a comic book, you probably should write something. And so that was my very first mistake. But outside of that, man, I think I learned real quick to just ask questions before taking the next step because it helps avoid those mistakes, you know?
It's awesome. What about Austin? Yeah,
I've made so many. The problem with making mistakes is that you worry about making them, but you don't learn unless you do. To a point, you don't learn what works and doesn't work for you. It's got to be a trial and error. You just got to crash and burn. I will say. I made the mistake of thinking after my first book, making so much money that it was going to be super easy. I'd be like rolling in dough like all the other major, independent people. And that's never been the case. I've never made a lot of money in comic books on my own. But you know what? It's okay. I did enjoy the process. I think that's my biggest mistake. The whole thing in comic books, I was so worried about trying to make it, trying to attain this unattainable goal of mine of, wanting to have lots of fans and I want to work for Marvel DC, but I also want to have this and this and this. Whereas you're making this amazing thing that 95% people want to do and won't for whatever reason, but you're doing it and you're not appreciating the entire aspect of it, that I missed a lot of opportunities, whether it's working with people or working on things that could have possibly helped my own books and my own career in comic books over the years. That's why, like now with film, the fact that I had an audition today for the FX show, that's incredible. That's mind-boggling to me. Are you kidding me? The fact that I'm in any aspect of film, in any realm, that's why I got into comic books. Because I thought there's no way I'd ever be able to be in any film or anything like that. So I'm going to be able to be in any sort of form that can be close to the film industry. That was comic books for me back in the day. That's why I wanted to do it. And I became an anchor because that was finishing the book. I thought that was working with writers and artists. That's on concepts. That the whole thing's great, and then I could do my own. So yeah, my biggest mistake was I didn't appreciate what I was doing at the time, and I didn't take a step back and just take in the whole experience because you should enjoy it. And I was so worried about making it that I didn't enjoy the ride. Now that I've been doing it for so long. It's like, well, man, I did some cool stuff. I wish I had. So that's what you don't want to do. You don't want to do wish I had. You don't want to do what ifs. And that's the big thing. So how to avoid them? Take a step back, take a deep breath, and know that not every day is going to be magical. It's going to be a grind. You're going to have to put in work. You're probably going to not make a lot of money. But if you love the art form, you're doing it because you love the art form. If you're looking to make money, become a doctor or something that pays a lot. Because
OnlyFans.
Do it. Right? Yeah, do it because you love it, not because you want to make money.
It's funny too. I'd almost argue that if you do it because you love it, you're more likely to make more money as well.
Yeah.
Because
It shows.
one of the big things is, A, it'll show in your work, and B, this is something like if you know who Gary Vaynerchuk is, one of the top digital marketing companies in the world, VaynerMedia, and one of the things that he talks about is creating. They're documenting your work, don't create work, right? Like the creation comes from what you do, but like you were saying earlier, you're struggling on social media. One of the biggest ways you can grow on social media is sharing the hardships. I think I heard somewhere that basically the only thing you don't want to share is when you're sick. That's about it, because people just like we feel repulsed by sickness kind of thing. Yeah. Other than that, any other hardship, you broke a leg, literally, you know what I mean? Like, you're working on something, some artist screws you over. You don't need to like blast their name out there and be like, this person, don't ever work with them. But you can share those hardships. People will commiserate with you. And when you have wins, they will celebrate with you. And it's one of those things that I feel like I almost ironically, comic book creators specifically struggle to share all of this work because they want their perfect gem to be placed on the icon at the end. But the problem is nobody knows that gem exists yet. And so your goal should be like showing them the journey to it. So I very much like that. Like you should be appreciating what you're doing, so much so you're willing to broadcast even the hardship. Because like you said, just being able to audition for something, commission equals compensation, or commiseration equals, I misread that. Commiseration equals compensation. Yeah. The ability to, audition for something is already a great feat. Like that's an incredible thing. And if you broadcast stuff like that to the world, like, oh, I had this opportunity, I got to meet this person, it was so incredible. Even if nothing comes from it, people get to join on your journey with that. And I've seen so many people on social media who their overall story isn't even hugely impressive. It's just the fact they were willing to be open and share about it, because there's tons of other people who they wish they could have started a comic and they never did. And now they get to see somebody who did it from the ground up. And so, a large amount of them will be like, yes, like I want to be part of that. I want to jump on this. Like, this is a fun project for me to work on. So I definitely love that. Like enjoy the journey, because if you don't enjoy the journey, when you win, it's not going to feel as good anyways. So it's like, enjoy every little part. So when you win, it's like, hell yeah, like that's just a cherry on top instead of the whole sundae,
I agree.
Yeah, for me, it's something I've learned with time. I think it's an age thing. I don't see mistakes or wins or whatever you call it. Just for me, all are learning opportunities. Sometimes are more positive, sometimes more negative. But and I've done all kind of mistakes. I paid in advance. I got screwed up. I got things I didn't deliver, or horrible printers that I didn't want to. So I've suffered almost all of the mistakes. You can go for them, but I don't see them as something like negative or something like I have to repent myself or no. It's just a learning experience. Hey, I should avoid this for the next time. And how can you avoid them? It's gonna be very complicated, even if you have good advice or there's because life is like that. It's unpredictable. You're never gonna be able to cover all your bases all the time. That's impossible. Nobody can do that.
Yeah, I kind of like. Did you ever hear the phrase? What is it? A fool never learns. A smart man learns from their mistakes, and a wise man learns from the mistakes of others. I feel like in the beginning, you aren't wise. You have to actually make mistakes and then learn from them. And then as you learn the nuances of what might be a mistake, you go to wise men and learn what they've already failed at. And then you can go, oh, like the fact that you brought up that a printer might be a problem. now someone who might not even realize, oh wow, wait, a printer could be the problem. Like I didn't even consider that. And so it really is funny. Like every component of the journey needs to first be discovered before you can figure out how to or to avoid the mistake to begin with.
Yeah. My only advice is to fail quickly, as cheaply as possible. That's my only advice.
Amen.
Fail cheaply and quickly as possible. That's it.
I got 2 little boys, and I'm always, I tell them, I said, it's not a failure. They'll say, oh, I failed or whatever like that. It's not a failure unless you quit. If you don't learn from your mistake, then it's a failure. But you can fail as many, you can, not be successful as many times as you want, so long as you're learning from it.
Yeah. I agree.
Awesome. So this is a great panel. This we got through almost all the questions too, which is awesome because we tend to tangent a lot when we do these, but we actually got pretty far through. But yeah, before we move on to the next panel, first thank you all for showing up for this. This was awesome. It's definitely something that I know this is like a time to relax after Thanksgiving. Everybody wants to relax, but I think that it's a great time to push forth, to broadcast yourself and your journey and all the stuff you're working on. And it's a great time for Greg and I to torture ourselves for 3 straight days. So, but yeah, so before we let you go, let's get a showcase of or tell us where they can or what's something new you're working on, and where can they find you and connect with you. And we'll start with Castro.
All right, well, you can find me at dmwcomics.com, or you can find me at DMW Comics on Facebook, where you can find all my cool stuff about Bad Wabbit. And that's pretty much it. I don't do a lot of other social media platforms. But yeah, dmwcomics.com, or right here on Facebook, DMW Comics.
Awesome. And now we got Marvin.
So you can reach me at comicsburg.com and theedgecomic.com. There's links to all our socials. In 2025, we have the Blaine action figure coming, as well as what I'm considering our 10th issue milestone.
Awesome. And Christian.
You can always find me on popstudio.com, unpopstuido.com, and you go Pinocchio or Popular Studio, you're going to find us. And we're working on Pinocchio number 2, number 3, hopefully. Both can be released next year, 2025, and Punk Join Volume 2. So that's also coming in 2025. So it's going to be a busy year for sure.
Awesome. I also just noticed the nickname Unpopular Overlord. I like it.
Yep.
And Austin.
So you want just comics, or you want all of it?
Yeah. So whatever new you're working on, and how can people connect with you? I guess wherever you prefer people to connect with you at the moment.
Okay. The best way to get social media wise, Instagram on Austin Janowski is good. I have a new Patreon page I'm trying to get done. Blue Sky, just you can look for me if you want to. I'm still on Facebook, but not a ton. Newest thing I'm working on, A Killer in the Dead, is a horror film that went through the film festivals that's now live on YouTube. You can come check it out. The comic adaptation of said book will be available for those who want to buy some next week. And for 2025, we have a couple of different books hopefully coming out. Pots and Pans is a real cool anthology that I'm in. That will be coming on the next month or so, which would be great. And if you're curious on anything else about me, just Google my name. You'll find all sorts of weird stuff about me. Hopefully not too weird. But
Awesome. Cool. I think we got everybody. Well, thank you so much. Our next panel coming up, or the one we just finished, by the way, is Breaking into Comic Industry. And so thank you for all the panelists that we've had for this. The next one we have coming up is Anthologies Amplified, from short stories to epic universes. So definitely hope you stick around, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Catch you out.
Cool.
Okay. What's up?
Look at all the people. Look at all the people.
Hey, the people who were talking to the newbies, they stole 7 minutes of our time. Do we get that back?
Oh, you would have just wasted it anyway. Do I sound really far away? I'm using a new mic.
A little bit. Yeah, you sound a little bit far away.
Yeah, let me test it.
That sounds like someone who's worked with me before. That's not cool.
And don't worry, you'll get those.
history.
You can get those 7 minutes at the end when it goes into our ironically our teaser for an anthology, so that it can bleed over into that anyway. So that'll work out.
That's fine. It's
Perfect.
like 15-second video or something. So.
Yeah, that has a 15-minute time slot. So yeah, we could definitely eat that up.
Good, because I'm starved.
Right. I bought a fancy new mic just for this, and it doesn't work.
Aww.
This is shit.
Is it not working? Or is it just not connecting?
Yeah, it's not recognizing it. I downloaded new drivers, but then I have to restart, so I'll just go like this.
Awesome.
Do what we can.
Live from the cave.
Anthologies. Oh wait, where'd it go? Put it back up.
Oh, wow, come on.
Where did it go? Actually,
I was dragging.
Anthologies Amplified, from short stories to epic universes. And today with us we have Ed Davis, Chuck Pinot, John Westhoff, and Christian Douglas. And this is going to be a fun panel. Also, Greg's here. Forgot about Greg. He also anthologies.
Sure. Plus Greg.
But yeah, let's real quick do a around the world over here. Introduce yourself. Who are you? What do you do? And where can people find you?
So I'm Ed Davis. I write for Finish Line Comics. That's my company. I have 2 titles right now, Corruptor and Immortal Era, and 4 new titles that'll be launched next year. I also have a YouTube channel where I do 2 weekly shows. And yeah, you can check me out there under Finish Line Comics for everything.
Awesome. And Chuck?
What's up, everybody? I'm Chuck Pino, writer, editor, all around cutie. And I have worked on an awful lot of anthologies. Very excited to talk about this today. And of course, you can track me down, Chuck, Pineau, anywhere on the interwebs.
Awesome. And we've got Christian again. Howdy.
Yeah, well, you guys see me several times already, so I don't know. Producer, writer, translator, marketer, anything but drawing.
PayPal earlier.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, international arms dealer, a lot of things. So excited to be here. Participating in several anthologies. I've coordinated a couple of them too, so pretty cool.
What's the anthology? What was the last anthology you had?
The Punk Droid.
Punk Droid, nice.
Yeah.
Just want to get that out there, just because we're going to slice these up later too. And now we've got John. How you doing?
Hey, how's it going? I'm John Westhoff of Part-Time Comics. And yeah, I've been publishing for about 15 years. I'm a writer and a letterer. And I have been part of, I think, over a dozen anthologies at this point, including about 9 or 10 that I've helped put together myself.
Awesome, and I definitely just noticed the the little subtext you got on there. We need a Mittens anthology.
You can do that.
Nice, cool. And where do these questions start? Gregory, where are we at here?
Under where the thing is.
Let's see.
You know.
And I'm looking for there it is. Cool. So the first question we have, and I'm so glad Greg, by the way, I'm glad we figured out about the ticker on the bottom, like having to go across.
We've been doing this 5 years, but we figured that out.
Well, because we always pull up the question and that looks cool, but then it hides everybody's names, right? And then it's like, so whoever's talking, I'm like, oh, and that person, it's like, yes, we got to get these out here, but no, it's nice that people can see the names now. But yes, for the first question we have, what makes a good story for an anthology? Who wants to go first?
Not me.
Well, I'll jump in. I mean, as a reader, I like a full story. I like a beginning, middle, and end. I've read everything from one-page stories to much longer in anthologies. And I like to have some finality. It doesn't mean it can't continue, but when it's clearly the first 6 pages of a 24-page comic, that doesn't always get me to come back for more. But that's number one that I enjoy in in an anthology.
I wouldn't
story.
call that an anthology piece either. Yeah.
For me, it's the quote is for poet that says that good novel is like it should be like a poison, so it kills you slowly. It takes time to do it, and a short story needs to be like a stab, quick, fast. You're not expecting it, and it caught you off guard. So I think it should be like that.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I was just gonna say, I kind of just realized that like short stories in an anthology are kind of like Vines, like the videos that are like 6 seconds. They kind of gotta hook you real quick, get your attention, make you confused, and then then reveal something crazy. Like it's kind of gotta it's ironically or coincidentally the overlap of all the things that typically make for like viral videos. It's this idea that's got to be unexpected. There's got to be an emotional story being pulled through it. It's kind of it's kind of interesting.
I look back at when I was growing up reading Stephen King, and I loved his short story anthologies that he put together because he could pack such a punch in such a few pages, where normally his books are 1,000-page tomes, and these things are beasts, and they can be enjoyed as well. I love those books, but it's great to be able to read 3 or 4 Stephen King stories in one night. And the same thing with anthologies when they show up. What makes them great is just quick, tight, entertaining stories. Now, that's not to say that there aren't some duds that leak into those anthologies, but overall, it's just like you can read 3 or 4 stories, read them, in passing. You don't have to dedicate a lot of time. And if those stories can still pack the same punch as, what you could throw into 24 pages, that makes a good anthology read.
That's awesome.
I would say that one thing that we're kind of skirting around is that a lot of these anthologies also have overarching. Oh my gosh, why am I missing the word? But they actually
Themes.
have. Yeah, they have a theme, and so it needs to be able to connect to that theme in a way that does not make you go, "Why the fuck is this even in here?" As long as it feels like it should be in there, and it has that who, what, where, why, when, that beginning, middle, and end, like it's got all those things, then usually it's going to be a really successful story.
Yeah, that actually leads perfectly into the next question, which is how do you choose which creators or stories to include in an anthology, right? So if you're the one organizing the anthology and you're putting all these together, how are you going about picking them? Obviously, we just heard theme, but outside of theme, what are other or if theme is the priority, what's your selection process for anthologies?
I mean, there's going to be all sorts of great things that are said about wonderful storytelling and all this kind of stuff that's going to come up. But also it's a business. So name is quite often an important stuff. If you can get someone on there with a name who has to draw, who brings people into the book, that is one thing that sadly, because it's a business, does have to be considered.
Anyone else?
Yeah, and I think you touched on it already. Theme is important. I've definitely found that out over the years. When you kind of just do the generic, here's a bunch of people's short stories, it's harder to pitch. It's harder to get people to pick it up and read it. I guess that's separate from a successful story. A story can still be successful whether people read it or not. But if you do want, to have success with your book and possibly do a second issue or something like that, I feel like the theme anthologies help. And even a step further, I feel like, the biggest theme anthology, is typically the horror and sci-fi, right? So I feel like even beyond that, narrowing it down or having a very clear cover or something that says this is body horror, this is, suspense, this is, give the reader, something to cue in on, because there's just so many in that genre,
Yes, maybe that's part of it too. It's like not just not just having a theme, but like almost niching the theme, kind of like in business. Yeah, like Chuck was saying, you got to think about it like a business. Like if you're building a anthology and the theme is just horror, but like it ranges anywhere from like psychological thrillers to slashers, right? Like there could be a pretty broad range of what you're showcasing. Where if each of the stories, whether or not they're connected or not, has a similar look and feel to them, they might pull the reader to the next story because you want them to read all the stories. And if you get someone like a big name in there and you put them like right in the middle of the comic, or right in the middle of the anthology, so they have to get to that short story, I definitely think that's a good thing to do. Is like, yeah, have something that's connecting these stories in some fashion, whether it's literally connecting the stories, connecting them through themes or niches. I think is a good idea. Any other thoughts on that one?
Now we for example, now we're looking for people for the volume 2. There's a couple of slots open, and what we normally do is first we get a pitch. If we like the pitch, we give a deadline for a finished script and 1-page finish, and then we give another deadline for the whole story finished. That's how we select them. And if we like the pitch and we like the art, they're in. And of course, as we mentioned in the previous panel, promotion. The person is not willing to promote, don't care who they are or what, if they have a name or they are 50,000 followers, I don't care. So those are the 3 things.
Excellent.
Yeah, and of course the theme for sure. Ours is Cyberpunk, so yeah.
Cool. And speaking of trying to find artists who are also willing to promote, what are some of the biggest challenges when putting together an anthology? Obviously, lining up the themes is a big one, but what other struggles do you guys see when trying to put together anthologies?
Making the participants care beyond their story. Once their story's done, they're like, great, my work's done. I can move on to what I'm actually doing. But I think one of the big successes, actually, and I'm going to give a shout out to my boy Travis, his success with Cthulhu Invade series is that everybody who's in there is super excited, but often, not everybody, obviously, but most of the people are super excited, and he has a really good way of making people really want to be involved with one another. He was really terrific about, okay, you have this character, and if anybody else wants to work with that character, they have to talk to you first. And I loved that kind of ownership, and it created a dialogue behind the scenes that was terrific. I remember, like, when I was working on the first one, I had several people coming up to me going, hey, I was thinking about using the Scarecrow. Can we talk? And I'm like, yeah, of course. So we would have that conversation, and it, of course, would get me interested in what they're doing, and we would then have to kind of like almost cross-collaborate to make sure that it all worked. And I really liked that because it made me feel like I was a part of something bigger rather than I write 4 pages. Fuck you, I'm on to my next thing.
Yeah, and I have to piggyback off that. I that's the 2 times I've been invited to the Cthulhu anthologies for Orange Cone. That's the first time I've been part of, where we all had a kind of our own assignments, but there was a bigger theme, and there definitely was times where he'd say, okay, I plan to use this character again, like Chuck said, let's tie it together. That's super cool. I've never actually done that as a publisher. Usually it's just recruiting people I want to work with, or I know, have background in the area. Like I've done several music themed anthologies. So I wanted creators who actually played and been in bands and things like that. But aside from that, it was very loose. I've always been very loose, but it's really all about herding the cats, right? You have to be ready to do that. You have to set deadlines, hold people accountable, be prepared to adjust if they don't meet their deadlines or the standard's not up to what you wanted. That's the biggest part. If you want to do this huge book, like, again, not to drop his name again, but the Cthulhu Invades is huge. It's a huge book. It's dozens of teams, all these creators, letterers. You got to be prepared for that. So, start smaller, do 4 stories in a 24-page book or something like that, see how it goes. But herding the cats is the biggest thing. You have to be prepared for people to send you the files in the wrong type, at the wrong size. I, very early in my publishing career, did an anthology for my first book, and I learned a lot. It was great. The bar was low. We weren't planning to, sell 1 million copies, but I wouldn't recommend that at all because at the time I was a Photoshop novice, and again, people were sending me files that were in CMYK instead of RGB or whatever. All these weird aspect ratios, couldn't get them to work, and it was a lot of extra work because I wasn't really prepared going in. So, but yeah, you got to be a good cat herder.
That definitely sounds like anything in the publishing realm, being able to get people together that are really tough to get together. So no, I definitely like that. I would say it's interesting. We were talking about themes earlier and like trying to get all of this stuff together. So you were mentioning like working with artists that you kind of like to get together, things like that. So how do you connect these short stories through an anthology into a larger universe, if at all? Like obviously you definitely brought up themes twice, specifically John. Yeah, like what's something that like what's a way that you connect them together? You're muted.
Yeah, again, using the theme. What's the big driver? Hey, I just happen to know a lot of people in the comics community. We did a Simpsons themed anthology. I knew it was creators who loved, the Simpsons and wanted to do some knockoff comics in regards to that. I knew that their style would fit, that they could, do their own style, but cartoony like the Simpsons. Music, again, just happened to know a lot of creators who were in bands. Also recruited a friend who helped me kind of get the roster together. So she knew, some people, and it was very rewarding and met a lot of people through it. But again, not having done the larger anthology, I can't speak to, like connected themes in the outside of the general overarching theme. I don't know if anybody's been involved in a bigger one like that.
Well, it is interesting because, in your case, you're kind of connecting the art styles. Like that's the thing that you're doing. So you said like there's a lot of music people, and then the other one were like Simpson fans. So like it's kind of like some style background that's how you're connecting them. Anybody else have how do you guys connect these larger universes together?
Well, I think what John was talking about is true because I haven't put together an anthology. I still have the plans to do one, but the art style changes are one of the things that'll draw me out of an anthology. If I'm reading one and there's a beautiful one with amazing art, and then the next one is black and white stick figures, you've lost me, and I'm going to just jump over that story. So having a connection between the art, where if you're doing The Simpsons, you don't need black and white stick Simpsons. That's just not going to work for what you're doing. You want it to look cartoony. You might want to do a manga perhaps, not to say black and white doesn't work, because you could do Simpsons in manga and that could be fun, but it needs to fit, and the quality needs to be equal. Every artist has a different style and a different take, but you don't want any one story to take you out of the anthology because of the art being so jarringly different.
Would you say that could also be said for someone who is clearly way over talented than the rest? Like if you have a black and white, I mean, imagine having something that's all black and white, kind of stick figure-ish or really scratchy or whatnot, and then you've got this like Marvel dude who comes in with these really clean lines, these super colorful pages, and you're just like, yeah, even that would not work. Like it doesn't matter how amazing it is, it's not
the continuity is what's important. I mean, having that one perfect, beautiful story in the anthology that sticks out like a sore thumb is just as bad as that one black and white stick figure one in an otherwise good art anthology. I think, you just need it to be, not be jarring, and a beautiful, Mark McFarlane jumps in for one on your Diary of a Wimpy Kid style art anthology. People are going to notice.
Oh, now I want Diary of a Wimpy Kid as done by McFarlane, and I'm here for it, folks. I am here for it.
And I, not to be the center, but I would disagree with that in that regards. I've put together and read many anthologies where even I drew a story in an anthology, so the art was pretty terrible. But again, I think if that's the audience you're pitching to, like we've done a completely independent, everybody did whatever they wanted, no stories were connected, and we pitched it as that. This is our community. We were part of a great message and chat board back in the day. We all got together, because there was 50 of us who'd never been published, and we all published our first book together, and that's how we pitched it. Like these are, independent, unpublished creators, and I, going in, I knew, I think most people who picked it up would flip through and say, oh, okay, this is this is indie, this is slice of life stories, this is, things like that. So I think it can work, but you're right. If the cover is like you said, McFarlane or Eric Larson, and it's a horror book, and then, you get something that's pretty jarring on the first page, you might put it back down. But again, anthologies can be like that too. Sometimes you do skip a story, depending on how long it is. I've had ones where I've buzzed through a story and been like, next one, because that should be an anthology. It shouldn't have every story for everyone, right? It should be.
I was going to say that's actually the interesting thing I was thinking about when it comes to these anthologies is that I almost like Ed, you were mentioning like how people might skip over stories. I almost wonder if like for an anthology, that's not necessarily bad, because by having an anthology rather than one long story, you actually might have enough stories in one book that several different people could enjoy it who might not enjoy all of the stories, right? They might like this person might like stories A, B, and D, and this person likes B, C, and E, but like having enough of these variety in there, I don't think is too bad. But the idea of still having something matching, like John, you just mentioned, these were a collected community of artists and creators who got together to make this anthology. So it's like there still seems to always be something that ties them together. And I was going to ask either Greg or Christian, because like you guys have both put together a horror and a sci-fi anthology. Like, what are your thoughts on that? Continuity.
Christian.
For me, more than I have to agree with Ed. For me, it has to be a bottom line of the minimum quality. You cannot have like one fantastic and then another horrible one, because I've seen those. Or you change the format. One you have like color and the other is black and white, and the other was like a novelish with an illustration. That's like no, that's like a monster that doesn't have any. It's poor editing, poor curating style. Again, my opinion. But mainly that we don't connect them. For example, my stories are connected in a whole other thing, but that's my thing. But they don't have to. None of the stories are connected within. It's just a theme, and that's what I like about the thing I like most about books is the whole totally different takes, totally different ideas about based on that theme, and seeing all the creative work, all the creative teams expanding on their take on the theme. So
I think that the objective of an anthology should actually be for the readers to read as many, if not all, of the stories as possible, and hopefully to enjoy as many or as all of them as possible. Because if your objective is just like, hopefully you find something good in here, well, then it's like, what are you doing, man? I could go read, A comic, B comic, or C comic, and know I'm gonna fucking like them. Why am I reading your anthology if it's going to be hit or miss? And so I think, again, we're not just talking about making anthologies. We're talking about making good anthologies, not to attack. I don't want to feel like I'm attacking anyone, and so I think in that, I think it's really important for us as the curators to try to make sure that as many of those stories as possible are going to be enjoyed by the fans we market it to.
Yep.
Speaking
of, they wanted to come back for a second volume, a third volume, whatever. So if you give them crap, most of them are not gonna come back.
And speaking of that goes right perfect into the next question. What is the best way to market an anthology to readers?
I haven't figured it out yet.
Focus on that theme. Like if you're talking about horror, like if you're talking about horror, then focus on that theme of horror. Go after those people. Again, you don't even have to just go after comic fans. If you're doing a comic anthology on let's say body horror, well then let's find the body horror fans out there. Let's maybe even like find people who are fans of specific body horror movies or books or whatever, and let's start marketing to them. Like you have an idea of where these people might be, and they don't specifically have to be comic fans. So let's start marketing and going to those places.
Yeah, and I think it's easier in the real world. I mean, online, you don't know where they're hiding. You can post to different Facebook pages and hope, but so many Facebook pages are just spammed with our content. Like, hey, buy my shit, buy my shit, buy my shit. But if you're in a con, if you're in the real world and you see someone walking with a Cthulhu shirt, you're like, I got a book for you. Or maybe you see someone wearing a Saw or a Hostel shirt and you have a body horror thing. You're like, okay, I have you as well. So you can look and kind of gauge your audience. And what I found is a lot of those people that I've hooked at cons, they stick around. They don't just buy your stuff at the con and disappear. Almost everyone I talked to when I did LA Comic Con last year said, oh yeah, I backed the Cthulhu one. I can't wait to get it. So they will follow you for the ride if you give them something that they're going to enjoy. But I have an easier time finding them in the real world, mainly because I suck at social media and I try my best, but it comes to a point where they're like, all right, quit sharing your project. We know it exists. Leave us alone. But in a show, you look and you can kind of gauge who's your person for whichever book you're trying to sell.
Yeah, I agree with the first two guys. I've done the anthologies where they're just like, here's a bunch of cool guys. They had a 20-page story. We broke them up into, chapters, and we all, we've done like a Dark Horse Presents we did. But we're not Dark Horse, right? People are going to buy Dark Horse Presents because they know the quality of creators. So that was always a challenge to get people to pick up. But again, with sticking with the theme, you can kind of tell, again, music. Oh, we got an Iron Maiden shirt on. We got some heavy metal, comics for you. Oh, you like this, stuff like that. Horror, you can kind of tell who's going to be into it. But yeah, and I think that's why you see that the most, right? So yeah, if your goal is to pitch and sell them, I think in person is much easier because they can kind of flip through it real quick while you give them the pitch. That's always been much easier. Online, they kind of just they sit stagnant a lot of the time. Although I will say, Kickstarters and stuff like that, they can do fairly well.
Yeah.
As well. So.
Yeah, I was going to say this is like a real case of judging a book by its cover. When you go to a convention, you can see somebody, and what they're like. It's kind of funny at conventions. That is the point. You wear what you like, and because of that, it's one of the best ways to quickly go, hey, do you like cats? Do you like cats in space? Come check out Mittens. Like it's funny, but like that has worked so many times because it's just one of those things where. Like you just told me what you liked. You walked past and you didn't notice that there's a cat in space right here. You should check this out. And so I think that's true universally for all comics. But when you have an anthology and an anthology with a theme, like we have a horror anthology that we have, so we can attend horror comics or horror conventions. That that's their whole thing, and now you literally have an online forum of people that enjoy this type of work, and you're putting your work right in front of that audience. So yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, Ed. Going to in-person live, because 100%, I think that's probably the best way to get a themed anthology in front of the right audience.
Yeah, and I think people may lament the term "judge a book by its cover." We want you to read it and judge it for that, but you're talking about an anthology. Get a fire cover, get a great artist.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's somebody who's also has a story in the book, but if not, just get, again, we had Ryan Kelly on the first anthology, and he did this awesome, band playing for like two people in the room, and that just sold the whole anthology. It was all about, those kind of stories. And again, we've had that happen over and over again. So yeah, get a great cover, because that is the type of book that you want to sell by its cover.
Yep. And for us, the thing that has worked the best for us is an anthology piece. You have 10, 15, 20 people. So them talking to their audiences and bring them back to the book. That's why mainly, that's the main reason why to make an anthology is to grow your audience as much as possible, to reach not only for the publisher, but for everyone involved in the book, because it's a fantastic way of showcasing talent. In one book, you can have 30 people. So that's for our work for us the best, is to help each other promoting the actual book that
You guys have made this easy for me with like these these hooks into the next question. How do anthologies help new creators get noticed?
I'm
gonna answer this real quick. Is the best thing about anthology is it's short. It's not a lot of pages. So normally like 6, 8, 4, 10, 12 hours is like 10 to 14. So it's not a big commitment, and it's a wonderful way to get into the scene, because it's you can share the burden of the publishing or the printing and all that in more than just one person. Hey, this is my book. Let's see how it goes. So.
Yeah, and I can't say I've had a ton of, even though I've tried to invite, other independent creators who've maybe never been published before. I can't honestly say that I've had a lot of success getting them noticed, but I do feel like a lot of them will tell me, hey, I used my work with you to get a free press pass at New York Comic Con, or so and so, you'll see other creators like us say, oh, you were in Cthulhu, I saw your name on the credit. You probably start to get a couple notices in the scene. It doesn't mean thousands of readers are gonna come clamoring to your table, stuff like that. Don't expect that, but it amongst the community, it starts to give you some hey, if you can write a 6 to 8 page story, I think you can really do anything in comics if you can write a good one. So it might help you get noticed by others that are putting together books or need somebody to work on something.
Playing off of what John said, which by the way I love. It as like curators, it is not our job to make someone new, like to show someone new off. It's our job to give them the position to show themselves off. And so it's like when you think about a movie, if you're an extra in fucking Die Hard, it's like, yeah, okay, you're no one compared to Bruce Willis, but now you can say, hey, I was in this cool Bruce Willis movie and this is where I was, and you get to point to that. And now you're giving people, like, we're giving those people the opportunity to say, I was in this cool thing with these cool people, and they have the chance to look at that and see that. And so it's like, yeah, it's not my job as the curator, as the editor or creator or whatever to show you off. It's mine to give you the spot for you to show yourself off. So you better fucking bring it. That's on you.
Yeah, because I was thinking they put those autograph pages into a lot of the anthologies, and you get people who will try to hunt down all the different creators inside. And yeah, I've seen them. There was a horror anthology at LA Comic-Con a few years ago, and people were going to all the tables trying to get all the autographs. Well, if they come to your table, now you have the opportunity to pitch your own thing. So having those blank autograph pages is a great thing. Give each creator a blank spot and let people try to go hunt them down, because people go to cons throughout the whole country. They'll go to New York and San Diego. So if you're at one or the two of those, they're going to keep moving that book around until they can get as many autographs as possible. So I think if you're creating an anthology, throw one of those pages in, because that's a way to get eyes on that material when people are just trying to hunt things down.
I was just in a book that did that, and I had never really thought of it before. That's such a great idea. I'm going to steal that in the future.
When I go to a convention, I'll often grab one of those books like the Cthulhu Invaders or something like that, and I'll look and be like, who is at this show that is also in this book? I'll get my book signed, and then I'll be like, hey, we're both in this. If someone picks up the book, tell them, hey, somebody else is from here, and then send them my way, and I'll do the same for you. And that way, yeah, okay, you're not going to sell, when someone comes to you and says, ooh, I bought this book, you're obviously not going to sell that book to you, but now this is a great opportunity for you to sell your other stuff to them. So now we've created this sort of synergistic thing where now you can work off of me because I can send people to you and vice versa.
That's super cool.
Yeah, that's very cool. I hadn't heard of the autograph page. Is it literally does it look like a credits page with lines next to each of the names?
It's just got little white boxes with the names above or underneath, and then you try to get all the little white boxes filled.
What we did in ours is each of the pages before each of the stories, you have a blank page you can sign each of the stories.
That's
what we did.
Look at that.
So,
I'm learning something.
Yeah, even if they don't have that, you can just say, hey, man, do you want to go have your piece signed? Because usually, if all else fails, there's at least a bibliography at the beginning that kind of shows where everything, this story is on page 27, this one's on 36, blah, blah, blah. And everyone can sign beside their little story. And so even if they haven't actually done that, you can kind of take advantage just of the fact that there will be a spot, hopefully, saying where the different stories are.
It's almost like a table of contents, but with spots, space for signatures.
Even if they don't have space for signatures, you can sign anywhere. You know what I mean? I've signed on boobs. I've signed on everything. So you can sign on. It's paper. Just sign it.
Awesome. So the next question we have. So what tips do you have for someone who wants to create or join an anthology? So for those who've created anthologies, yeah, what do you have for the creation side of that, as well as if you've created anthologies and if someone wanted to reach out to you, how should they be doing that?
I want Greg to go first.
Really?
I want Greg to go first because John wants him to. He knows something I don't.
What do you know? So the first two of our horror anthology was just people on our platform. So that was the only people that it was like exclusive to that. Until I started adding other stories in the second one, because I was like, oh, I kind of need some people that like are slightly known a little more. So I had Michael Yakutis, I think that's how you say his last name. He had Animal and Me, which was him and Hanu Kessler or whatever. He's in like Finland or whatever. That story looks amazing. It's like a vampire story. The story before it is definitely different art. So I was like, oh, it's a little jarring, like what Ed said. Yeah, so in the third one that we're coming out with, I invited anybody that wants to be part of it in it. So there's a bunch of more people involved this time, which is pretty cool. So yeah, just ask and I'll invite you.
Greg will make a book for you. He's going to get 1,000 emails. For me, putting them together, I've always kind of curated. It was, again, it's just kind of just knowing a lot of people in the community and wanting to work with it. The first couple I did, again, I was part of a message board community, so it was just anybody who submitted and got it in by the deadline. I've never really, except for that, I guess I'd count that as open submissions. You just had to be part of the message board when we posted. But I've never really done true open submissions. I do want to take that leap someday, but it sounds like a kind of a nightmare. But I think that would be fun, to kind of have that under my belt as a publisher. But I will tell people, as far as submitting to them, be patient. I published and worked in, 36 comics over 15 years before I was ever invited to an anthology. And for some odd reason, I was invited to 2 last year. We were the first 2. It took a long time. And those were peers I had in the community that, wanted to work with me. So put out other work and you'll get noticed. You'll make friends in the community. And then I had one that I finally, my first after 15 years, even though I don't submit often, I submitted to a music anthology, was accepted. So again, after 15 years, it took me to be invited, and then I had 3 in 1 year. So it just happened to work out that way. Everybody's story is different. Again, there's a lot of people submitting to these things. So again, it doesn't mean that your pitch is bad. Do work on it, take the feedback, and grow from it. But again, don't feel dejected just because the first couple of years you're having some difficulty. The best thing you can do is put out your own and show people you know how to do it. Even if it's a group of your own stories and you just kind of put them into a collection or invite a couple other people in, put out a book yourself and then say, well, I've already done an anthology. You can see my work. And then maybe they're more likely to look at your pitch.
Well, and also understand that they might have other ideas in mind. Like it might turn out that like you're in a horror anthology, but actually they're aiming a little more PG or maybe a little more gory or whatever, and you have not been made aware of that. So when you are told no, then often I would be like, oh, okay, cool. Is there anything I should work on? Like, feel free to ask some questions. Don't be a douche about it. Don't be like, why not me? No, just like, what could I have worked on? What are there some things that I could have? And if they say, well, yeah, actually, this is a PG-13, and you had swearing and guts and everything, you're like, oh, cool. Can I have the opportunity to write that out, or is your decision done? And at least you'll know for next time that maybe those are questions you should be asking. Like, hey, is there an audience we're aiming for? Is there certain restrictions that maybe haven't been mentioned yet and stuff like that, or certain things that you guys are looking for? Like my very first published story as a writer, I actually wrote it trying to get into Cthulhu is Hard to Spell. And my story was really dark. And that's not a dark, but I was not aware of that. And so I was really hurt when it didn't get in, but then it's just like, whatever, move on. And that story ended up getting in somewhere where it was very much appreciated, and it worked better. My story would not have worked well in Cthulhu is Hard to Spell. It just wouldn't have. It was dark. It was just not what they were going for, and that's fine. You're what you have to tell, the story you have to tell, as much as you might think it works there, it very much might not.
Yeah, I definitely think asking questions is probably a good idea. Like, I feel like if you're just submitting to a work and like, yeah, exactly, you submit like blood and gore and swearing to a PG-13 project you're unaware of, yeah, it might not go so well. But it's also one of those learning opportunities. Like we talked in the last panel, like you're not failing, you're just learning. Like, yeah, just figure out what it is that you could have done better, because it could be as simple as, yeah, you didn't align with their vision, and if you just alter it, you've got the perfect artwork for it. It just was a different storytelling. So yeah, I definitely think that's a great tip, is to just ask questions. Like ask why, ask how, But yeah, definitely don't be whining about it.
What do you mean this is a fucking kid's book?
Stupid fucking kids like that.
Creating, I will say, what we talked about before, have a vision and be very, very strict with deadlines and with the quality, minimum quality that the book has to have. And to join, do some research on what they are, if they are done it before, if they are done it, if now, just ask questions. Hey, when is the submission process? How you guys work? What is the length page? What is the intended audience, etc., etc. And be patient. Yeah, we relax. We have other people also asking. So yeah.
Yeah,
and I think. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, just yeah, you can go first. I'm going to move on to the next question after.
Okay, I was going to say, if you're going to join, make sure you have a dependable art team. Make sure you have an art team that can hit all those deadlines that you may have worked with before. I wouldn't grab a brand new artist or colorist if you're trying to get in an anthology where they're going to give you tight deadlines, and you could end up losing the anthology because of that. So reliable art team, as someone who's just only been in anthologies, not created my own, it's always trust in have an artist you can trust.
Which again, with these segues, they're working perfectly. That bleeds right into the next question, which is what have you learned from working on anthologies that has helped you with other projects?
Storytelling fundamentals, actually. I would say, like, the great thing, like, so often I hear people say, I hate short stories. Well, no, you hate having to edit yourself. You like being able to talk for 30 pages and no one tells you what to do because you're the publisher and everything. Well, that's not going to make you better. Having someone say, no, motherfucker, you've got 6 pages and I want a clear, concise, interesting story in 6 pages. And if you can't do that, you're not good enough for this book. And so I think sometimes that's something we need to learn, where it's like, hey, this is a specific format, and you, as much as you think you can tell stories, the difference between a 1,000-page book and a 100-page and a 100-word drabble is huge. And that's something that you have to learn. You have to take it really seriously and really try to understand what is required of you within that particular thing, because what works there does not necessarily work here.
Yeah, we have so much freedom of our own when we're creating a story. Like, oh, I need 32 pages to finish this issue. Let's do it. But yeah, when you're given a tight 8 or 6, it changes everything. You're like, okay, I know that there is no page 9. They're not going to say, oh, it's cool, go ahead and have a couple extra pages, because they're paying you for these pages. And they are not paying you for more than what was agreed upon. So
who's
for
paying
me,
you
it's
for these
yes.
pages?
I don't know. Someone.
No one's paying
Someone
me.
out there. But yeah, so it's somehow you have to tighten your storytelling, and I loved doing that because I'm overly wordy sometimes, and just make it 28 instead of 24, because why the hell not? But when you have only 8 to work with and you have to get a clear beginning, middle, and end, it was a fun challenge. So something every writer should challenge themselves to, because self-published authors can make it as long or short as they want, but in an anthology, you have no flexibility, and that's actually a good thing.
And it's actually what the biggest thing I recommend to new creators is to write the short story first. Don't start with your 100-issue epic, because you will learn a lot. You learn a lot by putting anthologies together, by writing different story lengths. Like Ed and Chuck said, I think most of what I've learned in comics is from doing these anthologies. How much stress can I take, and what do I do when deadlines aren't met, and how comfortable am I with that spelling error that I missed, and how do I format when somebody sent me a page in 11 by 17, but somebody sent it to me in European A5? I've learned so much. Can I color correct this without bothering the colorist? All these kind of little things. There's so much that you learn putting together credits pages, and most of the valuable lessons I've learned is through the process, and most of the fun I've had in comics. I love being in anthologies and being part of the team, and seeing somebody at a show. Oh, remember when we were in that book? And I've learned most of my valuable lessons in publishing and creation have come through the process of anthologies and short stories.
Yeah, totally with the guys that was said before. Is fundamentals. Get to the point, do what you're supposed to do, and also be reliable. That's the main thing you're gonna learn from it. And that's gonna prepare you for the longer projects, the more complicated ones. So for sure.
No, yeah, those are all really good points, and I do like that idea that like starting with short stories are a great way to like learn how to storytell quickly, because even though comics can be 24 pages or longer, like being able to get to the point quickly in a comic book is super important, because it is only 24 pages if you're even getting that long of a story. So these short stories are probably a great first introduction for most comic creators to like learn how to get to the point and tell an interesting story in as short of a time frame as possible. And it's kind of like the introduction to creating ash cans. Like that's what they are. They're like the ash cans are like the short stories in an anthology. So that's super interesting. And speaking of which, too, on that, what do you guys prefer? Do you guys prefer standalone stories or ones that are part of something bigger, whether it's an anthology or a universe in itself? Like what are your preferences on storytelling in general for you individually? Like what do you guys like?
I mean, I'll take the softball route and say I prefer both, in that I want a complete story. If it ties into another universe, like if it's from this universe of Scalped, it should be, still have an ending. I definitely prefer that. I'm okay with it again tying in, but I think that individual story, like the Star Wars adventures, are really good. They tie into the bigger universe, but they often end. Sometimes they'll continue to the next issue to get you keep reading, but again, it's still relatively a short story.
I think that I think as creators and whatnot, our job is to kind of create something cohesive that people are able to enjoy while they have it. Like if you've got that one issue or whatever, but even if it's just a standalone, your job is to have people read that and go, fuck, I wish I could have more of that. I need more like that. I think that's our job. Even if you gave it a really good ending, like a really strong, hard ending, then maybe they're like, damn, I wish there was some way to do a prequel, or to, like for them to want to start bugging you to do more. I think that really is our job, is just give them what we had planned and make them beg for more.
No, I definitely agree with that. That's like what's it called? Cowboy Bebop, like the anime. Like it had one series and it was done, and people want more of it. But it's like, and you don't ever even have to create more. But creating a story where somebody wants more is really important. So I definitely agree with that.
Firefly is the same, right?
Yeah. Or you could always create just a really bad live action version of whatever you're doing. That's something you could take from that.
That's the next panel.
Sometimes more isn't better.
I'm trying to get us into the next panel.
So, Ed, what about you? Do you prefer the standalone stories, or do you like the expansive universes, or do you like the anthology layout where it's a collection of these short stories?
I like to have some cohesion in the anthologies, and I've read some that are just kind of thrown together, a little bit of this and a little bit of that. But I think that hook me back are the ones that have some sort of unity throughout the story. And when I write them, I like to be able to do that. And I know I haven't done a lot of anthology work, but I like being able to connect to something bigger.
I'm sorry. I loved what Matthew here said. For my Ashcan, I released an 8-page preview of my first issue on Global Comics, and it reminds me of like when you're making a short story, especially if you're doing like an Ashcan, which is just a smaller version of what your first issue is going to look like. It still needs to have some kind of ending or some kind of hook, something. It can't just, it's done because I only had 8 pages. Well, then maybe you should have done 7 or 9 or some way to again create that story, because if it just suddenly is done, then they don't care. I remember being given this issue of a comic to review, and I read it, and of course I would say very nice things because I wanted to be nice to the person and whatnot. But then I talked to them afterwards and I said, what the fuck was with that ending? That wasn't an ending. And he said, oh, because it's a graphic novel. I said, no, it's fucking not. You gave me an issue. He's like, no, but it's going to be a graphic novel. And I said, it's not a graphic novel because you gave me an issue. If it's an issue, that fucking issue has to end. It can't just suddenly be done because you're going to release a number 2. You can release a number 2 all you want, but motherfucker, I'm not going to buy it because all you did was cut it off. So you actually have to write for that format. So like, yeah, and Matt, obviously I haven't read your Ashcan, but if you're going to do a preview, that preview still has to have some kind of ending, some kind of, even if it's like I mean, especially if it's a cliffhanger, that's exactly what we want, because you want to be able to have people go, cool, those were great 8 pages, but I need all 24. That's your job.
Yeah, I think too.
It's not just a longer story cut short.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think too, like there's a difference between an incomplete story and a cliffhanger too. Like a cliffhanger is an intentional, like, oh my god, what's next? You know what I mean? Like that's definitely hugely important. That if you are creating story 1, which by the way, I definitely was hearing a poop joke in there. Like you can't just finish your number 1 just because a number 2 is coming. I was like, you can't just cut it off soon. So, but yeah,
glad you felt that.
But yeah, the idea that if you're going to write a story, there needs to be some conclusion in the story, even if that conclusion is an intentional cliffhanger. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, one last question for everybody would be, where is it? I think it's this one. There it is. Yeah. So obviously this whole panel has been about anthologies. So I think that all of you think anthologies are valuable and important in the comic book space. But I guess how important and why do you think they're important for the comic industry?
I think they're important because they bring in new readers who might not want to read single issues or ongoing series. It's something you can buy 1 volume and you get everything you want. You can read short, tight, little independent stories sometimes, or more connected stories, but you're not forced to go out and buy an issue 2, an issue 3, because I mean, here I am. I'm a hypocrite saying that because I'm writing a long ongoing series. But with the anthology, it's like, here's something you can take from the table. You don't have to find me again. You can go home, read it, enjoy it. So it's going to get more reluctant readers who don't want to have to sit, buckle in for 4 years of your indie story.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I also just think it's an important part of our medium. It's just not, you're not getting this in TV and movies as much. I mean, some people do short films and stuff, but we can do a 1-page comic. We can do a gag strip. It's just a cool part of comics that, needs to continue on. And like Ed said, it's your different readers come to those stories. So it's just very important. Not everybody wants the serialized books or the big fat graphic novels. So yeah, that's why I enjoy it and think it's important.
Cool.
Yeah, I think that it's a wonderful way to showcase talent and to us, as I was saying, to hook people who haven't that much experience with longer formats. It's a good way of showing this is what the industry is all about, and you have all these creators that do all these kind of different takes on the same theme. And I think it's a wonderful. For me, it's the best coffee book table that there is. An anthology, a well-made anthology is the best coffee book table there is, because you can pick it up, you can leave it, you can read more if you want. It's fantastic. It's a wonderful conversational piece,
What I love about these guys is they're all talking mostly about for the fans, which I love. But actually, there's something really important for us as creators too, and that is our entire industry is based on collaboration. And so this is a great chance. Like if you're someone like like Ed, who for his first for Immortal Era, he was working with mainly the one artist all along. This gives him an opportunity to go, cool, I want to try someone else out. Like who else can I work with and play with and create with, and maybe see if down the road maybe there's something that we could do together. Or maybe it turns out, yeah, we didn't work that great together. We made a cool story, but I don't think I'd do that again. And that's how you find out. It's the dating scene, but for creators, I get to, kind of cheat on my main artist. I get to go to, check them out, fool around with somebody else. And that didn't work out. And luckily I didn't get them pregnant, so I can move on to somebody else.
It's all about adultery with you in comics, huh?
Hey, newly single, I'm having a good old time, buddy. I'm here to mingle, baby.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Sweet. So yeah, I think that was everything. And yeah, look at this, Chuck. We ate up some time on the next slide, which is terrible because that gives us
thank you.
This time to work on our huge release of the 15-second trailer, so it'll be solid. But yeah, so no, that was awesome. I enjoyed that because anthologies are definitely something that I find very interesting. I think it's a cool way to do so many things, like launch the first test of an idea, kind of like how I mentioned in an earlier panel, like having a what is that really excited for an anthology about video games. That's interesting.
It's a show on Amazon.
But yeah, having something like where Spider-Man was tossed into a comic, but like the idea that you could basically throw together a bunch of stories and see if something like really hits with an audience. You could use it for testing out artists. You could do it for a ton of different things. So I definitely think anthologies are important, and yeah, it's been fun hearing all your guys' feedback. I've been taking notes too for some of this stuff. But yeah, so before we move on to the next panel, this piece of pretty face, yeah. So before we move on to the next panel, tell us, where people can find you, and or what's your next big thing you're working on, and where can people find you? And Chuck's up.
Oh, it's me. Yeah. Okay, yeah. You know what? I don't know what's coming out next. I have so many things going on. So just keep an eye out on the old Facebook page, because next year is going to be way different from 2024. There's going to be an awful lot of Chuck. And if you don't like him, then maybe stop following me. What are you doing, you weird stalker? But yeah, man, it's going to be really good. I am a writer, editor, and I do expect that a bunch of stuff is going to come out with my name next year. I'm going to remind you why you didn't forget about me the first time. My name is Chuck, and I give a fuck. Thank you for having me, guys.
Yeah. Thanks for coming. Christian?
Well, you can always find us on unpopstudio.com, unpopstudio.com. And if you Google Pinocchio or Unpopular Studio, we're all over the place. And we have coming up next year Pinocchio 2 and 3. Hopefully we can release those two. And then Pangdoy Volume 2 also coming next year. So pay attention to that and keep us. It's always wonderful to be here, guys. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks for coming. John?
All right. Best place to find me is here. I am John, the writer, publisher, letterer for Part-Time Comics. It's just a warehouse for stories I want to work on. We have at least 5 new books scheduled for 2025. We put out 4 books this year and a graphic novel, so we've always got stuff coming out where we write a lot of music themed, a lot of horror, but we lean a lot more into the comedy. So if that's something that excites you, I'm Part-Time Comics with an X on all social medias.
Awesome. And Ed?
So you can find me on all social media under Finish Line Comics. So I have TikTok, I have a YouTube channel, Facebook and Instagram. I have Twitter. I never post, so feel free to not follow me there. And if you can find me there, finishlinecomics.com, if you want to buy issues right now. Next year, at least 3 new issues of Immortal Era will be coming out. They're already done, colored. I'm just kind of spacing them out. And at least one new issue of Corruptor, and then 2 new series. One we talked about yesterday, Dracula versus Sherlock Holmes, and then one that's a one-shot horror anthology about what eye floaters really are.
That was hilarious. Ed, that was freaking hilarious. I now want an anthology of where Ed is not going to be. You know, just like a story of like Ed being like, I've never been to Malaysia. I don't think I'm going to go there. So yeah, you're not going to find me there. Just like a whole story. Where is Ed not going to be?
Where am I not? Yeah, that's a story to tell. And then Chuck's name will also be in some of those books coming out next year from me.
Yeah,
so Chuck's name will be in 3 Immortal Era issues. And yes, I always and I'm going to say this, it's off topic. If you're an indie creator, work with an editor, because every indie creator loves their own words, and find someone who will tell you your words are shit and don't get offended.
Chuck's like, I love doing that.
It's my favorite thing to do.
But it's always my battle. I'm like, he's not going to catch me on this time. And then he's like, yeah, you misnumbered the pages. Motherfucker, you got me.
You know what? We keep working together because Ed brings it every damn issue. So, yeah.
Awesome. Well, that was definitely a fun panel. The next one we have, which Greg, I don't know why you expanded it. Why is it larger? Is there something?
There was a prize giveaway, and I got rid of that because there's like the other Christmas thing. So.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
So now we got 30 minutes to go over a 15-second trailer. So if you guys want to stick around for a minute while we broadcast this and then talk about an anthology, feel free to.
Eddie's gonna stay anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it
I'm gonna stay so you guys can promote it in my channels too. Yep.
Definitely. But yeah, so thanks for everybody coming. And yeah, if anybody has to hop off, feel free. But we're gonna hop into the next segment, Nightmare at Camp Lovejoy.
There we go. Ready? From the 15 seconds that I did. That's it.
Damn.
It took him all night to do. Literally, he was messaging me all night, like, "What do I do next?" No.
I'm gonna quote all my exes. That was pretty good. Could have used more.
There was no art for issue 3 yet, so I was like, I'll just use all this stuff from issue 2, and then I'll crop it down and stuff. So Ed is actually one of the many writers that will be on the 3rd and final issue of Chronicles of Horror, which is now known as Nightmare at Camp Lovejoy. It's basically Friday the 13th meets The Truman Show. And once I told people about that, they got hooked. So, because Friday the 13th is my favorite horror franchise. So, so the main character, Mr. Chronicle, the Gravedigger from issues 1 and 2. Yes, it's connected because I have to connect things because I'm like that. So in issue 2, he's watching a bunch of like short like films or whatever, and that ends with him getting pulled into the TV. That's why there's blood on the TV. And then in issue 3, he gets dropped into like a sitcom within that universe, and it's called like Camp Lovejoy, but it's called Nightmare at Camp Lovejoy because there's just a bunch of murderers from those shows that he was watching, like running around the camp, like killing people. And the only one that knows that it's like kind of a set is the Gravedigger. So like at some point there's like a scene and it's like he's gonna open a door and there's like a catering thing going on. So Yep. So that's that. Now we just have to waste like 20 minutes.
One of the things you can share, I guess, too, would be so first off, the artwork that you were showing are stories from the 2nd issue that will also be in the 3rd issue. So, who are the creators of those stories, and who are the artists of those stories, and what are you looking for in the 3rd issue? Like right now, obviously, it's open submissions. We're like looking for people to that want to submit to this anthology. But like, what are you looking for that? Like, are you like we were talking about in the last panel? having various themes. Obviously, these are horror themes, but is there anything specific you're looking for to kind of have an overall matching theme? You got the Truman Show. You obviously have a Thrasher you're talking about. So yeah, what other things are you looking for from an artist, and who are the artists that will be coming back?
The artists coming back are JR, because he's like doing my main story, the Mr. Chronicle story, which is like 20 something pages. We still have to like go over the whole script as a whole, like all the scripts, and put that together so it all connects well. And then basically anybody that wants to be an artist on this anthology. So anybody, I know Enrique, who is coming on Artist Alley, he's involved. Ian Miller, who's done the SciTech, which is like basically Christine, but like a Tesla. And Abel, I think he might be coming back. He hasn't really like answered me lately. Hector would, but he's busy with life, so he's not coming back. And then it's mostly like the writers from the second issue are coming back. And then there's like a bunch more, like Ed
and then me. Yeah, I wrote a little 4-pager, which is talking like we were before.
Yeah,
being tight and concise, and like, okay, can you tell a whole story in 4 pages? And of course, the first draft, I think my notes were more than 4 pages. So I'm like, all right, damn, I gotta go in and trim the fat.
Yeah, and but returning characters, there's Bobby T, which is the tortoise. It's basically Chucky inside of a tortoise. Started as a joke and it became a real thing. The giant character, that it's like a silent comic in the second issue, and Jason Webb wrote that. The painter, which is my other story that I wrote in the second one, serial killer artist, so she like kills people, uses their blood as paint. I can make cat and I can make murder, so anything. Yeah. There's so many other characters. The worker who grabbed him and pulled him into the TV, he will also be in it in some form. And there's like a bunch of other new like characters. Like Ed actually has like a ghost story, so that's kind of cool. There's 2 witch stories, which the 2 writers don't know each other. They just happen to write a witch story, which is really Brian Mantle. I think that's how you say his last name. He's coming out with The Wretched with Adam. So he's got a story, and then Eric Franklin that was supposed to be here, but he didn't.
Was that Brian Manell?
Manell. There we go.
Yeah, good dude.
Yeah. So yeah, they both have like a witch story that's like in the woods. Ian actually wrote a story, and I think he's drawing it. But yeah, so there's all that. Then Justin Story, who's been doing that like a D&D type campaign at the end of our expo this weekend, he wrote a story, made a whole brand new character, and I said, I really like your character, so that's actually going to be like a horror series that we will be working on, like a side thing at some point, because I would like to start doing horror comics and not just superhero and cats. So yeah. Horror cats, yeah.
Yeah. Horror story.
You know, John's down for that. Horror cats in space.
Yeah.
But every horror movie ends up in space anyway. I'm like, how the fuck does every serial killer end up in space? Even the Leprechaun went to space. I'm like, come on now.
Yeah.
A leprechaun.
Oh my god. But yeah, so look forward to that, like October, most likely. Hell yeah. Yeah, Jason X is like the only one I don't like, and I watched him punch someone's head off in the Manhattan. So
that's the space one for Jason.
Yeah,
because I know Pinhead manages to get to space. It's like,
really?
all right, that's they have. I think Hellraiser 4, he ends up in space.
Oh, maybe I fell asleep or wasn't paying
attention.
Oh,
it's don't wake up. It's not worth it.
1 and 2 were the only ones I liked.
Yeah, those are the only ones worth watching. The rest, pretend they don't exist.
An hour-long movie, and it takes place in Mexico, and it's the first movie, but in Mexico, and it's a prostitute instead of the actual main character. Yeah, that's really.
I feel like you guys are kind of being dicks about this because I just finished writing my treatment for I Know What You Did Last Summer when you were in Houston at the fucking space camp. And, you know, I think it works. So I don't really care what you jerks think.
I mean, they probably
it's
made
gonna
more
be
money than
awesome.
we ever did. They can put their shit in space. It works. Immortal Era in space coming soon.
They accidentally ran over an astronaut and now they're trying to hide the body somewhere.
I'm actually coming out with a movie for Ink, and it features Vin Diesel, and he says family a million times, and they actually end up in space. So
that's where it all has to lead.
I'm not gonna lie. The having a in space version of horror would be a great ash can for any like comic creator who does horror. Like if you ever want to just make a one off, like just say it's like this thing in space. Like that's all you have to do.
That should be actually the theme for an anthology. Stuff that happens in space that does not fucking belong in space.
Yeah. Awkward things in space.
Yeah. Well, guys, take care, man.
Yeah.
Have a nice one. Thank you for inviting me again. It will be a pleasure.
Yeah.
Thank you. Take
There's
care.
no more
Have a good one,
panels,
gang.
I think, later on. Take care.
Yay.
Hello. Hi. Hey.
Hey.
Hello.
What's up? Let me increase the volume here. Somebody is listening me.
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. Let's take the camera here. Once again, thank you so much for the invitation. I really appreciate it. This kind of show remembers me when we had the pandemic, and I was present in 2 or 3 virtual expos, not the same name, right? But in other situations into the pandemic in 2020, in 2021. But I have a YouTube channel, and I always having been doing broadcastings showing my work. I even have a podcast here in Brazil called Artcast, and all the episodes was recorded live to the audience here in Brazil. And we talk about comics, about nostalgia, and have this kind of conversation in other language. It's always strange to me. So please be gentle, be gentle with my my vocabulary is not too big, but I'm here to answer any questions if you want to make some questions to me about my work.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I asked in the chat if it was Spanish or Portuguese. I couldn't remember.
If I have any doubt about what you say, probably I ask you to talk in Spanish to me. And believe me, here in Brazil, we not have the frequency. We talk Portuguese, not Spanish. Even with many countries around Brazil talking in Spanish, but when we try to talk in Spanish, we make a mix. I think we gentle call it Spanish or something like this. We use some words in Portuguese mixing with Spanish, and even the Spanish people listen strangely what we say when we try to talk in Spanish. Of course, people who talk fluently Spanish have a better acceptance when we have a chat. But probably when we drunk, we talk better English and Spanish.
Yeah. That was minha esposa é de Brasil.
Tu esposa é de Brasil. Sí, habías comentado conmigo, habías hablado sobre esto. Tu esposa es de Curitiba.
Sim, perto.
Perto de Curitiba, sim.
Paraná.
Paraná.
São José dos Pinhais.
Sim, em Paraná. Sim.
Paraná, sim. But she speaks. She has spoken with Spanish speakers as well before.
Sure.
Yeah, from Brazil. You want to say hi? No.
Okay, I'm gonna interrupt real quick, guys. I need to get going. It's
no worries, Ed.
Excited to see your art. So thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Let me share my table right now. I'm
Okay.
working we will have here in Brazil a show called CCXP. It's a huge show here in Brazil, and I have a commission list right now closed to the show. And this piece is art to a fan here in Brazil, and will be delivered next week. I'm one of the guests into the show this year, and of course, to the audience here on the SCC Comic Con Virtual Expo, I'm able to attend to quick sketches in pencils or pencils and inks, but huge pieces like this one, I'll be able to work just after the show here in Brazil. But I can work right now and talk with you guys. No, there's no problem.
No, that's awesome. Yeah, glad you could join us, and yeah, very cool to see the work you're involved in. And I see Ian has joined. Hi, Ian.
Hey, everyone.
Yeah, I mean, let me go like this. Go like this for now. Yeah. So, Ian, tell us who you are and what you're working on, and where people can find you.
Okay. First of all, I'm Ian Miller of Triple Threat Comics, and I'm currently working on issue 4 of my sci-fi series Codename Hunter. I'm very excited about that. It's a spy thriller, so picture, if you will, James Bond meets Star Trek meets Star Wars. You have a secret adventure that's set in the 31st century, battling terrorism, both intergalactic and domestic. So it's a very exciting series. We're planning out for 5 issues of the first story arc. And currently, I'm almost done with penciling issue 4. That gets sent over to my inker, Enrique Lopez, who will be on the show very soon.
Very cool. And
Yeah.
what are you physically working on right now? What can we see on the art board?
Well, I can show you a couple of the pages of Codename Hunter on here.
Absolutely, yeah. Pull those up. I'll put you just put you center stage over here.
Okay, let's see here. Here we go. Yeah, this is page 11. You know, our hero's about to go off on a big mission in space. So he's preparing. He's getting his gear. Then he's going off in a very special vehicle into space. I can't reveal too much, of course, because much of this is top secret still. But you can see the sequence of traveling through space. I wanted to do something different, more dynamic pages, so hopefully this reads pretty well.
Yeah, zoom in on some of those panels right there.
Yeah, sure. So this obviously is traveling through space. Yeah, definitely using different technology in doing these particular issues that I did in the first issue, because that was just traditional, pen and ink and paper. But since I started drawing on the tablets, much more dynamic. Okay.
Do you find it a lot easier on the tablet than the pen and ink?
I actually do. I'll tell you why. Because you're able to do different angles of certain shots. Saying okay, that you couldn't really do on pencil and paper and ink, because you'd have to obviously erase with on the tablet. I could just delete the the layer and just redraw it, or do a copy of it.
Yeah, or hit undo.
Yes, undo. Yes, I absolutely. So that's one of the things I'm working on. Another thing I'm working on is a fan comic for one of the Batman stories. I had big success with Batman Enigma a couple years ago, and I'm currently working on a Ben Affleck Batman fan comic.
Nice.
It's actually interesting because I'm able to do, character likenesses, which I haven't really done before or too much. So it's very interesting. So right now we've got four issues planned. I've already written the scripts for issues 1 and 2, and I have another artist doing issue 2 as we speak. So yeah, hopefully the news of that will come very soon.
Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah. And I do actually have a couple of convention dates to mention. That's going to come up later next year. I'm going to be doing the Indie Comic Creator Con, which is going to be in March, I believe. And that's in Connecticut, so I'm very excited.
Oh, we're going to be there too, so we'll finally be able to meet.
We actually can meet.
All right. Cool, guys. That's great.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm going to be selling one of these prints that I've shown up. This is a Star Trek print I'm in the process of drawing and coloring right now. I see that my friend Enrique Lopez has already joined the fun.
It's about time. We're back.
Absolutely. Yeah, I was just showing him. I was showing everyone a little bit of Conan Hunter, the pages, the pencils.
Oh, the missing pencils. Awesome.
Yes, the missing pencils. I owe this man a lot. The last series of pencils, which I'm giving to him before Christmas. So that's his Christmas present.
Yay.
Along with the script.
There we go.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, so that's it for right now. But I also have a print that Enrique and I did together, which I'm also going to be selling at these conventions, which is...
oh, man. I forgot to pull that one out. I got should be up there.
Yeah, this is Pulp Heroes United. This is with the Shadow, the Rocketeer, and the Phantom.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did a combo that I had of another that I did over here, but I didn't pull them out. I didn't pull out any prints because I did this sketch cover, and what I did is that I actually redid it as a print, and then I combined it with Ian's Rocketeer with the background of the sky. So it's actually a really nice print. It's a double. So we actually have two different artists doing the Rocketeer on the same print, which is a little different. Usually I have like either one artist and the other inker. So it's a nice little piece that should be out there. So I should have put that down.
Awesome. Well, yeah, if you want to grab anything else, I'm going to bring Daniel up real quick. He wants to show off and discuss a little bit more what he's working on.
Ooh. Hi. I listened about the projects, and it's always good to tell what we have been working on. Here in Brazil, I'm producing a horror story called Sangria. We will be released into the CCXP next week. I have been published here in Brazil from the publisher called Tabula Press. It's a indie book company. And in US, I have been working on Dark Horse Comics. Actually, next month will be released a trade paperback with my work on the miniseries called Masters of the Universe Revolution, when I illustrate a prequel related with the Netflix animation miniseries, I think. Yeah. And actually, I have been working with comics to US in a current project called Tama. Will be released in March from the Panic Entertainment. It's an indie company that they are publishing just horror comics. And my project, it's a mix about Pokemon and and a slasher, a good and old slasher movie vibe. And it's a horror story, illustrated for me and written by Adam Schlegman and Doug Pascal, both writers from Panic Entertainment. And I have been working with comics to US since I think 2000, when I illustrated Digimon Digital Adventures to Dark Horse. And it's always cool to talk about comics with fans and other comic book creators from other countries. And it's so good to see the indie scene creating every time something new and something fresh, because at this moment it's not so easy to work with comics in Brazil. For example, we have problems with distribution. It's a huge country, and the logistic to research other readers, it's not easy. But the US market, it's a good example to follow. And see you guys working with this project is always good. I also take a look at your company's production, and sounds really fun, really good books to take a look. And probably the distribution, it's always in comic stores, or some sales have been made in to other countries.
Are you asking for us?
Yeah, sure.
So most of our comic book sales actually come from what's it called, the Kickstarter, or from conventions. So
yeah,
basically the majority, like we get together artists, we pay them to get the things created. Greg and I work on the writing and editing of the comics. And then once the works are created, we run Kickstarter campaigns that over the years we've slowly built followings on social media, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. And from that, we've gathered emails so we can build our email list. And then essentially, we launch Kickstarters to fund the printing of the comics and creation of new works, like the arts, like the single prints, merchandise, T-shirts, like that. And that's like the first source of sales. The second source is after we print all those comics through the Kickstarter, because we'll print more than we actually sell for the Kickstarter. We then take those comics and we bring them to conventions, and we sell them in person. So those are the two primary ways that we sell them now. Our goal is this upcoming year to start bringing them into comic book stores. But something we mentioned on a previous panel is that most comic book stores that sell independent comics want you to have at least 3 issues in the same series before they'll take on a comic. So this year we finished our first 3-issue series, and we have 2 other 3-issue series that are actively being worked on. And next year we'll be working on a 3rd one, which is the anthology we actually just talked about. So right now we have one store that sells Mittens, because Mittens is our best seller and everybody loves cats. But for now, that's the only store that we're in. And then aside from reaching out online, Greg and I are both located relatively close to other comic book stores. So that'll be our goal, is to get into those local, like the actual local stores right next to us. So that'll be the goal.
We're having some movement similar here in Brazil. We have a type of Kickstarter website called Catarse. Most of the comic book creators here in Brazil use this platform to increase funds to make their projects viable and research new readers. And the Comic Cons here in Brazil, the shows related with comics and pop culture are increased after the pandemic, and most of the indie creators here in Brazil have conditions to make a tour into the country promoting their comics. And some productions here in Brazil are related with literature adaptations, and most of the creators have support from the government to produce comics related with classic books from the Brazilian literature, Portuguese literature, and they have been doing comic book adaptations, and these books have been used into the schools to the as a learning tool. And it's good because most of the people here in Brazil don't have much habit to read. The children don't have been finding comic books accessible. The comic books here in Brazil is not so cheap. Most of the material published from big publishers are related with collections, trade paperback, omnibus, this kind of thing. And most of the comics created for indie artists definitely are more accessible than something created to Marvel and DC published here in Brazil. So it's a good thing because we have a possibility to create a new generation of readers having contact with new material from new creators. So it's an exciting moment to create comics here in Brazil too.
One of the things that I noticed when I was in Brazil was a lot of the stands that they have that like they'll sell like what's it called? Basically like 7-Elevens here in the States, just various little things, and they'll have like a whole section of comic books in their store, which was super interesting because that's not a thing here anymore. Like they don't really have in like a coffee shop or like a 7-Eleven someplace you just go and pick these up. So I think that's another opportunity that Brazil has too, where they can you can kind of get into these little areas that are all over the place.
Some small publishers have been doing this have been using this window to show your work, but most of the big companies have been reprinting their material too, from Disney, Marvel, making some trade paperbacks and selling into these shelters. These shelters into the
Kiosk is the word. I couldn't think of what it was, but they're in the middle of the street as opposed to the middle of a mall.
But this kind of commerce related with comics is disappearing here in Brazil. Most of this newsstands on streets, most of the independent newsstands selling journals, selling magazines or comic books are closing. Most of people have been visiting bookstores or even some bookstores into shopping centers, into malls. But most of the readers are most of the public who read comics here in Brazil was created into these newsstands on the streets, buying their comic books since their childhoods, even in the adult life. But most of the indie creators here in Brazil have been using the internet platforms, the Kickstarter websites, like Kickstarter websites, and using the shows here in Brazil, the Comic Cons here in Brazil. Even the small shows or the big ones like CCXP. I think that on CCXP, the Artist Valley, it's not Artist Alley, have 500, I think.
Yeah, that's pretty significant.
A lot of people, a lot of artists, a lot of people.
I think the interesting thing too with Brazil is I know that getting people to read in general is already a struggle. So the comic book space has this opportunity to grow, and getting them into maybe even schools, like that's something we've looked into. is getting comic books into school. So I think that would be very cool.
Yeah, it's a good way to create new readers, right? But most of the creations here in Brazil don't have representation into TV shows or even toys, some kind of merchandise. Of course, we can exclude one of the biggest ones here in Brazil, called Monica's Gang. It's a child book created from a great cartoonist here in Brazil called Mauricio de Souza. He is one of the greatest here, but he's one of into a huge family of other comic book creators to child comic books, young adults comic books, or even the adults stories.
Yeah, no, it's definitely it's cool to see that it has this potential for growth despite the kiosks, fading away. I think that's something that will be very cool. And yeah, Austin, I put you up top so we could see that work over there. But yeah, thank you for sharing your work, and feel free to keep drawing. We'll be bringing people up, and want to showcase all the different works. But yeah, Austin, what are you working on?
Well, I set up an impromptu Artist Alley thing.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I didn't know. So
no, that's super cool.
I have a few things on my table. Anyone that sees the video afterwards, you can go to PayPal, twistercomic@gmail.com and pay for whatever. So I have books that I've written for different artists. The first one for the holidays, Stanley. There you go. Stanley the Snowman. Written by myself. It is artwork done by Juan Pablo Montiago. He's fantastic. And Fabri Ferdinand did the colors. It's about Jenny, bit of a loner, loves her family, loves family traditions, has the ability to bring Stan to life every holiday season. And the book is about how the family decides to leave him behind 4 days before Christmas. And he says, well, I see a commercial for a Florida snowman. So obviously the TV says it's got to be true, and travels down to Florida to spend Christmas with the family. So that's what the book's about. And
awesome.
That book is $15. $15. Don't like that? Like horror? I got you. Zombies Were Human too. I've got 3 volumes, but I sold out of 1. I got volumes 2.
Cover's excellent.
So this tells zombie stories before and how they became zombies by teenagers that were foraging and they get trapped. So volume 1 is they were foraging, trapped in a warehouse, and they calm themselves down. They make up stories of the zombies that they see, of who they were, how long they lasted, and how they die in a funny, crazy, ironic way. But all the zombie stories are in color, and all the main stories main stories in color, zombie stories are in black and white. And they're done by different writers and artists. I wanted some collaborative effort. So it has the anthology feel, but it's one continuous story.
That's cool. That's like what's it called? Is it Stories You Tell in the Dark? Like where there's like one overarching theme in the background, but they're telling stories. Yeah.
Right.
Love that.
So volume 1, they were in the warehouse. This is volume 2, covered by the late Carl Moline, who passed away, unfortunately. So this is, they get trapped in a safe house. So that's great. And then the third one, they get trapped in a church. And obviously you see the clown. So graphic novels are $20 a piece. And then you have my faith-based angel series, Divine Retribution, done by the amazing Jason Metcalf, Jay Leaston, and Laura Martin. And this is a series about Christine, who's a guardian angel, who has this one hard, fast rule: no direct contact with humans. And the series talks about the consequences of breaking the rule. We got the intro by different artists. We've got a little bit on the actual, just really, really good stuff. I put out this book through Second Sight about 2019. So the comic is $5, and we have an exclusive Zombies Were Human 2 zombie stories written by Jonathan Hedrick. If you don't know him, you should. He's an amazing writer. He did the recount for Scout. And Joe Davison, who is an actor on Stranger Things, did the other zombie stories.
Very cool.
So this is also $5. what do we have up here? Why? Glad you asked. We have metal covers. Never tried these before, but I thought this was really cool. This cover is done by Stefano Caroselli, super great artist. I think you might know because Jonathan uses them a lot. All the metal covers are 45. This is actually done by me, all me. Little zombie grease action going on here. And then for Divine, we have Jason Metcalf's cover, but reversed and colored by Ivan Nunes. So there's that. And the most recent thing that I'm working on, A Killer in the Dead. So this was my award-winning short film we're making to a feature, and we did a comic adaptation of it, done by Brazilian artist Eder Macea, and I'm probably not saying his name right, so I'm sorry, Eder, and Marcos Rocha. I think that's how I say this name right. But yeah, 28 pages of amazing goodness. I mean, it's just gorgeous stuff.
That's awesome.
We're selling books for $5 for that too. So
I love that. That cover was awesome, by the way. I love the newspaper. Yeah, that looks awesome.
Yeah, this was an exclusive that someone did for a show, so I thought that was really cool. But the regular covers, we have Staniak and Robert Nugent. And if you don't know Robert, he's now the main colorist for Spawn. You have Francisco Tomaselli, who's doing a lot of Marvel covers now. And Stefano Renee is a really good gaming artist. And God, I wish I had the images, but I don't, unfortunately. And then I have metal prints. You guys do metal prints at all?
No, not yet, but they look awesome.
So my wife's a crafter, right? And she bought this sublimation printer for her. And I thought, what can we use for me? She goes, they sell 8x10 metal things. We can make prints. And I said, really? So I did like a whole variety of different ones. These are 30 a piece. And there's just, oh my God. This heavy as hell. If you can't see it, let me know. I suck at this.
We can see it. No, you're good.
Okay. Deadpool.
Gummy Bear Deadpool.
Yeah. Tinkerbell.
Mega Man. Zero.
Yeah, so this was the New York Comic Con exclusive we did. Ben Hunzecker, who is the colors for Archie, did the colors on that.
Awesome.
And then this was a commission I did years ago, and no one picked it up. It's Ghost Rider and Gunslinger Spawn.
Gunslinger Spawn. That's awesome.
Yeah. Everyone knows who she is. She's just gorgeous. And then this, interestingly enough, so Joe Martino, he's an independent writer artist, and he contacted me and said, "Hey, Invincible, Robert, I know of them." So, well, they have a space for a print. Do you want to color it? And I'm like, absolutely. So this is in issue number 14.
That's awesome.
I got published in Invincible. So is that neat? And Spider-Man. Let's see. Okay. Here's a red Sonya cover that I did. This isn't the colors for, but this is one of the few colors that I did for Pablo Marcos. I actually was able to ink over him, which was extremely intimidating. This is my cover I did for She 10th Muse with Alias back in the day. Another Tinkerbell. My Batman. Oh, this is a cool Robin.
That is a cool Robin. I like that.
Let's see. There's that. This is another cover. This is Pascali did this one, and then Ross Campbell did the colors, and then what else do I got? So this is a superhero book I did back in 2010 called Tan, the Antarctic Ninja. It was based on remember the role-playing games that everyone did after Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles did the role-playing things. So that's how I came up with the character. There's the cover. So all these are $30 a piece, or if you like more than one, you can get two for $50. This is Stefano Renee's The Killer in the Dead cover.
That's nice.
Gorgeous stuff. And just to show that I do actual original artwork. Here's some. I have so many pages. So this is a page from Zombies for Human 2. Justin Mason did the pencils. I did the inks. This is Fabrizio Ferrantino, and this is me for issue number 3 for Divine. So this is all. I'm a brush inker, so I was enjoying his brush inking. But yeah, that's pretty much what I've done for the past 30 years, is ink with a brush. Unless I was working on Iron Man. I was working on Iron Man, and then I got to work on Iron Man: The End with Bob Layton. So I had all my brushes set out, and he walks in his studio. I was in his studio, and he goes, "What are all these brushes?" And I said, "I'm ready to go. We're gonna ink." And he's like, "No, we use the quills. That's not a problem, is it?" And I'm like, "Yeah, no, it's not a problem at all. I love quills. I hate brushes." Yeah. So this is Artist on Attack. This is a book that unfortunately never came out, but Pau, and I butcher last names, Pau Redux. Pau. Anyway, look at that stuff.
Wow.
This is when I could really see and I could really my hands worked well. But this is all brushing, even this. I try not to use. Impressive. Yeah, if it's organic in any way, I'll use a brush. If it's not organic, I'll use a tool.
That actually makes sense for making it look more real.
Yeah, just organically, it just kind of looks better. Here's another page that I did. Luis Gargana did the pencils. I did the inks for a movie adaptation for horror called The Other Side. You can look at that. That's freaking.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I love doing lots of black. So I try to sell my artwork. Yeah, I usually sell between $50 and $100, just because a lot of the stuff is fairly old. But yeah, that's me. So if you see anything that you like in the video, or you go through the video, you go, "Oh, that's kind of cool." There's prices. PayPal, twistercomic@gmail.com. Goods and services. The shipping will be a little bit more, but just you can message me and ask. So happy to be here.
What was that email again?
What's up?
What's the email? The PayPal email again?
Twister, TWISTERCOMIC, twistercomic@gmail.
There you go.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I figured I spelled PayPal wrong. That's hilarious.
I'm on my phone, so it looked fine to me. I don't know.
Yeah, I said PayPal.
Yeah. So when I'm at shows or I do commissions, I don't have a fancy table like this. First of all, how gorgeous is this table?
That is a gorgeous table. I was waiting for you to pull out the table. I was like,
okay, so there's a story behind the table. This table was actually made for me by my buddy Jason. He's a woodworker, and I was his test, guinea pig. Hey man, I want to make something for you. So he made me this table. This is it's glass. It's I think pine, and this is all oak. If you can't see it, this is all oak right here. It's all stained. This isn't painted. It's all stained dark.
That's gorgeous.
So there you go. And I don't know if you want to watch. So when I do shows and do convention, I usually do headshots because I don't have the time. I'm slow. Unless people want to do Stanley. Now, if I want Stanley, I can do the whole thing. Stanley is just super fun. He's kind of easy. And a lot of people ask me when I'm doing Stanley, why does he have all the things? Why does the snowman have a scarf? I go, because scarves are cool for one. But there's a reason why he has a scarf. It's because previous generations knitted the scarf for him. That's how he's brought to life. That's how Jenny brings him to life. Everyone in a generation is able to bring Stanley to life by adding something to him. Like the scarf, the hands, the wooden horn, carrot nose. She has a locket. Her dad's a jeweler. So, and you guys can't see any of this, can you? Can you see that?
Yeah, it's kind of faded. Oh, now I can see it. Yeah.
See it? So when I'm doing like my sketching, I do a basic kind of outline. Because as an inker, like I'm a finisher, like that's just what I was taught to do.
A closer, yeah.
Yeah. And it's just so cute. Sometimes I'm like, you want me to add Jenny? They're like, no, that's fine. But yeah, if I have to really ink something nice, like if the commission's really good, then I'll use a brush. But it shows it's all time constraint. So I like cartoon, like my books and everything are really horror related, but I love the cartoony stuff. So if I have a chance to like draw, like even horror, I'll draw in that style. And people at shows like give me looks like, oh, okay. I'm like, I could try to draw a different way, but this is kind of like what I do. This is like my style.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah. And then
Cool.
I'll get the thing and I'll just finish up. If I do color, I'll do color first, and then I do the inks over. It seems to stand out a little bit better.
That's interesting, especially with the digital. I've noticed it's mostly pencil, inks, then colors. At least that's the order we've worked in. But that's interesting to work in that order.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, when I was really doing this stuff, there wasn't a lot of color. I mean, that was like a secondary thing. As things progressed, color got really, really big, and that became the forefront. I personally believe that black lines, dark lines can accentuate the color palettes and color as a whole. And it really finishes the page. If you have artwork, right, really great line arts, and then the inking itself doesn't stand up, like you get the lines are the same line weight, so you get the X's, so the perspective kind of squishes on different parts and doesn't pop out. You're not fooling your eye. Your brain doesn't really like that sort of thing. So for me, putting the line works in to make specifically to go with the color and the shading and everything just makes it pop off the page even more.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
that's very cool.
Thank you.
Nice. So yeah, if you want, feel free to keep drawing away. We got Daniel over here drawing, and Ian. You showed off some of the works that you have, but just kind of like Austin was showing off his comics and his artwork. Do you have stuff you'd like to show off?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. So people probably want to know, where can I buy Codename Hunter? Well, let me show you. Okay, so we're currently on indieplanet.com. This is issue 1. You can see some of the preview pages. This was all done on pencil, ink, and paper. So as you saw earlier, the artwork has actually gotten better as I've gone along with the series. So that's very exciting. And it's very reasonably priced, $4.50. You won't regret it. And here is issue 2. This is when I started doing digital work. See the massive difference?
Yeah, you can see it.
And this is issue 3.
Probably because even the way that you draw would be different using digital, so like it'll affect the visuals a little differently.
Yeah, this was a cover that Enrique and I did together, so I'm very excited about that. And he's taken over inking issue 4 and then eventually issue 5, so I'm very excited about that. So all 3 issues are available at indieplanet.com. And if you want to see my other merchandise, go to tpublic.com, type in Little Ian merch, and you can find these designs. As you notice, some of them are Codename Hunter designs, but this character is another character I created called Little Ian, who goes off on these crazy adventures. This is actually our best-selling design, which is When Blu-rays Attack.
That's awesome. I love that.
Yeah. Now you get this on T-shirts, coffee mugs, cell phone covers, pillows, wall art, hoodies, and so on. And of course, I have a podcast of my own. So if you guys like to see my podcast, it is actually on YouTube. It's called Triple Threat Comics YouTube channel, where I interview a number of creators, both in comics and in movies. I've even, interviewed a couple of these people on this program. Like Greg, for example. Greg's been on my show many times.
He's a recurring guest.
Yes. We've talked about Mittens many times, as well as Ink. Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, there's Griff. Yeah.
Exactly.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Nice. And do you have an ability to show what you're working on now, like actively working on?
Yes, I do.
Whoops.
All right.
It's cool seeing all the artwork getting done. So yeah, Greg, see this is what I was talking about too. Like eventually, like being able to see all of this happening at once is very cool. Let's add that. I wonder if there's a way for me to add this like it's a normal page, like a normal viewer. No, not like that. What the heck? Here we go. Media slot. Okay, here we go. I'm doing this. Hey, Greg, you guys are seeing a normal view right now, right? You're not seeing what I'm editing, right?
No.
Right, good. I'm putting together a. There we go. I'm putting this together so I can get another cool view. Oh, this actually looks really good. Let's go like this. Nice. Put this here. Take this here. And save. We'll call this one Artist Alley. Save new layout. Here we go. Look at that. Yeah, Greg, you like this layout? Look at this. It's actually cool. So I got him over there just showing his panels. This is cool. Can Daniel and Austin see how I got it laid out now?
Yeah, I see it. That's very cool.
Wow.
It's like the Artist Alley display.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Eventually, like if we have more artists in here, filling up this side over here, and then we can have one focus artist over here. I like this.
Yeah.
Very cool. Let's see.
Yeah, you can only have like one person like trying to sell stuff at a time, so it's like kind of hard.
Yeah, but that's the whole thing. It's like Artist Alley. You kind of got to walk through the crowd and
yeah. But it's like you only have so many people on at one time. And stuff.
Yeah, well, we max out at what's it called? We max out at 10 anyways.
Actually, I think it's 14 now because I have like the.
No, I think it said that 10 can be live, 14 can be in the background. So like, if I might have read it incorrectly, but I think 14 people can be in the backstage collectively, but only 10 people can be on stage. I might, but yeah, that's only if I read that correctly. No, this is very cool though. I love this. See, Greg, now we got to learn how to draw a little better. Well, you got to learn how to draw, and I got to learn how to draw better.
Draw a cube.
Because then I can go like this and then just be drawing right here.
Yeah, I'll just be like Chris Saloff and just start learning to draw.
Actually, that'd be interesting. I probably could. I bet there's like a thing I could do where I could flip my camera and then draw it, like have it upside down and then have it draw here. That'd be cool. By the way, Austin, that glass on top of the wood there, it's wood and then glass on top, right?
Yes.
Is it like just a very thin layer of glass, or is it like thick?
No, it's a good quarter inch.
Oh wow, okay, yeah, that's what I was curious because it look like the wood looks like it almost looks like the wood is glossed, like it looks really clean.
Yeah, no, he's like you put a lot of weight when you draw, right? I said, yeah, I usually kind of lean on it. He's like, all right, we'll make it a little bit thicker so you're not cracking and cutting an artery or something. And I said, well, that's nice of you. I appreciate that. I don't want to cut an artery if I don't have to. No, my wife would appreciate that.
Yeah, I keep playing with the layout. There we go. Now, Ian, I got yours a little bigger over here in the corner now. Look at that.
Okay.
Very cool. Nice. And Greg, I know you said a couple of the other artists that were here had to go. Did they have to go, or are they able to come back?
I don't think they're coming back.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can scoot off if other people need to get on.
No, it's not. No.
It's more of like just they don't want to come back.
I think they were impatient. That's all.
Yeah.
I think that they thought that Artist Alley meant just them, but it's Artist Alley. It's meant to be a lot of artists.
Yeah.
There was a social post that I made that was like all of you on that, but yeah, we still have to figure this out.
I don't know. I liked how it was going. If they stuck around, they would have got their moment in the limelight and like playing around with this now. Now, like, this is really cool. We can see everybody's works at the same time. I even figured out how to get the digital one to show without it taking up the whole screen. So now we can see everybody's work. That's awesome. I like the. So do you do if you're going to color with the inks? You mentioned that earlier, Austin, that you do coloring then the inking. Do you do any amount of inking beforehand to just to solidify the lines before you start filling them in?
With what? Just the blacks themselves?
Yeah, because if you're penciling, because I'm not sure if you use because I'm kind of thinking about it myself now. Like, if I was to do colors first, I can almost use the ink to repair any overlap, of colors. So it kind of helps with that. But I'm curious if you set any thin black lines on top of the pencils before you color.
No, I mean, unfortunately, I've been doing it for so long. I've kind of gotten used to doing it the certain way. What I used to do was I would ink, especially with a brush, right? And I would do colors afterwards. Some of the ink, depending on what I had, would bleed.
Yeah.
And then it's just like, oh, that's just gross. So now, once the colors are all in, I don't have to worry about the ink, bleeding or doing whatever it's doing. So, yeah, there is some holding lines that you can kind of do, especially for backgrounds. Like if it's really busy, then yeah, I'll try to do that. But for the most part, no. Inking's now just kind of it's muscle memory at this point. It's really just second nature.
That's cool because I'm looking at Ian's over here too, where he's got the blue roughs and then putting that ink on top, and it's so funny when I always tell people, it's like I feel like inking gets the least amount of recognition, but it's one of those things where it's kind of like if it's not done well, you notice, and if it's done well, you shouldn't notice. It's like
definitely.
Yeah, 100%. And sadly, unfortunately, there are artists out there who can't really ink very well, and you can tell because you can see what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
You can see the little mistakes because the rest looks so good.
Yeah, because it makes it crisp. It's that thing that have you ever seen where they take 3D, they take action figures that you hold in your hands, but they'll paint them in a way that makes them look 2D. And it's that's how powerful inking can be, is that it can really bring stuff to life. Even something that is 3D, you can make it look like it belongs in the animation itself. It's very cool. The deep black lines and how it kind of just makes everything else pop.
Yeah, it helps with bringing out the shadows and the highlights and the colors that you're doing because your eyes automatically go towards the black parts.
Yeah, and especially like you mentioned earlier, the hashing, the thin black lines that happen that kind of just add these little add roughness, to the work as well.
Yeah, the texturing, definitely.
Yeah. That's awesome. And Daniel, the work that you're doing right now, what was it for again?
This one?
Yep.
Yeah, it's a commission. It's let me see, 11, 14 inches.
Are those fleur-de-lis on the chest?
What?
The symbol.
Yeah, fleur-de-lis. Yeah. It's a kind of symbol that Azrael have on the chest.
Yeah, very cool.
But of course, it's different this too because the material on the
It's like folded, yeah.
Is in movement, in trying to distort a little to have some kind of perspective effect. But most of my material to comics, I actually work on digital. Just commissions I have been doing using traditional artwork because the time, the deadlines,
Well, it's the collectability of it too, isn't it? I mean, if they're paying the $4 or however many hundreds of dollars, you want to put the quality of the work in, and brush inking really makes things stand out. Is that correct?
Oh, sorry. Can you replay the answer? The question. Other person talked to me here.
No
Sorry.
problem. So I know with commissions like with me, like if they want a really nice commission, they're paying about $400 or $500 for or a cover. Then you're going to use the really nice ink. Traditionally, you're going to really kind of like working on a book, like for Marlboro or something, because they're collecting it. It's value to them, and it's only going to increase in value. Whereas
sorry.
No, it's okay. The speed aspect of digital really helps when rubbing.
Yeah, helped me a lot on the deadlines. When I have chance, some pages I actually interior pages I actually work using paper, inks, black inks, brush, traditional way. But most of my projects I have this opportunity just at the covers on even some promotional art. The interior pages, it's hard to work in a traditional way if not is your own project. Most of my works to US are related with Marvel, DC, and other franchises. But when I produce my work here in Brazil, publish it myself publishing here in Brazil, all my material I have been working in traditional way, on artboards, using halftones, traditional halftones, sometimes ink wash.
It's awesome.
It's so good to make this kind of thing in pages. It's so we can reconnect with our work. All of us, I think, start to work using paper, brushes, crayons. When we are childs, but when we start to work as professional artists, a part of our creativity process sometimes be lost in the process.
I think it's good too, like honestly, to draw by hand first. It's kind of like when you're storytelling, it's better to know the formula for a good story first, and then you can alter it to match your stuff. But eventually these digital tools, like one of the things that Ian's doing over here that like you don't think about when it comes to drawing, is he's able to rotate the screen effortlessly, where if you have to do that with a piece of paper and it's balancing on a corner and you're trying to draw and not smudge anything, like that is so much more difficult to do without the ability to just rotate it. And then the obvious one that is so easy is the undo button. The fact that if you make a mistake, it's okay, which allows a little more freedom to move faster too. Like you're able to just go real quick. And I almost wonder if it helps build more dynamic artwork because you're more comfortable taking a chance on that brush rather than having to be calculated. And so you can kind of get this organic motion, and then you can go, oh, actually, that wasn't too good. Let me undo it, as opposed to having to make sure that it's perfect every time.
Well, it's true. It's true.
I'm old school. To me, it's not called cheating. It's a tool and everything like that. However, as a traditional artist doing lineups and everything on the page, you're really thinking about what you're doing. The energy of your creativity is going to each stroke that you're doing, to me, as an inker. So you know, you get to the point where you know what you want to do before you're drawing and inking it in your head before you start the page. You can visualize what you're doing, so this way you're not making so many mistakes. Digitally, it's great that, yeah, you can kind of backtrack and whatnot too. But if you have all the time in the world, I would suggest doing it traditionally, because you will feel that much more accomplished doing something that, or, you know, complex. Where doing it digitally, you can blow it way up, you can blow it back, you can do different things. Now, that being said, time and deadlines are at the point now you have to work digitally if you want to make any sort of money. You can't do it otherwise. You know, Marvel and DC, way back when they had the bullpens and everything, you had a 3-month leeway per issue. They had the buffers because those streamlined, you know, they had the productions and it was all set up. The last one I did, like, I got brought on Iron Man at the end with Bob because, you know, Bernard Chang blew 2 main deadlines and he needed help finishing the book. So I jumped in and finished the book. And we were still expected to ink 10 pages a week. You know what I mean? To get the thing done. You know, like I have good friends with Jay Leaston. It's not uncommon for him to have to ink 2 to 3 pages a day, traditionally. You know what I mean? But that's how things are, and that's how it's set up now. You know what I mean? And I was talking with a couple of Marvel editors, like CB and everything, I think about 4 years ago, and I was like, yeah, no. One, you're not paying me enough, and 2, physically, I cannot do that.
I was gonna say that's like a massage therapist. Like, you only get so many times you could do this in a day before eventually you're done for life. Like, you can't give massages anymore. It's like, if you're an artist who's pumping out 2-3 pages a day every day, week on week, it's like eventually you're gonna have some negative impact.
Well, I don't know about the other artists, but like there was one time I was literally 4 inches out of alignment over my entire back. It took 6 months of chiropractic just to get me back where it was, because you're bent so long and you're doing all this stuff on the, you know what I mean? At least digitally, you can lean back a little if you need to. You can kind of pick it up if you need to. You don't have to be hunched over if you don't want to, I would think.
Not only that, like when you're doing it physically, you also have to look at it the same way all the time, because from one angle it needs to look this way. Where digitally, it's like it's a little bit different, because it's the work of making it look the same is because it's digital, so it will look the same.
Right.
Ian, were you about to say something?
Well, there are ways that you could actually still able to work. You know, if you had one of those. You know, lifting tables.
Standing desk.
Standing desk. You know,
treadmill.
Yeah, so you're not always constantly leaning down. But again, you know, some people really need to lean down and sit down, you know, to do this, you know. But that's understandable. But what I try to do is I do try to draw while I'm either standing or on a smaller tablet, like Allison had just said. You know, just to keep the lower back problems to a minimum.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. Hey, guys, I would love to hang around some more, but I got to scoot out soon. So is that allowed?
Absolutely. Yeah, you're good.
You're not allowed.
Not allowed? Okay, cool.
Thank you for coming on like all the panels and everything.
Yeah. This was a fun weekend. I'm glad I had time to do it. Next weekend, I'm going to be at a film festival, so it all fell exactly how it needed to, which was great. So
Next week we're doing our film festival virtual cut now.
But no, that's kind of why we picked this weekend. It seems to be a weekend where, like, you know, there's like one other person doing something this weekend, but like other than that, it's like, you know, it's a pretty relaxed weekend because everyone's got the itis from all the turkey, so they're all taking naps. Why not just why not have them hop onto a panel or two?
Exactly. All right, so I'm gonna do. Hey everyone, there's my thing.
Let me get you. There we go.
There you go.
Nice.
In case you come back earlier in the video, but here you can kind of see what's what. So there you go.
Yeah, I just noticed that title on the banner, 30 Years of Obscurity.
That's right, man. That's right. Anyway, thanks, guys. Great art. You guys' artwork looks great. Like watching it. So
Thank you.
Should add more time. But yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate the weekend. We'll see y'all later, okay?
Ciao.
All right.
Ciao.
Sweet. Oh, I gotta swap you guys out. There you go.
Okay, in a few minutes I'm going to head off too because I got a lot to do.
No worries. No worries.
Yeah.
No, this is cool though. Like this is cool. It's so funny because every year we get this slightly closer to what I'm looking to get eventually. Like this time we got both you guys drawn. We had 3 drawn at once. Like that's awesome. Like that's what I want. I'd love it where, you know, we fill out the whole 10 slots. Everybody's drawing, and then one at a time we kind of bring people up. They get a chance. Like someone walked up to their table in Artist Alley and they're showcasing their work, and they get to, you know, get a sales pitch in. Like here's where you can buy it. You know, here's how to buy it. You know. So I definitely love this. Like this, like Greg was saying, we got to figure it out. I'm like, we're getting real close. Like this is definitely closer to what I would like to see.
Well, it's a work in progress, and when you do it this next year, it'll just be better.
Oh yeah, every year we get slightly better at least one thing. So that's why that's why I've been liking this. I think this year my favorite thing was that we were able to get so many more panelists on where. Like Greg and I, actually, do you know what's funny, Greg? I noticed that like today's like the one day I don't get a break all day until like the very end. But all the other days, like we got breaks throughout, which was awesome.
Yeah, I ordered food to prepare for that.
You ordered food? Is that?
I was
Nice.
like sick of Thanksgiving food. Even though there's like so much in my fridge.
You gotta look up like the different recipes. Like one of the, I saw one that's like, what the hell is it? It's stuff like stuffing or dressing waffles. And then you put the cranberry sauce on top of it. It's like, yeah. So it's like there's something you can definitely have fun with the
turkey sandwiches. There's so much turkey left.
you gotta get the Hawaiian rolls though to make little turkey sliders. You know, talk about those Hawaiian rolls.
That's what we had for the.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, okay. See, I saw you looking. I'm like, you better not be confused about those Hawaiian rolls. During Thanksgiving dinner, like years ago, my little brother would like steal one of them before dinner started and keep it under the table at his chair. So like when it started, he just pulled that out and eat balls.
Yeah. And then Ian, like January is when we're gonna like start doing like the art portion of Lovejoy. So.
Okay, I'll be very excited for that. So it gives me a month to finish a couple of things I need to finish. So yeah, I'm very excited about that.
Me too.
So cool.
So where can people find you one last time before you leave?
Well, people can find me either on, Facebook, which is, whoops.
There you go.
If they can find me on Facebook, just type in Triple Threat Comics, you can find our Facebook page. They can also find me on YouTube, Triple Threat Comics YouTube channel. Just type that in. Or Instagram. All one word, Triple Threat Comics.
Cool.
Take one more time.
Triple Threat Comics.
Awesome.
Well, thanks very much, guys. I had a lot of fun doing this.
Yeah.
Definitely. Thanks for coming.
Of course. Have a good day.
You too. Ciao.
Bye.
Nice. Now we got Daniel back up here. I see that you've been getting more details on the glove. It's looking great.
Yeah. And definitely I need to finish this one today because I have more 4 pages to be sketched from the next issue of Tama. We are really anticipated in our schedule, The first issue will be released in March. The first issue was finished, but I intend to finish, I think, more 3 issues until February.
It's been more, or like issues 2 and 3?
No, 2 and 3, 3 and 3 and 4. I think it will be.
Oh, yes, and 4. That's what I mean. So 3.
It will be a 6 issues miniseries published on Panic Entertainment, and they make it. I don't remember the website. I think it's Zoop. It's a Kickstarter.
Okay, I was gonna say that's not familiar.
They made it a project, a page to make the funds to issue 2, 3, issue 1. I think issue 1 and issue 2 and 3 will be released. I think after other campaign. I don't know. Definitely will be a busy year until June, because after the time I had other projects here in Brazil related with let me see, how can I say, it's a band here in Brazil, electronic band, electronic music band, and they have a multimedia project. Probably I will made a comic book accessible to the fans.
Very cool.
That will be a comic book adaptation from some of the songs from the band. And I don't know. After this, I really don't know. But you both guys are from New York, right?
I'm originally from upstate New York, but I'm in Tennessee now.
Oh, okay. And you, Greg?
Yeah, upstate New York.
Okay. Hope see you both probably in person next year. I intend to be at New York Comic Con. I think this year was impossible to me because I think I commented on email about the situation with the floods in my state. Even right now, I'm making this broadcasting in my studio. This part of the town was really affected with the floods. Thank God we are reconstructing right now, but it's a waiting moment because all this changing with the ambient, all this weather here in Brazil, it's very, very, very hot, and I don't know what will be in a few months if we will have more rain and the floods will affect again. I hope not. I really hope not. But okay. Thank you so much, guys, for the invitation. I really appreciated your support, and I hope the show. I intend to do the show a big success in the initiative, and I don't know if it's the first issue or the second issue from the show. The third issue. It's the first one.
This is our 5th year doing the show.
50.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Oh, but with this format on internet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We started. We started in 2020, so that was
2020 with the pandemic, right?
Yeah, so we wanted to go out. So we've been making comics since technically 2018 is when we released our first comic. Greg and I started our business in 2017. So by 2020, we had a couple of comics, and we're like, we should start going to conventions. And then because of the pandemic, it shut all of them down. It came to the end of the year, and they're like, I can't believe there's no conventions we can go to. Why not host our own? And we're like, well, when are we going to do it? We have to find a time that everyone would be free. So we picked Black Friday weekend because Thanksgiving will end, and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, nobody's doing anything.
Yeah.
So relaxing at home. And so we figured, why not host a convention? And that first year, we kind of just threw it together. The next year, we broadcasted a little more. We're like, hey, who wants to join? The third year, we even got Comics Wellsprings, which is our printer, to sponsor the show. They ended up paying for us to buy a banner to put behind us at shows, which is awesome. And then, Greg, damn it, I just realized we were supposed to do that. Remember you were talking about putting it behind you for this, and I totally forgot about that.
Yeah, I didn't do that.
But but yeah, so we were gonna do that, but we bring them to in-person conventions now. And then last year we ended up just getting more people of higher stature, which was very cool. And then this year, I think the biggest accomplishment we had was taking all of our panels, which normally was ranging between 2 to 4 people, and now we had like 5-6 people on almost every panel that required more than 2 people. So yeah, it was very, very cool to have so many people involved. And I think next year the biggest thing we're going to do is I started putting together, because we don't really know how to ask for sponsors. So I started thinking about like, how can we get sponsors? Because the biggest thing we need now is money to broadcast. So meaning like first off to pay for the software we're using, but the second one is to run advertisements. So in order to do that, we need capital, but we can't just spend money because no one's paying us to put this on. So it's like 24 hours of us live streaming with no pay. So it's like, if we have somebody that can give money towards advertising, I would broadcast this like crazy. It would be very cool to have a press release about it, do various things like that. So I started coming up with some sponsorship ideas for next year, where this year we had a panel where this happens every year, where there's one panel we don't have anything for, so we have to make something up. And this year, I don't know why we've never done it before, but now we have a permanent panel, which was a trivia panel. So now we're going to have a time slot where we ask the audience, like, hey, here's some questions, and here's some trivia questions.
This is the best way to make the engagement.
Yeah,
from the public. Yeah, the best way.
Yeah, and like I said, I can't believe we never thought about it before. So yeah, we did that. It worked out. It worked out great. There was a few people involved in that, and we did some giveaways based on that. So that was cool. But I think that if we broadcast that earlier, that we could definitely get way more people to join. Doing that on the first day is great, because then it gets people to come here. Hopefully, they see the next couple of panels. And the idea would be that if they like it, they'll stick around. And so I'm hoping that. That if we can get a sponsor for like a trivia sponsor or a giveaway sponsor or the main show sponsor or Artist Alley sponsor, like these are all ideas I've been coming up with. Like I take notes during every time we do these. I always take notes of like what we can do to make it better. And so that's definitely something.
Yeah. In the better use of the internet is when you create something and make the upload, it's always there. So when you have a long time exposition, it's always good to make some investment with Google AdSense or some kind of advertisement on Meta. But definitely when you make something live, after the broadcasting, somebody will always see and always have a possibility to have a new reader, a new fan, a new people engaged with the upcoming projects. So it's a great movement, and it's so good to see this kind of show still happening after the pandemic. It's a good thing after all that nightmare. Have something like this integrating other creators from the entire world. And what can I say? Thank you so much again. I really appreciate it. Have you guys have a great week. You all have a great new year. Okay.
Same to you.
Have a great Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you as well.
And bye-bye. Thanks again.
Have a good one. Thanks for coming.
So, because now all the artists are gone, Tim's gonna come at like 5:30. So
cool.
Yeah, I asked him. I was like, "Hey."
Yeah, I think he said he would be. Yeah, he would come early too. So that's cool.
His thing's like 2 hours, so I was like, "Yeah."
Yeah.
All right.
And honestly, what time is it? We got all the way to. That's cool. No, that's still good though. We did an hour and a half. That's good. Right?
So, yeah, we've been sitting here not selling our stuff at all.
Yeah, so now it's time to promote our stuff.
Yeah. So we have a brand new website. Well, there's actually two, but first we'll talk about our our main website. So our Dylan, so like summertime, we stripped away. We said this on our podcast earlier this weekend. So we stripped away our old platform that had other creators on there and everything, and then we completely rebuilt it from scratch. Dylan did. I watched him. So
he gave me some good inputs, like cool, awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah, as I'm saying.
That's
so,
nice.
A couple things. We changed the logo, so the logo is like how you're supposed to say the name, because it's not spaced anymore, or stacked, or whatever you want to call it. It just features our comics, and you can actually buy our comics under the comics tab. It brings you to a web store. There's an events page that'll show you. I don't know if we even put this event on the events page, but
Oh my God, I don't think I did that.
I just realized that. But yeah, it has all the comics that we've done so far. Even Owing 3, which kind of not a big fan that's out there before sending the stuff out, but that stuff's being sent out this week. So either way, you still buy it. So we got all 3 issues of Ink. You can buy the first 2 issues of Mittens, first issue of Scales, 2 issues of Seer Chronicles. That's the first Comic-Con that we are going to be a part of March of next year.
Unless something else comes up beforehand, but yeah, for now, that's definitely
right now that's the first one. So go to Connecticut. I think it's some college in Connecticut and
previous events. How do you see the previous events? Yeah, and you can see other events we've gone to in the past if you ever want to try to connect with us while you're going around. So yeah, you can see we were just at Saratoga Comic-Con last weekend. We were at the Toying Around in June. Why is that out of order? Why is that out of order? Yeah, it is.
Oh,
wait, this is May. There we go. There's the November one. This is the one that was last week. This is the Do You Believe Con? Do You Believe 2Con in October? The Toying Around in June, and then in May we were at Saratoga Comic-Con. So yeah, we wanted to get at least one convention per quarter, and although we didn't land them in every quarter, we were able to pull off 4 conventions, which is awesome, plus our virtual convention, which we're hosting today, which was great. Also on the website, because I'll go back to the shop and showcase the comics a little more in depth, but figured might as well show off the rest of the website too. We have our About page. You can learn about our story, what our mission is really to build this company, what we're looking to grow, learn about Greg and myself. And yeah, you can see what we do and who we attract. I love these are all my friends that live in New York that come to support us at conventions when I'm up there. But yeah, definitely love that. And then we've got a blog. I'm actually taking some of our old blogs to bring them on here, but for the meantime, I've been putting on some new blogs because why not? I want people to read new stuff, and we've got some good works on here. So definitely come check this out. And we have stuff for fans and for creators. I might even have to create categories for that, but definitely, worth checking out. And then feel free to contact us if you're ever interested in our participating in conventions like this. If you want to work with us, whether you're an artist or a writer, or if you're a printer or a distributor or a local comic shop that's looking to get our comics, or to get our business, if you're, in any of those spaces, definitely feel free to reach out. We'll drop down, tell us what you're looking to get. Yeah, but back to our actually, I think on the homepage too, I can show that off first. So you can see here we have our featured comics. These are some of our most recent comics, best-selling comics, things like that. You got a little about the company. You can see we have different genres. We got the superhero genre. We have science fiction. We have horror. We're definitely looking to build out on these genres as well as eventually add additional genres to our collection. This is a quick little, recent blogs if you want to check them out. And then these are obviously Greg and myself as the owners of the company, but we work with some amazing artists and illustrators and writers. And so here's, the team that has been with us the longest, that have, worked with us on multiple projects. So yeah, definitely. And we February was mentioned earlier today with Austin, absolutely incredible colorist. We've got JR, Hector, and Adam as our illustrators. And Jerome, as always, our trusted letterer. So, and it was so funny because I always wondered, why do we need a letterer? and I was the one that lettered our very, very first comic. And after getting it printed, I was like, and then I was like, that looks all right. And then we had
reviewed by my friend.
Yeah, we found Jerome. We had him do some lettering, and I was like, oh, that's why they pay letters. It was much better than the thing that I did, and I will refer to it as such. Scroll down more, whatever upcoming events we have, a quick little find on the homepage. You can see some of our reviews here. And then obviously you can join our newsletter through Substack. But yeah, I just wanted to showcase that. But yeah, back to our comics, which you have multiple ways to get there. Comics. And you can see here, boom. And Greg was saying earlier, we got our first 3-issue comic up here, Ink. Inks 1, 2, and 3. We have Mittens 1 and 2, which the third one should be joining them hopefully in the next month to 2 months. That should be relatively soon. Scales, we have our issue 1. We just did a reprint of that with our green foil. So that was our first foil cover. It looks awesome. I love bringing that to shows. I also love going to conventions and people are like, "What's that one?" It just it's really eye catching. So great work. I think Adam drew that one too, right? The cover. Yeah. So yeah, great work by Adam. We have our horror anthology, Chronicles of Horror 1, which we mentioned earlier today in the anthology panel, that it's great to be able to have this, just to get it out there. And so we weren't actually involved necessarily in the idea of creating an anthology. We were kind of brought into the fold. So somebody else kind of came up with the idea, started bringing people together, but they just didn't know how to really close the deal and get this thing done. So yeah, Greg and I were brought in, and Sierra Nova Comics became the publisher of what became Chronicles of Horror. And this issue actually only has, I think it's like 4 stories, right? Yep. So it's a super small issue. It kind of introduced ourselves into the anthology world. And then Greg took the initiative to bring about Chronicles of Horror 2, which was a much larger 13 stories in one. Incredible work. We've got 2 really cool covers. There's the I think I got both of them in here. I'll have to check real quick.
Yeah, I think the variant is.
I don't have the other images on here. Oh, that's interesting. I got to add them. But yeah, this one right here, this is the wraparound cover. This one right now, actually, this one's not in stock. It says in stock, but it's not in stock.
Yeah, the other one is.
The other one is in stock. I'll put that in there today. Wait, JR?
Yeah.
He's the one that's awesome. So yeah, the other cover is awesome. It's very old school, like 90s style. What did you say?
Exciting Comics.
Yes, yeah, exciting comics. So it's a very cool look to it. Love that one. We then have our flagship, which we were busting on earlier when we were working with various artists, which is the Seer Chronicles 1 and 2, Born in Fire, and Family Matters. So definitely excited. And this third issue, we are working with Hector Barrero, who should be finishing that up early next year, I think.
Yeah. The Kickstarter is February, so we already have enough art for.
Yeah, but I think
it is finishing. Yeah, it'll be finished at least by the time that I get to print it.
Yeah. So that one's on its way, and and then I recently had a little FAQ in case anybody had any questions about stuff. Quick links for various things, how we rate our comics. So we use basically the what the hell's the game one called?
ESRB.
Yeah, the ESRB ratings. It turns out that Marvel has their own system, DC has their own system. So we decided to go off the gaming system. I think honestly,
there's a few people do it.
Yeah, I think that we actually took that idea because we were in the middle of creating a game when we realized we had to rate our comics, and we're like, why not just use the rated E for everyone or M for mature? So that's kind of how we went for that. And honestly, we have all of our comics except for the Mittens issue are rated M. They're not like super graphic, super violent, super sparing. The horror ones are a bit graphic, but the rest of them aren't like very violent, very vicious. But they do have enough in there that we try to avoid make like having an 8-year-old getting these comics, but. We rate them M for mature, so at parents' discretion. Eventually, maybe we will have to add T for teens because I think that was an option for DC or who did T? Maybe that was Marvel actually. Yeah, Marvel does the T for teens, but that's actually I think that's also in the ESRB. I think they have one like that. So yeah, we might have to snag that.
Most of the games that I had, once my mom's like, "What's M stand for?" I was like, "Oh, and
yeah."
I couldn't rent Duke Nukem anymore. She's like, "Oh, okay." So I'm going to show some of the trailers of why you should buy these comics. So the first Kickstarter that we did this year was in March, and that was for Scales issue 1. We already had that done, but here's the trailer for that. And obviously that's not on Kickstarter. That was on Kickstarter in March. But you can go buy that at SierraNovaComics.com/shop/comics.
Which, Greg, I was thinking about something that we should do is take those trailers, put that on YouTube, get rid of the Kickstarter, say, shop on there. But I just realized now something that would be cool would be to embed those trailers onto the product pages.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, I think I'm going to do that for Ink 3 and Ink 2.
Yeah, so what's Scales about? So it's a Indiana. I said indie. What is indie? Indiana Jones meets superhero story. So Aaron Dallin's fiance or girlfriend, whatever they are, it's like her favorite comic story, which is crazy that's a thing. So she's actually one of the people that like said that. She's like, "This is awesome," and then she didn't see the twist, which the twist was in the trailer. One of the twists. This kid Eric Drakeson goes on a family vacation that was actually planned a year prior with his now late father.
I thought it was like 3 years prior.
The 3 year thing. No, it was just a year.
I don't know why it was 3 years. I kept thinking it was 3 years. I think it's just because of the fact that like the dad died and the mom got married so quick. Maybe that's why.
It is kind of weird, but like and then there's like you think the stepdad is like a nice guy and everything, but things change pretty quick. But so they go on that vacation to Gali, which is our Greece, because we have our own Earth and everything. It's called Venetia, which I can go all into that. I'm not going to. So then they get there, and it turns pretty quick from like just being on the beach. So there's a comic that Eric is reading, and his stepbrother, he's a piece of shit. He's like, "Hey, why don't we go to that cave? Because that looks just like the cave that's over there." And the comic that Eric is holding was actually made and given to him by his dead father. That's where the Indiana Jones kind of part comes in. So he was kind of like a Tony Stark type, like adventurer kind of thing. So that'll be in like future issues is that, but not the first plot arc. So, so they end up going to that cave that's from the comic, and then there's this whole destiny thing. Rocks fall. Eric is split up between his stepbrother. His stepbrother just is like, fuck you, and he goes and gets sushi. He's trapped in a cave, and then there's an orb of light that he starts following, and it brings him to this temple that's down in the cave. And then that's kind of like what sets up this whole like superhero side of that story. So, yeah.
I don't remember why we came up with sushi either. I just remember it was like we got to make him sound like a jerk, and we're like,
yeah, like they're rich, so yeah. Oh, and the whole rich side is like his dad owned a company, and then in the beginning of the story, his stepfather is kind of like getting papers signed to.
Yeah, he's doing something at the business before they go on vacation.
Yeah,
that's like the only foreshadowing like that you can get is like, oh, that's weird.
Yeah, so that's Scales in a nutshell. The next Kickstarter that we did was in June.
Do you have Ink 2? The trailer to show off Ink 2's first, and then we could do.
No.
No.
Oh, yes, I do.
Okay, cool. I was gonna say we could showcase Ink 2 first, and then wait, because June was Ink, right? Am I crazy?
Yeah.
All right, yeah. So we could show Ink 2 first because we're just showing all our comics now. So we can show Ink 2, describe that, and then show Ink 3 and describe that.
All right, so this is Ink 2. Yeah.
Well, Ink, so just a brief thing is that Ink 1 was an origin story behind our character Ink. For some people, it's their like favorite series for us. And for other people, it's Mittens. But it's definitely the whole point is as somebody who what's it called? He just a tattoo artist. He's living life. And hey, Greg, you realize you got to show the trailer, right? I don't think I could show it. Maybe I can. Let me look. Logos, overlay. Is it in overlays? Video clips. I found video clips. Let me see. Is Ink 2 trailer? Okay, I got it. I see it. There you go. Updated. Yep, perfect. Now I got this. Don't worry, folks. We are professionals. So Ink 1 is essentially a story about a tattoo artist. He's living life. He just went to a convention where he won first prize for best inks, and essentially he goes home, has this nightmare. He's woken up in the middle of the night by this thing that's attacked him, and he's like, oh man, that was weird. I don't know what that was about. The next day he's at work and some guy shows up and he's acting strange, walks up to him and just grabs him, and light begins to emit from his eyes, and this tattoo of a key forms onto his arm. And he is now both blessed and cursed with the Gatekeeper's key. And this is what begins the journey. The man who grabs his arm says, you have 72 hours to get to this mountain top. And if you're not there, you'll die. And right when he releases him, he just turns into dust, finger snap by Thanos kind of thing. And so that's when this whole journey begins. This guy freaks out. He heads over there. And then that's the end of issue 1. And now I'm going to play for you the trailer for issue 2, which I just lost. There it is. Got it. Yeah, and as you can see, that was the I think that was the second trailer ever made. When we get to the Seer Chronicles, I forgot I made those trailers.
Yep.
That was the trailer for issue 2, where essentially he comes back. It's been 3 years, and all this training he went through, he now has a there's this cult. Mute yourself, you spaz. I muted you. There you go. But what's it called? So he's been training to fight this cult over the last 3 years. He's gotten powers. He's now back in his hometown. It turns out the cult is already there, and they've kidnapped a neighbor and friend of his. And so the comic is about him going to find that neighbor and learning how to, using it, not learning, but using his powers in order to help save her and basically infiltrate this cult. And from that, you then learn about this drug that he knows that they're involved in, but he doesn't know who makes it. And that's basically where the second issue ends and the third issue begins. He's now going after the manufacturer of this drug because he knows that this drug is meant to manipulate and control people in the long run. And so now we have, where is it? Greg, you'll find it faster than I'm going to find it. The Ink 3 trailer. I still love those trailers. But yeah, and you'll notice too that a lot of the majority of the artwork in the trailer for issue 3 is actually the artwork from issue 2, basically doing this, or issue 1 and 2. Actually, I think it was the whole first section is issue 1, kind of recapping. The next section is issue 2. Recapping, and then that final last couple of cutscenes is like the first few pages of Ink 3 because we wanted to get this trailer out while we were still working on the project. So it was very cool to kind of assemble this story. So when the trade comes out, I hope to do that same type of trailer, but extend it even further and include the additional artwork from Ink 3. So I'm definitely excited about that.
Yeah.
Nice. So I guess the other ones, I don't know if you have them in here or not. If not, maybe you can get those. But we want to get the trailer for the Seer Chronicles.
Yeah, I don't have it on.
Yeah, so if you can download it from YouTube while we chat about it. But what time is it, dude? Is Timothy joining soon? Did you send him the link?
Oh, yeah, he might be. Oh no, he can just join.
Well, yeah, make sure either way. I would still send it. I could just join too, but it's always nice to, in case I forget. But yeah, so yeah, that was Ink. We showed Scales. We have Ink, and both of these comics are part of the same universe as our flagship, which is the Seer Chronicles. And the Seer Chronicles is actually, it's kind of funny. It's not an anthology, but it is a collection of stories because it is 3 different plot arcs essentially going through the story as we proceed through the comic, there's the primary story arc, which is our main character, John Benson, who becomes later known as Fireproof, which has not been revealed in the comics yet, but that's just for all you fans that are watching now. And this character is essentially an ambitious, not ambitious. That's not the right word. He's somebody who always goes out and tries to help people. He's always first in line, kind of thing. And he's a firefighter. And what happens is in the first issue, there's a fire. There's a explosion at a local laboratory in Sear City, and they rush there. And the building is unstable, but there's somebody still left inside. So John rushes in, because that's the type of character he is. And he gets all the way till he's about to save this man, and then the building explodes around him, collapsing in, and everyone thinks that he's dead. We see later, after the fire trucks have left, after the police trucks have left, the news trucks have left, there's this glowing underneath of the there's this glow from underneath the rocks, and then essentially we see this explosion, and John is reborn in fire, which is the name of the comic, Born in Fire. And so we see this character arc, and he basically is trying to figure out who he is. He's lost his memory. He's wondering what happened. And he actually gets kidnapped by this group who's been watching this laboratory, knowing that there's been suspicious things going on. But now it's all been destroyed from this explosion. So John is the last remaining piece of evidence from this facility. And so they're very adamant on getting him. So that's this one story arc that's going. And then a second story arc is this guy and his family are, they're at the hospital. They're dealing with their kid who's very ill. We don't know what it is, but it's clearly something that's life-threatening. They're very worried about it. They don't have the money to pay for it. And they basically are getting kicked out of the hospital because the father's being unruly and shouting. And so they leave. They get home. The husband and wife are fighting. They're trying to figure out what's going on. The dad's pissed off. The mom's like, I'm going to take the kid and go get ice cream or something. We're just going to get out of the house, let you cool off. And the dad comes up with this idea, is like, there's no way I can afford to help my kid. So I got to do something to get the money. And he decides to try to collect insurance money and blow up the house, right? He's burned down the house. And so he ends up basically setting, the gas in the house on, going to get gasoline, lighting it from a trail from the backyard. He gets it started, drives down the block to make sure that it happens. And while he's waiting, right before the house begins to go up in flames, he sees his wife return with his kid because she forgot something. And right as they go to open the door of the house, which I don't know if you know much about fire, but if there's fire building up in a house and you open up a door and it pulls in new oxygen, you get a nice big explosion. And so he is looking at his rear view mirror, side view mirror, and he sees his family about to walk back into the house that he just basically set up as a bomb. And boom, he loses his wife and kids. And so that is something that he just snaps, and he immediately is freaking out. He first we see him break down. He's ready to just off himself, and then he loses his mind, very Joker-esque, just starts laughing and doesn't know why. And so he goes and finds that nurse that was yelling at them when they first were at the hospital, and he just takes her hostage, and just stuff gets out of hand. It goes crazy, and this guy is now maneuvering through life, just going what his name will eventually be revealed as, bonkers, right? He's just gone completely loco. He's just he has no care in the world because he's lost everything dear to him, and it's his own fault, right? Like he is just completely loose cannon, and we just see this character slowly progress from that into what happens in the second issue, where he accidentally gets involved in gun trades, and in the third issue where he just loses his mind entirely. And you can see it on the cover when we showcase that in a little bit. And then the third arc is actually like what's going on in the city itself. We have this criminal organization known as the Boschetti brothers, or the Boschetti family, but there's the Boschetti brothers that are involved. We have corrupt corporations from the first issue, which is PsyCorp, and another corporation that's kind of hidden in the background. In the second issue, we have this corrupt police there are police members who are corrupt, and this crime family and another crime family. And as this all merges into the third issue, you end up seeing that not everybody thinks that the police can handle this on their own, or that the police should handle it at all. And we start to see some vigilantism. So those are like the main 3 story arcs going through this. So were you able to get the video in here?
Yeah, like subscribe to a free trial for YouTube Premium or something. There was no website that was working to convert it.
Convert it?
The link? You can't just download a video on YouTube.
Yeah, of course you can if you're logged in.
Well, I am logged in. And didn't want to do it.
You go to the studios, you download it.
Yeah, I did that. It didn't work.
If you go to the content, I'll have to show you in a little bit. But if you go to the content in the back end of the studio, there's 3 dots. You click on it. One of the options is download.
Tried doing that before, like the other day. Anyway, the trailer's here.
All right, let's play that trailer. This is the trailer for issue 2. So after that issue 1, like I said, the end of issue 1, you've got John. He's just been kidnapped. The guy who blew up his house, he ends up in an explosion from the same chemicals, but they're now downstream from the building. They've been going through the sewer line, building up gas, and it explodes while he's running from the cops. So that's how the first issue of that ends. And like I said, we know that there's this corruption going on in the corporate world. And then issue 2, we start seeing that in the police and in the what's it called, the underground, like the mafia. So yes, press play. Is that repeating at the end, or was that?
No, it's just that's how.
Oh, okay. Yeah. But yeah, so that was the trailer for issue 2, which we mentioned earlier in this week. I think it was yesterday that we're gonna have trailers. We're gonna have multiple trailers for issue 3, kind of summarizing these arcs that are going on. Like I mentioned, there's these 3 arcs that are going throughout this whole journey that we're on. And as these arcs all merge together, we also will see our solo series enter these spaces. So Ink, we showed earlier at the end of Ink 3. So this isn't like really a spoiler. It's more like what we're getting into is like the end of Ink 3, he is headed to Seer City. So that's kind of the cool thing, which is like all of these things will be coming together. And while he's heading there, if you ever come to a convention, I'll mention it, but I'm not going to mention now that somebody is another stowaway who is also coming to Seer City. So very cool, very exciting. But yeah, we definitely wanted to show off a lot of those comics. And Greg, do we have a trailer for the Chronicles of Horror, the originals?
I have this. I have to get the second one, but yeah.
You have the first one on here?
Dude, I don't think. No.
No, we didn't have one for the first one, right? We only have one for the second one. Right?
I don't even know what they did for that.
But,
oh my god, that's so long. I'm not playing that entire video.
Wait, which one?
The Chronicles of Horror one. It's because there's talking, but I'm not going to play Hector talking. So.
No, but you could play the beginning of it and then just end it when Hector talks.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. yeah, Tim, we figured out what to do to waste some time. So
No, not waste time. No, we it's kind of funny, actually. I don't know why we didn't think about it before. Is we had a bunch of artists on to show off their work. Some of the artists left early, but what we did was we showed off our work. Like, it's funny. We didn't think to kind of include that, but that's a good way to, broadcast. Like,
I see the message from John. Thank you, John. I'm looking forward to seeing you. He and I are going to get together and do something. I forget what it is exactly right now at the moment, but I know he's on the calendar.
Cool. And before we show the horror thing, the third character that's in the third issue of the Seer Chronicles, that vigilante character, there's a solo series that's coming out next year that connects to it's the beginning of that. So Dylan made a trailer the other day for that.
Yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday. And all blends together. And it's only 45 seconds, and it's pretty cool.
It's the best 45 seconds of your life.
Yeah, so I'm going to show that first. And
Epic.
Okay. Now here's Chronicles of Horror 2. So.
I would say Timothy is like, that's the greatest trailer I've seen in my whole life.
He's just like, I want to do my thing.
We're getting to that.
We all try to live our lives free from pain. But true terror, my friends, comes from places we least expect. It could be hiding down your safe little street, or even in your own garage. Do you feel the fear bubbling up from your own imagination, corrupting all the things we hold dear? Will you be able to handle the silence when the horror has begun? Tune in to Chronicles of Horror to find out.
Yeah, I forgot. That was a pretty good trailer too. We got some decent trailers going on for all.
That was Hector too. That was like the whole voice of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was awesome. But yes, that was the collection of our trailers and our comics, and
there's Mittens one, but I'm not going to share that one. So
what?
There's also Mittens, but yeah.
Oh yeah, wait, we got time, right? We still have time.
Sure, and then we can start Tim's stuff. All right, so yeah, Josh is working on the third issue right now for Mittens. That's the first plot arc. So when that gets done, hopefully next month, and we ship everything out, we're doing the trade in July. So this is both trailers 1 and 2 put together.
Nice.
Okay. So you can buy all that at SierraNovaComics.com/comics/shop. So go do that. Okay, Tim.
Hey, so I've been making videos lately too. We got about 12 minutes before some guests show up. But I like to mention, because I like to talk to my friends over at Sierra Nova, that's something that we're trying to do as well, is become active players in the podcasting field, right? Essentially with broad range of shows. We're going to be covering UFOs. We're going to be covering ghost sightings, and we're also going to be doing the Creative Cranium show, which typically interviews creators about what they're making, and it has some practical answers. Sometimes the honest truth is I try to find a subject of something that I don't know how to do it really, and I just ask people. And some of it is the group you get too. Like if you got a group that are really good at marketing, you ask them marketing questions. If you got a really successful couple of con rigs around you, you ask them convention questions.
I'm amazed that I only just now crashed my computer. I've had Photoshop open while live streaming, while having a bunch of tabs open with the notes of the shows and everything, and it just now finally I crashed it. I was like, that's impressive. I've been doing that for 2 days, and somehow this computer has lasted. So I am not in the least upset that it finally happened.
Well, I'll show you a quick thing. We'll welcome to the air Mr. Rodney Fike. Welcome, Rodney.
Okay.
While you're getting situated, get your audio, and I'm going to show you guys a quick template. Welcome aboard.
Awesome.
Hello.
Here's your first peek at Operation Birdman. You'll be seeing that coming to Kickstarter, likely about in March.
That song hits way harder than it needs to, and it's awesome.
Yeah, thanks, man. You're going to see a power team. This is in one of those curious twists of fate. I think I'm the only American on this thing, too. That's coming from Argentinian publishing house Mito Monte, my pal, Luis Santamarina. And in this case, I will be the distributor and Kickstarter maker, and I'll be the American publisher. Earth Dog Studios will be publishing it, and it's a sensational work. It's going to blow your mind. And as you guys know, I'm trying to reach out and to try new things too, and that is one of the avenues that we're going to try and publish a couple of titles that we really believe in. And this one's going to be available in Spanish also. And as you know, lately all these books, I'm trying to park them on the library tour. One of the ways we're accomplishing that, like I was saying, is we're doing these podcasts, right? Creators can come to me and I'll swap advertising. Generally, I'll swap an advertising spot for if you got a print run that's around 200 copies, I'm just picking something, right? And it would be a house ad would go in there of usually something that I'm making. And I would trade you for a bumper, of course, that we use when we advertise one of the shows. And the most common ones, it's an 8-second spot running once a week for 2 months. That's 16 spots. Usually that's what I switch for an ad for, if anybody was so inclined. And they tend to be paired with little video bumpers, which I do have another one to show you. You guys are going to see it right at 6 on the dot anyway, but I want to show you the type of video product that we're talking about. I sense that you guys liked videos a little bit from seeing the last template. Here's our latest one. and then we're live when the circle opens up, and that's a 55-second video. And I show that because it's the type of video that I can make for a creator or somebody that's looking for a podcast intro or something like that. And of course, they're customizable to your own images and this kind of thing. And you see, like, for example, Rodney, now I'm working in the font of like UFO fonts, like alien fonts and stuff.
Yeah.
Because I'm not, as you guys know, I'm not particularly a graphic designer or anything, but I've got to learn how to use these tools, right? And the one you saw there, like these are bumpers, right? Like I make little templates. I was showing Greg, and you'd be amazed. I could make 40 different things out of it.
Yep.
And my percentage is good for YouTube life because the theme songs, we make our own theme songs. You know, even if you use like the free ones, they'll beef with it, and it's happened to me a bunch.
Yeah, we've used what's it called? They were like my brother and I used the template ones. It was through Render Forest, and we actually got flagged for like stealing somebody's work because they also used the template from Render Forest. But they flagged us and we're like, hey, here's the company that has it. These guys are using the same thing. And our video came out first. So I don't know what these guys are talking about. So we were able to get it unflagged. But yeah, that was funny that, you kind of got to be careful. But yeah, if it's your own works, it really helps, avoid that issue.
Please welcome to the show, Tom Hutchison. Tom's done this before. So are you guys, just so I know, are you Nova guys? Are you going to stay in, or are you jumping back and coming back? I thought you might say that.
Yeah,
that's
you guys
fine,
can take over.
That's cool, actually. And if
Greg's
we
like, nope.
need, because listen, I actually knew this. I got Tom to fill in. C. Michael Lanning has some kind of family emergency going, just so you know. And I saw Chris Hall's in the comment. If we get too short, I'll shoot one out to him. But tonight's going to be easy. It's basically going to be like a get to know the person a little bit. And I'm going to be asking about what your exposure was to UFO related media, and if you're a believer or not, and why. Like the questions are mostly about you. It's not trivia about Roswell. It's like, how did you hear about it? When did you hear about it? What kind of movies did you see? Because like some of us are believers and some are not. So I'll see if I can get a little tension going.
I mean, I only watched like 8 hours of Roswell footage like last night to get ready for this. So, you know.
Oh, well, I do have a couple of questions. You know, I will tell you, without C. Michael Lanning, he's like a heavy research guy, right? Like what he's going to want to talk about is this fireman report, which is some people say it was misinformation. And the question that I'm going to ask the group, if it is misinformation, why? Why would they do that? Or are they trying to distract attention away from one thing toward the other? This type of...
They live in the oceans anyway, so
yeah.
Yeah,
But I don't want to give up my
actually
questions.
center.
I don't want to give up my questions right now. We got 4 minutes.
Yeah, they're actually in center. What's it called? Hollow Earth or the Donut Earth? Pick a Earth.
But Dylan and Greg, you got any love for swapping a video bumper or something like that for exchange in the back page ad of a book? Like, for example, I'm in John Westhoff's book. There's a couple. And what I do is I swap them for ad time.
I would definitely put your ads in our book, so I'd be cool with that.
I cut those videos tighter, man. Those are 2-second clips you're seeing there for people at home. I like the fast, like a 20-second video clip is enough to sometimes sell 40 pages, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Like just enough of a glimpse of art to want to see more, but like not even really spoiling the page, if you know what I mean.
Just enough to wet their whistle.
Right. So let's see. Are we going to get, I think Todd's coming. Chris, man, if Todd doesn't come, you want to jump in? We're going to talk about Roswell in about 3 minutes.
So exciting.
It is, right?
I'm so excited.
It was just a weather balloon. It was just a weather balloon. Just a weather balloon.
All it was.
Just a weather balloon.
Yeah, this was last night. We did the top N64 games here. Oh, and the sci-fi writing workshop.
Yeah.
And I alternately streamed them toward my YouTube, and there's 40 or 50 views on that already on my side, not even including whatever this was.
Yeah, people like you more.
All right, I'm gonna shoot Chris.
That's the real reason we bring Timothy on. He's bringing the whole audience for us.
Well, look, he's got lizard dudes right behind him. I mean, he's all about the aliens. You know.
Yeah.
He's
Well,
in with the lizard people.
Honestly, I would love if somebody would ask me. You notice I asked the questions. I'm just trying to keep it.
I thought the
focused,
lizard
right?
people were the politicians.
The one you see with sort of the lizard claw, I love talking about. That's sort of my failed series, although I hate to use that word, but it's the one that never. It's the one that I was sure was going to be the next big thing, and blah, 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 blah. I'm the writer of Socket, and I got all these animation deals, and I'm such a big shot, and nothing ever happened with it. And in the meanwhile, I'm printing Water Wars as fast as I can sell it, which was the other one, and never even had, like that first one didn't even have a Kickstarter or anything. Well, there was no Kickstarter in those days. I'm just saying, sometimes whatever becomes popular is the other thing that you were trying to do, you know?
Way back in 2018 before Kickstarter. Or 17, sometime around there.
Yeah, this is my 5-year. We're doing this Indiegogo campaign. It'll be 5 years alive, and it's because we took the first issue of Water Wars to the 2019 Baltimore Comic-Con.
That's crazy.
Now I see Dylan, I'm on the admin panel. I see over here on the right-hand side of the chat, you got a recording button and its red light is on. Are you recording this broadcast?
That's weird. Actually, I don't know.
It does record while it's live, so yeah.
All right, cool.
Oh, I wonder if that
it's all good with me. I just making sure you knew.
I wonder if that popped up for me specifically because I know it's supposed to grab it locally, but I crashed out, so I wonder if maybe that's why. I wonder if that's why it's showing it. Yeah, it says Rodney has low storage space. Oh my god.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Greg. Actually, I hope there's no problem with mine because obviously I've been here the whole time and then it crashed.
It's fine.
Because it says please ask all guests to stay in the studio until the recordings are done uploading.
All right, 6 o'clock, gang. You're going to see 55 seconds worth of bumper video, and then you're all going to be live. See you in just a few. Hey guys, welcome back. This is a special episode of Watch the Skies. We're actually on the Sierra Nova Virtual Comic Convention this weekend and having a terrific time. Thanks for having us, guys. But tonight we're going to talk a little bit about one of the subjects that has always fascinated me, which is the secrets of Roswell. But before we jump right in, let's take a quick second and meet our panel. So we'll take a little spin around the room here and tell us who you are and what you're mostly known for. I'll start with the man on my left, Mr. Rodney Fike. Tell us who you are.
Hey guys, I am Rodney Fike. I am a creator, writer, artist, colorist, inker, everything. I do a little bit of everything. Been in and out of the indie comics game since probably 1990. And currently with Hasm Productions. That's our company. And doing books for Roadkill Rampage. And right now that's it. So
I like that book.
Thank you very much. We're still trying to decide what we're doing for the upcoming year, which will be our 15th anniversary. So
nice. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Nice. And thanks for coming on the show.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thanks for having me.
This is going to be a good one, man. You're going to like, I know this is,
I didn't have to study or anything.
Hey, and always a pleasure to see Tom Hutchison on the show. Tom, I know who you are very well. Please tell the audience who you are and what you're mostly known for.
Mostly known for Big Dog Inc. That is it. That is what I do. We've been doing this now. It'll be 15 years next year.
I'm the writer of 99% of the books that we do. I'm the art director for the company. I do all the Kickstarters and the shipping. I do all the things at Big Dog Inc. Outside of the art, but I do go and find the cool artists to do all the fun stuff. I just do all the words.
Nice. Well, thanks for coming on tonight.
Yeah.
Tom was generous enough to fill in for our pal C. Michael Lanning, who's got a little bit of a family illness thing going on. So we send him our best wishes.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I figured a good place to start out. We've all talked on a couple of episodes now about, are these things real or aren't they? And we didn't always reach a decision either. So I think a good place to start is, let's get a baseline of whether or not we are believers or not in this room. So, Rodney, out of all the evidence you've seen, would you describe yourself as a UFO believer? Yes or no, and a little bit why?
Yes, I am a believer. Whether it is advanced technology that they're trying to keep secret, or extraterrestrials, I believe that there's something there. And I don't believe that we are the only intelligent life in the universe, or other dimensions. So there is so much out there that we don't know, and we live in this bubble that's been created for us of our reality, and it's what we're fed. And things, if you're courageous enough to stick your head outside of that bubble and look for answers elsewhere and alternative possibilities or truths, yeah, I definitely think it's something other than the ordinary.
Okay, so you'd say you're a believer. Let's move this over to Tom. Tom, would you say that when it comes to specifically UFOs in this case, okay, alien spacecraft, whatever you want to call it, would you say you lean toward being a believer or not, and why?
It's I have a prepared statement from the government before I start here.
This is going to be great. This is going to be great.
No, I have always been a paranormal enthusiast, whether it's ghosts or UFOs or the Loch Ness Monster or whatever it is. That's my childhood. I grew up with all that stuff. Obviously love all the movies that came of it. And then along the way, of course, you keep finding more and more evidence, pro or con, which is always interesting to find the people that are that'll debunk this stuff, either legitimately or just to do it for the sake of doing it. I've had 2 UFO experiences that were both not UFO experiences, but at the time I was like, what am I looking at? This is crazy. But I know some other folks that are actually artists of ours and stuff. They've actually had some UFO experiences, specifically some of the stuff that's been going on in Arizona over the last, couple of decades. They've seen that stuff, the triangle ships and all that kind of thing. So,
no kidding.
Yeah. So
we just did an article about that one.
Yeah. So I like we talked about with ghosts not long ago. I am open to the possibility. Number one. Number two, we now live in a time where the government is actively telling us, yeah, this stuff is real.
Right. The rules are changing a little bit. The rules are changing.
So,
and you're going to see these conversations this is going to come up a lot. And I know that Chris will be interested in hearing this too. I'm a little bit of a skeptical government guy, not because I'm a kook, but because when you get a little older, we realize that the government has lied a bunch of times.
100%. I mean, the X-Files told us that for a decade, that the government was, withholding all of these things. But yeah, no, I have, I'm Gen X, so I have a deep-seated distrust of government, anything, whether they believe it's for our benefit or not, I don't care. Like, they're still withholding whatever information it is. So I lean into the believer, but I'm still waiting for my experience outside of just seeing, all the videos and the photographs and stuff that come up online. But I'm open, and I'm waiting for my time to see something unique. But until then, my mind is wide open.
Okay, gotcha. Todd, hey man, I'm so glad you're here. Sorry, I'm admin. I didn't see the bottom panel there, so I didn't get everybody in right at the buzzer. But tell us who you are and what you're known for, and then are you a believer or not?
Hey everyone, glad to see everyone here. This is awesome. My name is Todd Tochioka. I'm currently the letterer and editorial guy for the Sabaton magazine, and also do work with Jim Valentino at Shadowline as a letterer. Sometimes I color for him, sometimes I help him out with editing. Then also work with a few other people that you might have heard of. Mally Simpson and his Elite Warriors. I've just been working with him, doing lettering and editing, and also Carlos Rafael. I do some lettering for him as well. So pretty busy these days.
Hey, listen, Todd, welcome. Thanks so much for coming. So we're starting with, are you a believer or not?
Sure.
This is a little bit of a baseline for the panel, okay?
Sure.
So would you say you're a believer from the start? You got to see evidence. Where are you on this scale?
Man, I've always been a believer. I kind of went back and forth. I was a believer because of my granddad getting me into a program back when I was like 4 or 5 years old called Project UFO.
Oh, yeah, sure.
You remember that show?
I sure do, yeah.
Saw the wheel. But yeah, and I've seen some things, man. I've seen some things that I can't explain, and I've seen some things that possibly can be explained. So it goes back and forth. But geez, I'm a true believer.
Okay, good. We established that. Hey, Chris, man, thanks so much for joining us. Tell us real quick who you are, and also I want to hear if you're a believer or not.
Hey, thanks for having me, Tim. Yeah, Chris Hall. I've been a colorist in the indie circuit for probably about 18 years now. I started out my career working with Zen.
Oh, yeah.
At,
Good guy.
yeah, at HCMP Productions, and on his Pink Power. And I also worked with Ivan Press back in the day, and we did like splatterpunk horror stuff.
Nice.
A lot of movie adaptations. And I just currently joined a studio with Travis Smith and John Holland, Exile Studios.
Oh, yeah.
And so we're gonna hopefully be doing some big things coming up in the future.
Nice. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hey, so would you say then, Chris, are you a believer or skeptic? Where would you put yourself on the scale?
As far as aliens go, I am definitely a believer. The odds are just too overwhelming that we are alone in this universe. As far as abductions go, I am not. Like, I'm pretty skeptical when it comes to abductions. I just have a hard time believing that superior creatures are like, abducting us and sticking stuff up our bums, So
nice. Thank you to who's ever got the comments. That way I can focus on my questions. Hey, really, Chris, thanks so much for coming. I appreciate that a lot. Let's switch back over to, I think I left off with Rodney. So I want to start with, all of us have our opinions formed by the media that surrounds us. And when I was younger, there was a movie called Close Encounters of the Third Kind. And basically the premise of it was that these extraterrestrials were basically trying to communicate with us using different kinds of psychic techniques and things. So my question is really, do you have a media event that forms your opinions of what UFOs are? Rodney, you go first.
I would probably have to agree with you. I think Close Encounters was pretty early on for me.
Yeah.
It just me being the creative type of kid that I was and always looking for out of the ordinary things. But, back in the day, if you were lucky enough to go to the movies maybe once or twice a month, that was your exposure. That was pre-internet. I'm talking the 70s, so, and there were no comic shops where I lived. So if they had a spinner rack at the grocery store, I got
There
lucky.
was a black and white version of Close Encounters graphic novel, like a pencil. Like a Curtis. Yeah.
And then just like the Saturday morning, like creature feature shows with the aliens and stuff like that, which just really.
Were you an ET guy at all, or?
Honestly, true confession, I have never seen ET.
No, it's pretty good. I'm not hating on it.
I've seen bits and pieces of it, but I've never sat and watched the entire movie. But I was there for the wave of love for that movie.
Yeah.
But I've never seen it. But it's just, I would say Close Encounters really kind of opened my eyes to.
Open your eye to it.
everything.
And it could be, there's a broad range of these kind of movies too. Like there was, of course, like The Day the Earth Stood Still, the 50s, Alien and kind of movies. Let's move it to Tom. Tom, do you have a media event, which more than likely a movie or a book, that sort of informed you of the UFO phenomenon?
TV. I remember specifically that and again, this is all paranormal stuff, but back in the 70s, there was a show called In Search Of that would talk about everything from UFOs to the Loch Ness Monster to the Headless Horseman. Like that was much watched TV for me, even though I was too stupid to realize what I was seeing was reenactments of this stuff on the show. I was like watching this like, yo, they have footage of the Headless Horseman. Like, what is going on right now? So, but I do remember that they did like UFO shows and stuff like that. And then, of course, that would lead into Close Encounters, of course, mixed with Star Wars at that same period of time, too. So you had Star Wars, which is like space adventures, but then you had Close Encounters, which is like, oh, they're like picking up kids out of their house and taking them into the sky. Like those are different types of aliens. So, and then, of course, that just led into science fiction in general. What are aliens? Who are aliens? E.T. is one of the great. Truly, it's one of the greatest movies ever made. It is a fantastic, adventure story, science fiction story. It's one of the rare alien movies where the alien is the good guy, basically, as opposed to I'm coming to get you, alien.
Right. Right.
It's a fantastic, different sort of film. But both Spielberg and in both cases, even in Close Encounters, though they were abducting people, they still weren't really the bad guys. They were still just sort of like, we're just chilling out, and we'll give you your guys back after 40 years of the planes from the Bermuda Triangle, Flight 19 and all that. We're going to give you all your guys back. Sorry about that. So it's Close Encounters is still a weird movie for me because I don't think I really understand what the hell's going on yet. And I've seen it a dozen times and I'm still trying to pick up on like, why are humans okay with aliens coming and taking people and then just dropping them back off, 40 years later? Like something's really, I'm missing something there, but I love the movie and I love E.T. and I love all
the best
stuff
part
that
of
came
Close
from it.
Encounters, I think, was that they had like a musical language, and that was how they were trying to communicate.
Sure,
like
yeah,
that part I could see, like, oh, a human would be able to hear, so it would be 64 tones or whatever.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a very smart movie. It's a very smart movie, but again, it's still the pieces don't connect for me yet. And I think it's just like what happens with Richard Dreyfuss in the movie. This means something, but I don't know that I know what it is yet.
It's also one of the cases of the rare where the director's cut is not necessarily better than the original.
Oh, there's like 4 director's cuts of this thing. It's crazy.
Yeah, I don't like the one where he, they talked him into shooting extra scenes so he could walk around inside the craft.
Right.
It just seems really fake and tacked on. So let's hear from Todd, right? Like we're talking about media events. I'm a little surprised nobody mentioned Fire in the Sky yet. But do you have a media event? It could be a book or a TV show or a movie.
Like I'm saying, my granddad was heavily into things that were paranormal, and thought that they were just really interesting subjects. And so when Project UFO premiered, I remember we went over to his buddy Ray's house, and that was like a huge thing for us to watch the first episode of Project UFO. And I remember asking them afterwards, like, what are you talking about? Flying saucers are real? And they kind of sat me down and told me, yeah, there's a lot of things out there that you don't know about. Like, there's things that sometimes can come from other planets or possibly other dimensions. We have no explanation for these things, and people are seeing these things. And so that kind of became my granddad's thing, and we would watch Project UFO,
And correct me if I'm wrong, that's when it's like 2 Air Force colonels, right?
Yeah, two Air Force colonels are traveling around the country, and they're talking to eyewitnesses about these things that they're seeing. Fascinating, completely fascinating. And then, like Tom had mentioned, Leonard Nimoy's In Search Of was really big in the 70s, and we all watched that and couldn't help but watch that. Fascinating. But yeah, I would say all the things that you guys have already touched bases on too. I saw Close Encounters of the Third Kind when I was probably 6 or 7, and I really didn't understand it then. In fact, it scared the hell out of me when that kid was taken from the home, in that one
Right.
scene. That was terrifying. But yeah, I think it was those things that kind of solidified it for me.
Yeah, I think those are good picks. And I do think Tom said it well that the first Close Encounters movie had like all the tropes in it, right? It's got the object in the sky, it's got the abducted kid, it's got all the things.
Got mashed potatoes. Yeah.
Yeah. I really dug that part. So, talking about the media connections, Chris, do you remember yours? Like, what informed your knowledge of it? Was it a book or a TV show?
So growing up in the early 70s and mid 80s and stuff, aliens weren't really even on my radar at the time. Didn't even think about it. The first thing I can really remember was the X-Files that put it on my radar. And after that, Ancient Aliens. That stuff just blew my mind. And just really opened me up to the concept that we probably are not alone in this universe. So,
yeah, I would definitely buy that, and I guess we all answered that. It seems like we're all at least open-minded to believe. I don't think we have a hardcore skeptic here. Maybe Tom is the most skeptical. I'm going to ask a slightly connected question. Right? This is still about UFOs, but like I was saying, sometimes these two things are linked. Right? If you believe in ghost sightings, do you believe in UFOs and vice versa? So real quick, Rodney, sounds like you potentially believe in UFOs. What's your stance on ghosts or ghost sightings? Yes or no?
Yes, because I've actually seen and interacted with ghosts.
Oh, here we go. It's a great panel already. Tom, how about you? UFOs kind of on the line, right? Ghosts, yes or no?
I'm the same way. I'm sort of waiting for my ghost experience. I kind of think I had one, maybe kind of at one point with an orb thing. I've told this story a few times before, but as far as like all the ghost shows on TV and stuff, every bit of that just looks like, dude, I could stage that tonight and make this. Not to say that it is fake, but it all just sort of comes off as TV. So I'm open to the experience, but I haven't had one yet.
Okay, fair enough. See, I would think that I'm sort of pro UFO, but I'm negative on. I guess I'm the most skeptical on ghost. Todd, so you're yes on UFO, ghosts, yes or no?
Yeah, absolutely. I've had some weird things happen to me that I can't. It's easier to write off as supernatural.
Oh, okay. Well, seems like we've got a panel of believers. Chris, you get the last word on this one. You're a UFO guy. Ghosts, yes or no?
UFOs, yes. And Rodney, just to let you know, I have never seen Close Encounters, so point and match. You've never seen ghosts. I am an absolute skeptic. Everything I've ever seen or heard of about ghosts can be explained away with a scientific explanation. So,
you need to come take a ride with me.
Yeah.
I'll change your mind real quick.
Okay. Hold that thought. I don't want to get too far off the track there because we will go down the rabbit hole. We do this on the other show and it turns weird really quick. So let's stay focused a little bit. What we're going to talk about is Roswell, right? This is 1947 and there's a number of disputed accounts about what happened. And what I want to know is, we already kind of established I'm a little bit of a government, I wouldn't say necessarily anti-government, but I'm not necessarily inclined to believe government explanations about things. So the first one I'm going to mention, you saw earlier, is a Facebook post, which is this contradictory report, they call it, which is this fireman who allegedly went to a second crash site. Okay, the reality of what happened, he said he got there and there was dead alien bodies on the ground. He said they were kid-sized. Well, there was military personnel there saying, just move on to the other site. Don't say anything about what you saw here. So is there two sites? Is it misinformation? What do you make of this, Rodney?
There's even more to it than that, though.
Well, okay, Tom, you go first then.
Sure. So we're talking about the dude's name was Rowe, and he has a daughter named Frankie Rowe who has told this story. Her story, again, not to say this is true, but this is her story, that her dad was the fireman. They got sent out to this location that is the quote unquote second spot. And when he came back, yes, he said he saw the aliens. Yes, he saw debris, and he says that he brought back pieces of stuff. Or she says this, and she talks about how it was similar to some of the other stories where it's like this foil material, right, that you can kind of bunch up and then it kind of unfolds. But her story takes it a little further to where it kind of unfolds more like water, whereas that is foil. That's the Marcel photos. That's not that's the stuff that we get into the cover up later on. And she said that over time the government would come to her house and basically intimidate her and her mother into not just don't say anything, but to the point of a mental abuse of like, you were not there, you did not see anything, none of this happened. Remember
Men
this.
in Black style intimidation.
Yeah, and really, literally, the intimidation again, according to her, went to, if you say anything, we're going to send you to internment camps. We're going to separate you from your parents. We'll make all of you disappear. I mean, like hyper aggressive stuff. Again, all according to her. And then, of course, this is Marcel, who also supposedly had the good stuff. And then as that story started to go out, the government came in and said, no, you don't have any of this. This is what you've got. And this is this foil stuff. But over the time, Marcel has even come out and said, that's not the stuff that I brought home. And Marcel even came out and said, yeah, this later, much later on, this was a cover up. I was part of the cover up. They told me to do all of this. And so I did it because that's what the military does. If the government tells you to do something, you do it. And that was the Rowe family as well. They were a military family in a military town. Roswell is basically a military town. And if the government comes in and says, this is how it works, everybody falls in line.
Nice. Well, hey, tell you what, let's establish a baseline on this one too, then, because what I want to talk about is why was there this misinformation, Rodney? So here you have a situation where there's possibly these two reports, right? And it seems like the reports are contradicting each other. What do you make of it?
I think it's just it was such a fluid situation and happening so fast, and the fact that it had gotten into the public's hands and out on the airways or in the news, in the print media the next day in the paper, that the military and the government was falling all over themselves to try to get their ducks in a row. So,
start at the very beginning. Honestly, do you think that the government conceals evidence of extraterrestrials?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. I mean, they denied a stealth program existed for decades, and then in the late '80s, boom, there was a stealth bomber. It's just part of the standard protocol of any military industrial complexes to deny that they have X-wing fighters in their airplane hangars out in the desert. They don't want China or anybody else to know that. So yeah, I think it. Yeah, there is so much stuff they don't want us to know, and they deal with it with subterfuge and misinformation and smoke and mirrors.
Todd, do you know the story? This is going to be you next. Their second report is this fireman guy. One of the things is that it's disputed. One part of the staff says it happened, and the other half of the staff says it didn't happen. So it's one of those things like, who do you believe? And one of the common things is people say, well, it's misinformation. It's trying to distract you from something else. So I guess I would want to ask you this question. What might they have been trying to distract us from with this second report?
All kinds of things. And then you hear stories about how they found bodies at this second site, even though they thought maybe, well, hey, they could be extraterrestrial or alien. I had heard stories that it was a cover up because they were actually smaller children in there that they were trying to train to fly these things. Whether or not that's true, hey, that's some more misinformation that I picked up from somewhere. But gosh, like something like this, like Rodney was saying, the situation is so fluid, and especially during the time, you don't want to have some kind of public meltdown.
Yeah.
People looting in the streets because aliens are coming from Mars and it's the end of the world. But on the second hand, people should know these things too, in the right time. And I think they definitely covered up something there. There was just so many stories that we all heard about these sightings and these crash sites, about what they found, what they took, what was confiscated later, what people threatened the family later, and something out there happened that was not meant to be seen by people, I think.
Yeah, and real quick, let me interject that we have to remember that this is the first time in the world's history that this had happened. So there was not really any protocol in place.
Or recovering a crash site. So.
Yeah, so the fact that they did fumble and they had multiple stories out there and it got to the newspapers is indicative of the fact that the protocol wasn't in place. And if it wasn't being followed because why? Because people were scared shitless because aliens were running around, or they were afraid they were going to get in trouble because they didn't do something right. They might have missed a piece of material from a test plane, whatever. Protocol clearly.
Well, and you kind of headed right into the next question, which the way they handled it was weird. It wasn't like there was a big explosion or anything. They just found some wreckage. And if it was a weather balloon, which we're coming to that in a second too, why did the press react the way that it did? We'll go to Chris on this one. Why did the press react so quickly, for one thing? Because it seemed like security was really lax too.
I'm familiar with this case. I'm not super familiar with it. And I believe that the press is always going to have a spin to boost their numbers and to up their ratings and to do what they have to do. And if you trust the U.S. government, I've got to warn a third world country I can probably sell you. I think the government is going to use whatever means that they have to cover up their operations and their technology that they don't want the other countries learning about. So, and I think UFOs are a great distraction for the U.S. public. So,
okay, I buy that. It's a little bit weird to me how if they would have released a press release, which I guess initially the Army released a press release. If you look at a photo, this doesn't scream recovered disc. The paperwork actually says recovered disc. So it seems to me that if this is the photo they're releasing with the story, this is not what the people saw, right?
Right.
Let's see. This goes to Tom. Tom, what do you make of that? The written reports say things like recovered disc. They also say bodies. And then you have this guy showing this, what looks like a piece of aluminum siding or something, or tinfoil almost.
Well, yeah, this was where the story started to turn to weather balloon and that sort of stuff. This is where it started to shift, where again, you had all of that information. I mean, it made it to the radio. There are radio reports from like ABC where they're like, they got a saucer and people, like, what's going on? Like, that's real stuff that exists. And then it all started to change. It started, the military obviously was like, well, we can't have this out here. So we have a new story that we have to tell you. And it's going to be this. And then what's crazy is even later, like 30 or so odd years later, the military came back to this and they were like, well, look, this is what we told you back then. This is what we're going to tell you now. This was now part of a super secret military thing under the code name Mogul and this kind of thing. So they've always changed their story to be whatever they need it to be. And that's the way that the government works. They'll always tell you what they want you to know, hear, understand, to take you away from the reality. And they want to take you away from the reality. Number one, kind of like we just talked about, we just came out of like World War II here. This isn't too far out of World War II. So we don't want our enemies knowing that we have whatever it is that we have, whether this was a ship that we designed and it crashed, or whether we actually caught aliens. We don't want the enemy to know.
Right. Don't go too far
things
on that one, because that's the next question. About
yeah,
the Cold
but
War.
then the next thing, when we talk about why don't we tell the public, again, we're not in an open period of minds yet. We haven't reached even the 60s of any of this counterculture or anything. So we just have people that are towing the line. We're still going to church all the time. We're still doing the things that we're supposed to do. And if all of a sudden the government's like, so yeah, there's aliens now and they're on the planet and we've got them, it would freak people out. remember, just 50 years earlier, we had War of the Worlds book released, right, in the late 1800s. So at the 50 years, that's like a long time for it to kind of die down. But 10 years prior to this, we had the Orson Welles War of the Worlds thing that freaked people out, over the radio. So if all of a sudden this is an official report from the government saying, yeah, aliens are real, take that War of the Worlds radio show and put it on Viagra, and that would be what you have here. So that's why I think that they are so. And again, they're doing it under the guise of, this is what's best for you. You don't need to know these things. You go about your day, and we'll take care of the scary things that you don't need to know about. But especially now today, there's no reason that we can't handle this information. I mean, we've been groomed on this information for 40 plus years of secrecy and all of this stuff, and this and Area 51 and all that kind of thing. So there's never been more time that we're ready for it. And we're actually getting it now.
Okay, good answer. So let's see, where do I move to, Todd? So basically the same question. So your written reports tend to have language like recovered disc, and then they show these photographs with it, and it's like, this doesn't look like a recovered disc. In other words, if you were the newspaper guy and you were writing your article and you saw this, there's no way you would have said the word disc, right? So my question is, was there two things? What do you make of that?
I think like Tom had mentioned, you have the whole that rise with the radio performance of War of the Worlds. Something like this comes out, oh my gosh. Yeah, man, you're going to see. What was the line in Ghostbusters? Dogs and cats getting together, but getting along. The world's. I don't think Western Civ was ready for this. So you've got to tell them something. You've got to spin it somehow where it's not so scary.
Okay.
Not so otherworldly. And man, coming off of World War II with the atomic bomb and all that too, and
yeah. And there's a Cold War implication of this too, and that's actually going to be the next question. So hold on to that, which I'm going to ask you. One of the theories is that it's all a stunt to impress the Russians. But let's give the last word to Chris on this, which is the question. In the written release, they describe a recovered disc, and in the photos with the same release, it's clearly not a disc. What gives? What do you think it is, Chris?
I'm not entirely sure. I think there's obviously a discrepancy between what people may have seen and people just trying to get a photo op, trying to get their 15 minutes of fame. And so they pulled something off which obviously looks like tinfoil. And
right. That's to me one of the main discrepancies. I think that there is no element that says disc in any of this, and it has to be two, or at least two, whatever the incidents were. There's no way that any part of that is a disc, even put together.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So one of the theories is that, sometimes we find things and they were a hoax, right? And then the question becomes, why is it a hoax? Like, let's say, for example, that this was something that the military is going to impress the Soviet Union, or maybe even it's a kind of test to see how people respond when they think they have seen a flying saucer. Tom, what do you make of this? Do you think there's any value to that theory that it has Cold War implications? We're trying to either imply to the Russians that we got something.
I've never thought about that aspect in this particular case. Certainly possible, because we know the government has done psychological tests on the public for decades. How do they respond to this? How do they respond to that? There's even that even goes further into the idea that the government has some aspect of control on Hollywood, where they drop things into Hollywood. How do they react if this happens in a film? Like, what's the audience reaction to this and that and so on? So I like that. I think that's a great sort of counterpoint to all of this. There's nothing that says that that's not a possible thing. I've never considered it. It's certainly there. But I think the only thing that sort of counters it potentially is just the witnesses that decide that they want to keep telling their story. Because as a lot of these people have said, there's no advantage to us telling our story. Like, we're not making money off of this. We're not, there's no advantage other than we want to tell the story. And some of these guys are just, they've talked about that we're reaching a point from the Roswell point that it won't be too much longer before nobody that was there is alive anymore. And then there's really no accountability coming from anywhere, because everyone who's telling the story is gone. The stories disappear and we move forward. It's sort of like the Kennedy assassination. Well, basically everybody's gone. So
well, even to prove your point, now that the Cold War is over, you think one person would come forward and say, well, you know what? We were just trying to see how everybody would act or something.
Right. Yeah. So, I mean, once you reach a point where releasing information doesn't hurt anybody because they're all dead, or you can sweep it under the rug because no one's talking about it anymore. And that's where we are with Roswell. It's the oldest of these things, and the people that were involved are all dying off. And it won't be long before it'll disappear from us for the most part, because ask Gen Z or millennials what Roswell was. They'll probably tell you it was a TV show in the 90s. That's all they know.
Right.
I love that theory. I love that thought process, but I think there's too many people that are still talking about it with like highly detailed specifics about these things for it to be just that. Maybe a combination of things, but not just that.
Well, and we did talk about this on the other podcast, which we sometimes call it the Oz factor, right? Which is the way that when people are witnessing something that they can't quite comprehend, they go into, it's almost like a mild shock.
Mm-hmm.
Like they stand there like, what am I seeing? They like try and work it out. And there's been some of the studies. Matter of fact, I think Rodney was there. It was the Bentwater show. We're saying maybe it was something where, because remember the American colonels were out and they were taking notes on people's reactions. And it's like, who does that? Right. So you didn't answer this one, Rodney. What do you make? Is this potentially a Cold War stunt, or does it have implications of trying to, I don't know, intimidate the Russians in some way?
Yeah, I mean, it could definitely be that. There's so much that I'm just trying to decide which way I want to go. Are you guys familiar with the supposed UFO that was retrieved, the Germans retrieved in Italy? It crashed into Mount Vesuvius.
I've heard that.
Yes, the German military, Mussolini allowed the German military to come in and take it. And that's how they became so far advanced in World War II. They were back engineering it.
Oh, I have heard this story.
Yeah. And then the U.S. government took those scientists and brought them over and formed NASA. So I think that it's obviously it's all connected, but yes, if you want to look at it through that spectrum of the lens, it could very possibly be just kind of sticking out their chests and going, look at here, Moscow, we've got flying discs.
Does that incident in Germany, does that have anything to do with that photo of what do they call it, the Die Glocke? The supposed craft that they were designing, that looked like a bell, and they called it Die Glocke.
Yeah, the Germans, right? The bell.
Yeah.
Those are two separate things.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, the bell was trying to create portholes, interdimensional portholes.
I thought that was a craft. Okay, my bad.
Well, I mean, it was probably 12 feet wide, 18 feet tall, and the center of it was filled with mercury, and they spun it, and high mercury rotated at high speeds, high velocities, creates holes, portals and stuff like that, energies and stuff like that. So they were experimenting with that, and it's theorized that was the beginning of some type of ability for time travel and stuff like that.
Nice.
Okay.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
So, Todd, I don't think we heard from you on this one yet. Cold War implications of the Roswell incident. And if you think about it, I love to say this is one of the less kooky theories, because again, we've caught the government doing things like this numerous times, trying to see how populations would respond to certain types of events. So is the Roswell, somehow connected to the Cold War and a government exercise?
Yeah, that sounds great. What kind of came into next. So when was Sputnik? When did they send that up?
59.
59. So maybe we're entering the space race here, and this is sort of like the, hey, look what we're thinking of doing, you guys. I don't know, but it is interesting to think that after the atomic age and after World War II, came to an end, we started our scientists started going in the direction of space travel and trying to. All of a sudden, we decided we're going to go to the moon. So space was the place, definitely, after World War II. So I could see where this was some kind of promo that they're cutting for the rest of the world,
Right. And that was during the heat of when
Sure.
they were doing stuff like this, right?
Yeah.
You figure it's 2 years after the bomb.
Yeah. Sputnik was actually 57. My bad.
Oh, okay, good.
I had to fact check myself.
Jeez, come on.
So,
man.
Chris,
Come
you're
on.
going to get the last word. Chris Hall, you get the last word on whether or not
Nerd.
the Roswell incident was a government, was it related to a Cold War implication?
I think almost everything in the government was related to the Cold War back then. So it very well could have been a covert way. I mean, kind of a covert way of, saying to Russia, hey, we have this technology. And so anything you see, this is why we have this technology. And it may have just been a kind of like a, F you to Russia.
Yeah, and you think about how the groups were even more connected back in the day, right? Like the OSS was connected to the Nazis, who were connected to the CIA, who were connected to NASA. Like all the scientists were all in one big evil boat, so to speak. So it sounds like we got a consensus there, potentially a Cold War exercise.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
And going back to the media is, the media and the government and all that kind of stuff. You guys know the X-Files is all true, right? There's proof. There's proof.
Truth is out there.
Yeah, there's proof. You guys know the Smoking Man, right? The cigarette man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We all know the X-Files, right? This is okay.
Right.
So the guy's name is played by William B. Davis. So in the X-Files, there's an episode where they're going through their checklist of what these people want to have happen in the United States. So they're in control of it. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. Somebody asked William B. Davis, the Smoking Man, what about the Super Bowl this year? And William B. Davis, Smoking Man, says, as long as I'm alive, the Buffalo Bills do not win the Super Bowl. William B. Davis is still alive 30 years later, and the Bills have still never won the Super Bowl.
Well, if anybody here watches the NFL football, it's obvious that the NFL is going to let the Kansas City Chiefs win this year anyway. So,
well, let's circle back to. I think that wraps up for the Cold War implications. I did want to ask about alien bodies, right? That always seems to be sort of the $1 million bill on these questions. And some people would say things like, well, the government has these bodies, right? They're in possession of them right now, and they're doing all these kind of tests and things. The first question, let's start with Rodney. Rodney, is the government in possession of alien bodies?
yes. And the reason I say that is because I live in Cincinnati, Ohio, which is 45 minutes from Dayton, which is right where Wright-Patterson Air Force Base is. And my best friend, he has an uncle that worked at Wright-Patterson for 35 years. He was military, duh. And he said that he actually saw the bodies. He saw them. There were 3 of them. And one was alive. And he said it scared the shit out of him. And as he said, as soon as he was able to transfer and get out of there, he got out of there because it just terrified him, because they were there. He heard about it for decades, and he just happened to be on part of a crew that just happened to be in there and saw him, and he was
Isn't that something?
He was tasked with guarding them. and he said he was absolutely terrified.
Amen. That's a pretty good anecdote. It's that's exactly what I'm looking for. I know the Jackie Gleason story. Do you guys know that one?
Yeah, Richard Nixon, Jackie Gleason.
Yeah, it's in the presidential memoir. He showed
Yeah.
it to me, meaning the actual body of an alien.
Yeah.
So let's move it over to Tom. Tom, alien bodies. This is, again, it's starting to get into the more far-fetched elements of Roswell, right?
I'll be right back.
Go ahead, man. Do your thing. So in this case, the question is simple. Do you think the government is in possession of alien bodies?
Yeah, I mean, if you believe in UFOs, you have to believe that there's some aspect of either dead bodies like from Roswell, or some sort of. I mean, if you want to take the stories even further, and that there's actual interaction with, like, hey, my president has met the aliens and we've talked and whatever, like they would be in possession of some sort of DNA swap, or whatever it happens to be. There's got to be some aspect of it, because again, the Hollywood will always give you the story as a far-fetched thing. Like there was back in the day during the X-Files, there was Fox would put out the alien autopsy video that was supposed to be this real leaked thing. And again, the world lost its shit. Like, what just happened here? What did we just see? It's all BS. But again, it was one of these things where it's just we're going to give you something to think about. And then 30 years later, we're going to tell you that wasn't real, but something else is. It's sort of like they're just easing us into the idea of all of these things, so that 20, 30 years, 40 years down the line, we get to a point where it's just, when they make the announcement, and that's kind of where we are right now, it almost doesn't even matter. We're all like, duh, like, tell us more. Tell us what we don't know, government, because we're already with you. We've seen all the shows. We've seen all the documentaries. We've watched Ancient Aliens. We know all of this. Tell us the stuff we don't know.
You kind of have a point. You kind of have a point, Tom, and I'll tell you why. Like, they slowly desensitize the public.
That's it.
Yeah. Like if you hear like, oh, they cloned a sheep, like, oh, that's not even unusual to have animals being cloned anymore. It's like,
right.
It's like, it's very commonplace.
Yeah.
Well, they're trying to bring back a mammoth, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So, Chris, let's move this one to you. So we were talking about alien bodies, right? And like I say, we're starting to get into the more far-fetched elements of the story. But some people are very firm on that the government actually has these bodies. Do you think it's true, and why?
I believe that it's entirely possible that the government could have bodies. But then my mind goes to, do you honestly think that if, presidential full disclosure, like if they told Trump that we had alien bodies, that he would be able to keep his big damn mouth shut about it?
Well, allegedly Nixon couldn't. That's how Jackie Gleason found out.
But Trump did say, if I told you what they told me, you wouldn't even believe it. He said that.
Yeah.
So he's kind of pseudo gone on the record about there's some fucked up stuff.
Ronald Reagan was like that a little bit too, and also wasn't Jimmy Carter was the president who thought he saw a UFO.
Yeah.
So did we hear from Todd on this one? Todd, we're talking about alien bodies. Realistically, is that something that the government has in their possession, and why do you think that?
Yeah, why not? I mean, the government probably has the original recipe for Twinkies and ding dongs somewhere. So I feel like if they can do that, man, and they can, hold our money from us and hold it over our head, yes, they definitely got alien bodies. They probably got all that stuff.
Nice.
They probably.
Well, I wanted to sort of take a left turn on some of these and get into some heavier answers. Specifically, let's tackle this one. So the government potentially has these crashed spacecraft and dead alien bodies. Does it upend human civilization and undermine religion? Like, what is the next step if all this is true, Rodney?
Well, it depends on how the religious organizations plan to tackle that situation. The Catholic Church has actually, in the last couple of years, come out and said that if we have brothers and sisters out amongst the cosmos, that they are all God's creatures. So we will welcome them when we come in, and it's just part of the indoctrination of come to the tribe and be part of the clan. Whether you're from Africa or Jupiter. So they're getting out in front of it, and which to me is kind of a precursor of things to come because they know things.
Yeah, they've been right a couple of times before.
The Catholic archives, man. There's stuff in there.
Yeah, are you going to talk about Tom the third secret? Yeah, that's
hell. The Catholic Church probably has alien bodies in its archives.
Yeah, so let's go around in a circle. So really what I want to know is what are the religious and civilization implications if there is this second species, let's say it is, that is either extraterrestrial or possibly extra-dimensional, which we've talked about before. What does religion do? How do they respond? Chris, go ahead. This one's for you.
I think religion is, the religions of the world. Of course, I'm pretty sure we're probably in a consensus here that aliens and gods and angels are all kind of like interchangeable.
Maybe connected somehow. Yeah,
they're interconnected and interchangeable throughout history. I think the church would absolutely deny it, because I think it would lead to a leaving of the church and a big question for modern religions.
Yeah. I think you might be closer to the truth. I think Rodney's answer is the more loving answer, and I think yours is probably closer to the truth. Let's see, Todd, how do you feel about this? Religion, would it be upended by the presence of an alien creature?
I think maybe or maybe they'll have to completely adapt. But what we might see are new religions that come. Right? I mean, we already had something like the Angels Gate, who believed in Halley's Comet. They talked about traveling on the stars. There's that.
Hey, I think your battery might be going dead, buddy. In your mic. Is he cutting out on you guys?
Yeah, he was cutting out.
Yeah, he's cutting out. Yeah. So are we all going to start believing in Xenu now, or?
Hey, maybe. It's funny when you listen to all the. Hold on, before we move on, I don't think we heard from Tom on this round. What does the presence of an alien civilization, does it upend religion? And more specifically, Tom, Rodney was saying, hey, it would maybe be kind of inclusive of everybody. Maybe it all still kind of works out.
Yeah.
Chris suggested maybe something more apocalyptic. What is Tom's take on this?
I think that the church will do when we say the church, we're talking about the Catholic Church, because obviously there's Islam and there's all kinds of other things. But as far as like America, sort of the Catholic Church is kind of what I feel like we're talking about. I feel like they'll do whatever they have to do to survive within the eyeballs of their their followers. If they look at it and they say, look, there's aliens on this planet, we need to say that God created them and try and bring them in, they'll do that. If they need to deny it in some capacity, then they'll do that. But I think that I think it'll really depend on how it all breaks down. I mean, you can't really deny it if something like Independence Day happens and there's ships floating over our cities. You can't really deny that. But if it's still consistently, oh, there's some footage, oh, there's some pictures, oh, there's some some stories, then you can deny it forever. But as soon as there's a lizard man that walks into the hall of the Senate and says we're here, anyone can deny it. So it's just a matter of how they decide they want to play it, and / what do they already know through all of their history of everything. We talked about the archives and stuff, but I and then the other side of that is regardless of what the heads of the states do, heads of the religions do, there's still the people that are going to be like, well, there's no aliens in the Bible, so why is my Pope saying there's aliens when the Bible doesn't say there's aliens? Because they just stick to what is in that book and absolutely nothing else. And so that's where you'll have people that will sort of, in my mind, sort of hunker down within the Bible. Like, this is it. We don't believe anything else that's out here. But the part that Todd brought up about new religions, I believe that is 100% accurate. Like we even saw that like in Independence Day. There's people up on the top of the buildings like, hey, come say hi to us. And then they shoot them with lasers and we're dead. So I fully believe that there would be people that would be like, oh, look, these are the gods. We've been told about gods, Zeus and Apollo and whoever throughout human history. These are the real gods. These are the people that we should be bowing down to or worshiping or whatever. I think that would happen very, very quickly if even just to be cynic of mankind, even just to sort of try and hopefully spare their lives as, look, we'll do whatever you want, man. Just, let us maintain ourselves on this planet.
Can I add something to that real quick before we switch to the next topic? Tom said that when a lizard walks on the floor of the Congress, it actually happened. Are you guys familiar with Valiant Thor? No. The day the Earth stood still.
Oh yeah.
The
craft
movie
comes in, lands, and 2 police officers come, and a guy in a business suit gets out. He says, "Take me to your leaders." They take him to Washington, D.C., and he stands on the floor of Congress and says that his name is Valiant Thor and he's from Jupiter or Venus. He's from Venus. And Eisenhower met with him, and he said that I have been sitting here by my people to convince you people to discontinue your nuclear weapons programs.
Oh, interesting.
And Eisenhower actually wanted to do it. But the Joint Chiefs of Staff said no because they're war hawks. And so they granted him a 3-year visa. And he stayed here for 2.5 years and continued to try to work with Congress to get them to stop the nuclear weapons programs. And when he realized that he wasn't getting any satisfaction and the governments weren't going to comply, he left. Yeah, they actually did a segment on Ancient Aliens, and I actually ordered the book that was on that show, and I read it. And it's pretty interesting. So Valiant Thor, look it up. There's actually a picture of him standing before Congress. Looks just like it kind of looks like you, Tom. It's just average white guy, brown hair. It's just.
I thought you were claiming Tom was a lizard man, which was not totally out of the question.
I didn't say that, Tom.
Hey, so I wanted to talk a little bit about alien technology, right? And we've talked to, some people take guesstimates on technology advancing in sort of little bursts, right? And they tend to be things like the ones that are commonly mentioned around that time period are Velcro is one, and the other one is the microwave oven, which are both, if you think about it, fairly advanced technology. They come from some of them much more innocent sources than that. But what I'm getting at is if we were to reverse engineer some technology out of a captured alien craft, what do you think the next technology would be? Don't say AI, say something other than that. Tom, you go first. What do you think would be the next recovered alien technology?
I mean, to me, everything technology right now is moving towards, I don't know how you would describe it, physical insertion, right? Like chips in your brain and things that, they're implanting little things that you can like just swipe to pay your credit cards. And, this internal technology is where I see this is all kind of going right now. In the guise of simplicity and ease of use and so on. But, we also know that it'll all be used for tracking and, whether tracking you or tracking everything that you are buying with your little swiper thing. I think it's all going towards, because the world has gotten a lot bigger now that we have the internet and we can connect everywhere. But they don't like that.
Oh, Dylan, that's a good one.
They don't like that. So, the more that they can sort of kind of try and rein us in a control sense with technology. I mean, I literally have a phone right here. And while I'm doing this, so we're always connected somehow. And all of that is now they're pulling all of that data for whatever use they're going to do. They're pulling that data. They're watching us right now. I see you, FBI. And what they do with all of that is up to them. But at the end, the government is all about control of whatever it is they're trying to control: people, places, things. And I think that all of that sort of inserted technology and
we got some
whatever
we got some like minds tonight. You know, one time I was on a trip, Tom, to Japan, and they took us on like a little tour of the Sony factory there. And it was like a tour bus type thing where it was a lot of American tourists and whatnot. And the guy was explaining how they were working on this project that instead of having a view a screen, you would have a little optic nerve attached to a piece of your skull. And that the signal would come from the machine, like a gameplay or something, and you'd be able to play it without looking at anything. And everybody on the bus kind of laughed, like, "Ha ha, that's so far-fetched," you know. And he's like, "Well, it's like I was telling the truth." That was really what they were working on. So, you know, it's one of the reasons why Google Glass, right, it hasn't been that successful, because it's sort of like a cumbersome thing you got to wear. But I think you're right, man. I think the idea of having like a chip installed that would give you some mild form of pleasure, and that the government would use it to control you, is actually be much easier than people think.
Sure.
Well, they're already doing it in Sweden. In Sweden, a lot of people already have the chips for access to buildings and for paying with credit cards and stuff. I just saw a reel on that a couple of days ago.
Yeah. Well, hey, you take this, Rodney. What would be the next? Or wait, did I ask you the technology question?
No.
Okay. What would be the next technology to come out of alien reverse engineering?
Well, I was going to say fiber optics was probably lifted from an alien spacecraft. But I have to agree with Tom. I think virtual submersion, into the matrix, to supplanting our consciousness into the digital realm, because it's all about it's all about controlling us. It's all about watching our algorithms, what we purchase, what we trend towards, because it helps them understand how to peddle stuff to us. And it's it's all about the dollar, and that's how we can control them this way. We know this person likes this. Let's keep showing this in its timeline. I think that's all part of it.
Tom sort of mentioned that too. So I'm going to ask, do you like curate your social media feed, like unfollow stuff you don't like aggressively and that kind of thing?
All the time. Yeah.
Yeah, I do that too. Tom, do you do that?
Yeah. I drop people off. I mean, everybody gets a chance, but somebody told me one time, and this is the way that they did it. They were like, if all I see on your feed, when you come on my feed, if all I see is you're posting about like one thing, particularly if it's like politics or, any of that kind of stuff, it's like, if this is all I see, if this is all you are, and that's not what I am, I'm not talking about your opinion or anything, but just the fact that that's all you exist in is that one space. Yeah. I don't really have an interest in that. And so 9 times out of 10, I'll see enough and I'll be like, look, we're not connecting. Go do your thing. I won't block them or anything,
we're bombarded with these forms of media. So you have to do it just to survive your mental health. So let's see. Let's move to Chris. Hey, so we're talking about technology, right? And we're talking about the weird things that have come forward that some people say might have been engineered by aliens. But if it was a craft that was being reverse engineered, what would you like to see? What form of technology would you like to see, Chris?
I would think that if the government had superior technology from an alien species, I would think that the first thing that they would be working on would be the problem of interstellar travel and the problem with the speed of light and just the vast distances between us and even our nearest neighbors. So I would think they would be working on interstellar travel.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Chris is an optimist.
It's really hard for me, in my head anyway, to explain the jump in technology. Like for 200,000 years, we were like chased after animals and living in caves and whatnot, and then all of a sudden, now we have microprocessors, and just all this amazing technology. So
Right.
it has to have, in my mind, come from somewhere.
That's actually a pretty good answer. Chris, do you know this thing, Moore's Law, about how technology will double every 2 years?
Yes.
And
Yep.
it's been true every year since 1940, whatever. Oh, well,
Seven?
roughly about the time of Roswell, right? But according to Moore's Law, that 2030 is when immortality will be solved. It's been
Well, yeah,
right every other time.
Yeah, somebody, I think it might have been Elon Musk, had said that already someone has been born on this planet that will live essentially
150.
forever because of
Yeah.
technology and healthcare and whatever. Yeah.
That's crazy. Well, we're going to
I
work
don't
that
know
in.
if I'd
That will
want
make.
to.
What's that again?
I said, I don't know if I'd want to.
Yeah, we'll tackle immortality on the next one. Let's finish. Todd, you're going to get the last word on the technology segment, which, by the way, we got some pretty good one. 3D printing organic matter. That'd be if you like needed a heart. The Neuralink. That's kind of what Tom and Rodney mentioned.
Yeah.
What do we got here? The CRISPR, the DNA editor. Oh,
Yeah, the
pretty
3D
good
printing
stuff.
organic matter, that's already happening. They're trying to
Yeah, they're
trying to
printing
make
meat.
Yeah, they're printing
Dylan,
meat.
these are good ones.
Well, they're growing ears on the backs of mice.
Yeah.
You know,
So,
so
but Todd, you're going to get the final word on technology. What do you think should be reverse engineered? What would your choice be?
It's really I brought that last slide up, but I really feel like we kind of dropped the ball on our own healthcare. And I worked in healthcare for over a decade, and I just saw how cumbersome it was for people to get treatment, to get even a correct diagnosis. Sometimes, it's ridiculous. A lot of these doctors, I feel, are just guessing. They are experts. They are medical experts, and they've been trained, but they don't know. So it would really be something to see some breakthroughs, like huge breakthroughs in healthcare. Like it would be even just like the most simple things, like we figure out a way to get rid of strep throat. I mean, strep throat sounds like so minor in Western civilization, but in other parts of the world, it can kill people. They take care. So I would love to see something like that. I don't want to live forever. I don't think that's the main goal, but with all the technology that we have, like Tom was showing, phone, I've got my iPad here. We're talking on this mobile device, and not even paying for long distance. But we can't take care of our healthcare. That boggles my mind. So I would like
That's a good point. That's one of the things they talk about. One of the next big movements is potentially I'll weave these together for this topic. The next big movement would be a type of humanist movement. And what I mean by that specifically is we are headed toward a shift in technology. And I think we all recognize that already. It's going to take the form of automation for many types of workers, especially people that are in fields like driving or work at a warehouse or almost anything that's slightly repetitious. And that'll only increase as the cars start to become driverless, which is, now it's pretty commonplace in Asia to take a driverless taxi somewhere. It's really, you don't think it won't take in the U.S.,
I
right?
don't even trust cruise control.
Yeah, well, and that's only one half of it is automation, and of course the other half I'm talking about artificial intelligence, which it's all about how are these things going to be applied, right? So I guess I would say let's start with the easy one, because I asked about Moore's Law, and I guess it was Tom that said the way the line goes is something like this: the first person's already been born that's going to live to be 150, and then within the next 50 years they're predicting a 250-year-old, and then born in the century after that or sooner could potentially be immortal. And what Moore's Law says is that the problem, if it was a math equation, of immortality will be solved by 2030. And that sounded so futuristic back then, as many of them did, many of the predictions. But now we're getting closer to it. And it'll be things like, there's different types of consciousness. Like you could have your brain waves stretched over a silicon web that's microscopic and it's printed on a drop of water, stuff like that. Wow. Like you'd technically be alive if you follow. And these are the kind of things that an artificial intelligence will say, well, I think I can help you. Let me think about it thousands and thousands of times per second. It's just like thinking like crazy, right? So, I guess let's start with this one. I don't think I would necessarily be too interested in an immortality like that. What do you make of it, Rodney? Is immortality something that you'd want to pursue?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about immortality, but maybe an extra few decades wouldn't piss me off.
Yeah,
just because I spent the last 30 years learning, what I do now, and I'm almost like just over it, just because I'm just kind of worn down by it, But I feel like if I knew I had another 50 or 60 years in front of me, I can get more invigorated to just keep pushing through. I was like, okay, well, it's not over. It's not over. You still got time. So I don't know. I just kind of always I'm one of those people that I don't want to miss out on what's going on, which is weird because I'm kind of a hermit, but I still like pulling up the old interwebs and looking to see what's going on and who's doing what to who and what's happened here. And so, yeah, it kind of appeals to me. Just, like a big movie, and I get to watch it for 60 more years.
Yeah. I get what you're saying, because it takes so many years. You can develop 50 years worth of skill at something, but then you're pretty much done.
Yeah.
It makes you wonder, what if I had 150 years worth of skill?
Right. Exactly.
So, Tom, same question. Immortality, would you pursue it or would you pass?
I mean, I think it would depend on what it looks like, right? Like if your body is just existing like for 150 years, I mean, are you still getting older and older and older and more decrepit, but you're still alive? I mean, to be 150 years old, I would hope I still can walk up and down the stairs and, do these things versus just like, yeah, I'm alive, but I'm in this like tank. Just like,
well, in this
out.
case, assume that you could ask an artificial intelligence who's already figured out how to stretch your consciousness across a silicon web.
And that's the other thing
for
is
a robot body. Say, yeah,
that would be the next step, right? Is like, okay, so if my body's going to fail, but we can move your brain into a cyborg, or even here's the part that would get kind of weird with stem cells and stuff. You could clone yourself, and at a certain point, take your brain and wire it into the younger self of yourself. Yeah. If that were to become a thing, again, you'd be in a new body, but you would still be the same memories, the same experiences, the same all that kind of stuff.
That's kind of what Dylan was mentioning. That'd be cool. You could go back and get your younger version of your own body.
Yeah, 100%. So, I mean, again, I think it would all depend on what it looks like. But I think it would also depend not on what it looks like as far as you just living, but what are you living through? Because right now, I'm not really interested in seeing what anything else. Like we're a mess right now. This is a disaster. So unless we're getting to a point where I can see some sort of a turn or some sort of like, if we know the aliens are coming and it's like, the world is like, we have to defend ourselves. Like if we have that Star Trek moment where we're suddenly like, God damn it, we're screwed unless we all come together and fight off the Borg. I feel like I'm the cynic with humanity for sure. I don't believe that we'll ever figure out a way to really work it out. I think we're pretty much destined to blow it all up in some capacity somewhere along the lines. Whether that's in my next 50 years or in the next 100 years, I don't know. But for right now, I am perfectly content to say, look, I'm 53. I've probably got maybe 40 years left on me. I'm good. Once I get to that point, if you can tell me that you can put me into a 10-year-old clone of me, we can have that discussion. But I'd kind of be more about like what is actually happening that I want to exist in versus just the I want to exist.
Okay. Good answer. Good answer. I buy that. I always dig interesting historical times. They potentially might be the best ones, right? Let's move this over to Chris too. So where we left off, Chris, was immortality. I didn't ask you the immortality question, did I?
No.
Okay. Would you pursue it or not?
I absolutely would not. I agree with Tom. I think the human race is good and truly screwed. Just our capacity for greed and control over other people. I just don't really want to see where that goes. So no, immortality, not up for it. But so the question of, you know, in the next 10, 20 years or whatever, they're going to unlock immortality. So the theory with the Anunnaki and that our DNA is capped, with that technology, wouldn't they just have to undo that technology? Like the reason that we do die at 100 is because like our DNA is capped, and we're designed to die,
to expire. It has like a shelf life.
Right. Yeah.
Well, that's exactly the point, and I'm glad you brought it up, because the one thing nobody said. Well, before I pontificate, we didn't hear from Todd, did we?
No.
Todd, immortality. Would you pursue it, and why?
You know, I like what Tom brought up. I feel like Western civilization, point we've kind of dug our own grave. It's going to be really hard to get back out and be another thriving civilization as Western civilization can be. I don't think I would pursue it. I don't think I would, honestly. I would just like to maybe get my knee worked on and have a few more years of not living. That would be great. But immortality is something that I don't think I
Well, and it's not. I would sense that it's not for everybody, but nobody mentioned the one part, which is, you know, it's probably part of the experience of being a human being, right? Like, if you said, "Hey, well, there's birth and there's death; those are the two big ones." Well, if you missed birth, you sure missed something good. Like, and maybe death is this really, I don't know, exhilarating experience, or at least part of the experience of being.
Well, yeah, I think people want to live forever because they don't know what happens when you die. Because no one knows. There's stories of the light. Oh, I saw the light, but then I came back to life or whatever. Like it's all just theoretical. So, you know, I think people latch on to, I got to hold on to life for as long as I can, because some people like Rodney are like, well, I want to experience all of this stuff as long as I can, but others are just terrified of the end. They're like, if that's the end, is it the end? Like, is it like Ricky Gervais says, where it's like, I go in the box and the worms eat me and I go back to earth? Or is it there's heaven, or worse, is there hell? So, you know, I think that there's a fear of the end. And so because of the fear of the end, we're finding ways to extend the end process.
Interesting. Yeah, and like I say, it maybe that is as much a part of being as being born is part of being.
Yeah, I love Ricky Gervais. I don't know if you guys watch this, but when he talks about this stuff, he talks about how death makes the life valuable, because you know you only have so much. You don't know when that end is coming. Right. It could come quickly, or you could just die of old age. And so that makes every day, or it should make every day in your brain be like, this could be the last one. What am I going to do with it? I could step out and get hit by a bus tomorrow. You know, I could get run over by a reindeer at Christmas time. Like, who knows? So that's death is the value to life, not the part that you should be afraid of.
Yeah, well said. Tom, you get the final word on that one. I think that's a great spiritual exit from that topic. So let's steer back toward what I want to do. I figured we'd go right till about 7:30, right? So I want to get a wrap up on Roswell and what happened. And this is what I took away from our questions and our research. I do think it's possible that something strange happened at Roswell. Whether it's a crashed alien spaceship, I'm not ready to say, but there was definitely some misinformation going on. And there was several conflicting reports that make the whole thing stick out. And also around that time, we do have these bursts of technology that we talked about. So my 2 cents is that something did happen at Roswell. It isn't a hoax. What it is exactly, I don't know. But it was surrounded with misinformation to distract us on what really happened. So I'm going to give the question in a circle. Rodney, what is your consensus? What is your wrap up on Roswell?
I agree with you. I think it was actually something that happened on U.S. soil for the first time, and like I said earlier, it was the first time, so they really didn't know how to handle it. Not necessarily did they have protocols in place, and I believe it. I believe it was a thing. I believe it was an actual,
not a hoax.
Not a hoax. No. And I think that the reason that it happened in Mexico is because people forget that the 509th Bomber Squadron, which was the only atomic bomber squadron in the world at that time, was in Los Alamos, which is right there by Roswell. So, aliens have a history of coming and checking out our technology all the
Military
time.
installations, exactly
So
right.
That's probably what it was, and they got shot down or something, and boom. Yep.
Thanks for sharing your viewpoint. Let's click right down the list. We'll go to Tom. Tom, same question. Consensus. Did
Same
Roswell
answer.
happen? Is it a hoax? Yeah, expand on it a little bit.
Yeah, same answer. I believe, again, something happened. Just like Rodney said, the 509th was there. That's a huge thing. There are people from the 509th that were being interviewed and were saying we saw this stuff and so on. I believe something's there. I loved the thought process though of the Cold War aspect. I had never really considered that. And there's not to say that there isn't some part of that wasn't woven into the whole thing. But
Right.
yeah, I think
Which
something
they were doing all the time back then.
yeah. And I do think something crashed. I do think people saw things. How far that went with the foil, and it's like water, and I mean that could all just be people's minds playing tricks on them. I think something happened. I think something was out there, maybe if we all live to 150, we'll get to know the answer. But I think for the most part, it's probably all going to be lost to history, and we'll have a new history, which is happening now, which is the government saying, yeah, look, this stuff, it's not UFOs anymore, it's UAPs. But, same thing. It's like, hey, things are here. It's clearly here. We're videoing things on our phones all the time. I mean, it's constant now. So we may be in a new era where there's going to be a paradigm shift, whether it's, coming in the next 10 years or the next 50, I don't know. But, this is where it started.
Nice. Thanks for adding your viewpoint. So we'll go around in a circle. Todd, Roswell, was it legit? What is your consensus? Did it happen?
Yeah, something odd. Sort of like when we talked about the Barney Hill case. We don't know what happened, but something happened. Those people were traumatized when they were away from that. And with Roswell, a lot of people saw things. A lot of people collected things. There was a lot of information that was tossed out there. So you figure that sooner or later, or probably sooner than later, the government would be covering all that up with tons of misinformation going throughout the media. And it makes sense. It makes sense coming off of the war, the atomic age, and
it is one of the most troubling aspects, I think, is there's so much misinformation on every part. So, Chris, you're going to get the final word tonight. The consensus of Roswell. Did it happen or didn't it?
I'm pretty firmly leaning into the Roswell is just a government installation. They do test crafts, secret test crafts. They don't want anybody to know what's going on. If people want to believe that it's aliens, more the better for them. I think it's just a government testing facility for earthly craft.
Okay, solid answer. Well, I want to say thanks to you guys for coming on and to explaining on the secrets of Roswell. We covered a lot of stuff, including technology and immortality. I wasn't sure if we would get to those questions. I'm glad we did. First off, does anybody have anything you want to promote before we go to the next segment? Because the guys from Sierra Nova are going to come out and say goodbye in a couple of seconds.
Well, the only thing I'd say that's sort of particularly in relation to this is I'm working on a book that's coming out next year from Dren Publications. That's science fiction, UFOs. It's all this kind of stuff. So This is why I kind of know a lot of this thing, because I did a lot of research to put it into the book. And it's a spin-off of the old Plan 9 from outer space. It's called Plan 39 from outer space. Takes place in the 80s. It's very UFO. Tons of Easter eggs and fun science fiction stuff. So I don't know exactly when it's coming, but I wrote it. The book has already been done with art. The colors are happening. I would expect probably first quarter of 2025. Plan 39 from outer space.
Nice. That sounds terrific. Thanks for the heads up on that. I love sci-fi, man.
Oh yeah.
Oh, so thanks for coming, Tom. Rodney, how about you? Do you got anything you want to promote?
No.
Just hang out. All right, and hang out with us
Nothing
backstage.
right now.
Todd
Everything's
or
in
Chris,
flux.
anything you guys want to promote?
Actually, Chris was talking about the Pink Power book that Zen did. Issue 2 is out, and Chris colored that, and I've got one of the covers, so that's kind of neat.
Nice. Yeah, congratulations.
Yeah, and hey, once again, go to sabaton.net.org and order yourself a free copy of the next Camouflage magazine. I lettered the book in there, the comic strip in there, and it's a nice publication they'll send you for free.
All right, perfect. And if you guys want to hang out and chat a little bit, we're going to have the wrap up of the Sierra Nova Comic-Con. And we're going to be saying thanks to all the people that worked so hard to make the virtual convention. For us here in this group, I'd like to thank my panelists for appearing on the UFO podcast. And we will see you again on the first Friday in in January is our next one. And we're going to be talking about the Valentich disappearance. So I hope you can come back and check that out. Other than that, please stand by. We'll be back to talk to you to close the virtual Comic-Con. See you in a few moments. Thanks very much to the Sierra Nova Virtual Comic-Con for having us on your show. That was a terrific episode. We asked some pretty heavy questions, getting into some deep stuff. And thanks for the answers too, Dylan. You had some good answers.
Yeah, that was fun chiming in.
So, sorry. I had Chris on mute there for a little. You got a little bit of a rumbling noise in your room. Maybe it's the speaker.
That is weird.
Yeah, it's an echoing actually.
Yeah, it's echoing.
I can hear myself back.
It's bouncing off the
I had him turned off just to when he was speaking. I turned him on. So yeah, man. So great success on the Comic-Con, huh?
Yeah.
I think it did pretty good. No, and thank you for being here, for giving us a break. I felt like I was going to pass out earlier. I felt like shaky because I realized I've been sitting still for like 6 hours. I was
Yeah,
like,
well, you guys, I saw you were doing like 8-hour shifts. I was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, it was crazy. Like, what was it? Yesterday and the day before, we had breaks like throughout the day. But what happened was one of our panels today, 2 guests didn't show up, and we never heard from them.
It always happens. It always happens. If you notice tonight, I had, which thanks to Chris for filling in, and also Tom filled in because we had a couple. And by the way, that happens.
But it's funny because what Greg and I did this year, which is why I think this year went really well, was that the convention we did last year, if someone didn't show up, we just didn't have anybody. So this year I told Greg, I'm like, I want 6 analysts per event. And that way, if someone doesn't show up, we can even add like, what's it called? The waiting list. Called the waiting list? I don't know, the extra list. So what happened was the panel that show up. Greg and I were already on the waiting list just in case, anyways, and so it filled us in.
I'm sorry. I see what's happening here. You hear that, right?
It's definitely Chris. Yeah.
Yeah, Chris, I'm going to put you on mute. When Dylan's talking, his voice is coming through your speaker and into your microphone.
Yeah, and
just yell if you want to say something. I'll turn it on.
I think he can unmute himself too, when he goes to chat. But
yeah, maybe do that.
What's it called? I hope he unmuted himself.
I got it. I'll do it.
And so, yeah, definitely. I think that the one thing we didn't consider was specifically today how that one panel was the only panel that gave us the break during the day. So because we had to be on it, there was no break for us. Where the other 2 days there was multiple breaks. So like if someone didn't show up for a panel and we had to hop on, we just didn't get that one break. But today, yeah, we did not. We had no breaks until your panel, which was super grateful for.
It was cool, and we usually go to an hour. So I added a couple more questions, but that was about right.
Yeah, I think it still went smooth for 90 minutes, I think.
Yeah, we had enough people. So thanks, Chris, for coming too. Thanks for having the extra people because, it's one of those things people always say to me, like it's hard to find the right balance of people. Like right now they're overdoing JD's show, which he has a great show, but sometimes it's like 7 or 8 people. So you're waiting almost an hour to answer your question, right? And then on top of that, it's how do I want to say this? You don't get as many questions.
Yeah, I think that's 6. That's why I mentioned 6. 6 is like the perfect number. 6 is like the perfect number for people because I think the one panel yesterday when we had what was the panel that Chris was on? Saloff. What was that panel?
Ready Reader 1.
Oh, that was day 1. Sorry,
guys,
Friday.
that's the only one that I didn't see. I was watching it. Well, I didn't see any of Friday, but I watched most of Saturday and some of Sunday.
Yeah, so that one panel had 6 people, and that's the only panel we kind of had a little talking over each other. But that's because, I think 6 is that cap, and it's interesting too because I picked that number because first off, it looks good on the panels. Any more than 6 to start stacking. Mm-hmm. The other reason I came up with 6 was it's actually like a management thing. Technically, if you're managing people like in a business, you should never be managing more than 6 people because you can't keep track of more than 6 people. So if you have 6 people in a room and one of them is the moderator, like that should be perfect. So it's definitely something where
I'm not too sure about the logistics of that statement, but I will say that on podcasts, if you do what I usually do is try to book 5. Usually 1 cancels or something always happens. And then 4 gives you a sweet spot, but that's 5 questions for each person, depending on how long they talk and stuff. And then if they start, if one person, normally we're talking about their book. If one guy's talking too long, you start showing the next book and you segue into it. You know what I mean? I've learned that people got to be moderated a little bit because, if, for example, my buddy Tom that was just here, I love Tom, but as you notice, he sometimes gets going. You sometimes got to pull the plug on Tom.
No, yeah, you definitely get guests from time to time that are they kind of rant on for a while, which is why it's good. I like having this little thing on the bottom. The right now where it says "Watch the Skies," the official Earth Dawn. Having that and being able to change that because it kind of grabs some people's attention, or putting up the banner is good.
Our UFO group is good. It's one of the best groups. People always have good answers. You know what I mean? We tonight we were doing the immortality questions. It was heavy stuff.
That was crazy.
Yeah, man. That was we kind of if you guys notice, we've been leveling up, right? We've been talking about doing this thing. So you're going to start to see a schedule of what podcasts are on when, right? So it'll be Creative Cranium, then Haunted Basement, then UFO. And we even, there's a new one, which since people had so much fun with the video game one, we're talking about doing a full-time gaming something.
That'd be awesome.
And again, all it really is that, the formats are always the same, right? It's just a framework so we can talk about stuff and hopefully advertise what we're making without it being super spammy. I noticed you guys do that too.
The video game one was a lot of fun, so yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for your help on that one too, Chris.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, I think too. One of the things that Greg and I did this time was trivia, and I think trivia works really well for like audience engagement because it's something where I think the biggest struggle we've had in the past, and we're going to continue to try to overcome, is we bring a lot of creators to the event, but we want to start bringing fans to the event. And,
yeah, right, exactly. Yeah,
and
exactly.
That's why when you mentioned all these shows you're doing, all these shows are a great variety. It's not just you creating content. It's like talking about stuff that's just interesting to the fans, and that's a huge deal.
Right, man. Thanks for saying that. Actually, I was talking to Todd about this. We kept saying, look, we've got to come up with some podcasting content. And actually, Chris, too, we were like, well, what kind of things do we actually like? Because the fact is, customers, when I say customers, I mean somebody that might conceivably buy one of our books. In general, there's lots of things they could do. Maybe they'll subscribe to the station. Maybe they'll follow the Substack. But at the end of the day, I'm hoping to get actual customers. So it's got to be, for me, it's got to be something other than or something more than just me showing advertisements to come buy my book. Because people are wired to skip over advertisements, you see. And I'm that way too. I'm guilty, right? So it's like a deposit withdrawal. Like I provide the free content. My Substack, it's all free. My YouTube channel, it's all free. All the music, you can listen to it free. But then 3 times a year or maybe 4, I'm going to ask for withdrawal. Hey, my new book's on sale. And I'd hope to convert in the terms of your followers. I got about Guys, I try to be really transparent about things. I think it's helpful for all creators. I don't have 10,000 followers. I've got about 550, maybe 600 followers, and I can convert them at a rate of about 35%, maybe 40%.
That's really good, even for those low numbers of followers. That's a great conversion.
My total follower is low and my conversion is high. Like it's people that hopefully, allegedly, actually want to read my writing, right? Like if you read my Substack, you'll go, "Oh, this is actually like written." You know what I mean? It's like they're more. The Substacks are very rarely about the comics.
Which that's good. There's something. If anybody wants to check this book out, it's a book by Alan Dibb. It's called The One-Page Marketing Plan. And one of the biggest lessons you'll get from it is simply this. It's very difficult to get a brand new person to buy something immediately. So the goal should be to provide value in exchange for contact information and then take them as a contact and nurture them until they're ready to buy.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Because
yeah.
the thing is, like, someone might love your work, but not until they trust you will they even check it out, right? Or not until they know you can they check it out. There's the know, like, and trust of marketing. So it's like they have to know who you are before they're willing to check it out. If they like who you are, they're more open to considering it. And now that they've considered it, you have a chance to convert them. But yeah, if you're just constantly, buy my stuff, sure, you'll get a couple people. Like it'll work, like the Carnival Barker gets some people to come by, but really it's the people that grow fan bases, tribes, like people that, join a community. Like those are the people that will buy your stuff. And if you're at 500 people converting at 30%, that means that you're what would that be? A sixth of the way to your 1,000 true fans, right? So you're pretty close to getting to a point where if you continue to grow the size of your audience, continue to provide value, and then you're like, hey, by the way, if you want to support me, I have this thing, like that. Yeah, you'll be able to get a lot more long-term. What is it? The point of the 1,000 true fans is that if you have 1,000 people that will buy anything you make, you can make a living off of what you sell, right? A living meaning you do not need to work another job. You can do this thing that you love and make money from it. And then the goal is if you get to 10,000 true fans, now you can make a fortune off of something that you really enjoy doing. So that's just the baseline of, being able to adapt whatever you're doing.
I'm quite a ways away from some of that, but I do think that I could. And the other thing people say generally, you get your YouTube to 1,000, then you can start to monetize it. You get the 1,000 is kind of your benchmark. So I'm a little over halfway there.
Yeah. And that's the thing too, is like people often look at successful companies, creators, entrepreneurs, whatever, at what they're doing now, but not what they did then, right? People were hustling then. People were handing out CDs on street corners then. You know what I mean? Like, what's the digital equivalent of doing stuff like that now? Because some people are like, nobody wants my stuff, nobody's buying. I tell everybody, it's like, no. You go on your personal Facebook and you broadcast it, or you go into a Facebook group of other creators and broadcast it where nobody's reading it. Like, you have to do the hard stuff and get fans. And when we were on a panel earlier talking about going to conventions, the reason that's so powerful is that is a place where people are ready to spend money on new things. And you now have an opportunity because they are already at a heightened level of consideration. Like, there's awareness you exist. I want to consider buying, and now you've converted me. Like, that's like the stage, the customer journey. They're all there in consideration mode. Like, we've had plenty of people when we're at a convention. I just get their attention. I'm like, oh, cool, you've got Mjolnir and Stormbreaker. That's cool. And a guy walks over and he's like, oh, that's cool. What do you guys do? We make comics. That's awesome. What is this one? Oh, it's a horror anthology. I'll get one. That's it.
Listen, you're right on the money, because
that's crazy.
Interacting with the person will work better every time than selling the person a product.
Yeah, and that's the whole reason. It's like, get their contact information, become friends with them. Like, people try to treat them like it's a sale. They're your fans. If you want to be going to a convention where people are bringing that comic they bought 5 years ago and they want you to sign it because they finally get a chance to meet you, like, you need to be that person. Like, you need to be likable. And it's not the same as back in the day where, like, you're working with some giant company and you become famous in the background and then you finally go to conventions. Like, you need to basically make yourself famous now, and you have all the tools to do it. You have social media, which is totally free, which is absurd. Like, you used to have to pay money to build a website, pay money to host it. All this stuff is 100% free. It just takes work. So now you can take your afternoons, your breaks at work, your weekends, and just put a little bit of stuff into that world. And as long as it's value added and not like, you're trying to just extract from the system, you can get so much. For, like, that's the Gary V's book, Crush It, talks about that. It's like, just or the jab.
I read that stuff. I read that stuff a lot.
Yeah.
I was telling you, one of the things is, of course, we're trying to develop these podcasts and to level up. As I'm fond of saying, like, you guys have a little production value with your videos and stuff, right? A lot of people don't have that. So I don't want to say it's easy, but it's to our benefit to slowly edge ahead of the pack. And I can show you my new overlays, what they're going to look like. Do you want to see one? This is be for the next video game one.
Nice.
That's cool.
Right?
That is very cool.
And they look a little more professional than probably the average overlay. And I notice when I see it now, it's actually it could use a little wider. I'll remember that when I get over there.
But that stuff's super helpful. Like, the fact that, I've mentioned this before, people are afraid of stuff like AI when it comes to comic book space, but it's like, that's the stuff you could use it for. Like, use Canva. They have, like, all these templates to make something really great. It costs $100. Well, actually, it's going to go up in price now. It's like going to be like $300 an account or something per year. But that's still $300 a year that you would have to pay some developer or some designer to make these things for you, and instead you pay that once a year, and now you have basically a graphic designer.
I use them. I use Canva. I use the free one, and I have I download the music as an MP3 and I pair it to the MP4 with iMovie, and I make my own soundtrack. Hold on.
AI is such a boogeyman, though, in the comic book industry.
Yeah, you're right.
And in the entertainment industry, I feel like you even mention the word that you use AI, and people blacklist you.
It's crazy, but that's why I say, like, people need to understand use it for what we call business purposes. Like, for every single. Let me hit that mute button real quick.
Yeah, hit that mute button. Yeah.
For every single creative endeavor out there, music, comic books, novels, independent films, you don't need to use AI to create works for the actual art. You use it for everything else. Like, if somebody's like, how do I run a Kickstarter? How do I run a crowdfunding campaign? Go to ChatGPT and type in, pretend you are a expert crowdfunder, and create a launch plan for a independent comic book company. Like, it would be great. Like, you can create the most insane, like, business tools for yourself that would normally cost $1,000 an hour to ask somebody. and you can get it for free or $20 a month, whatever it is for the professional version. Like if they charge $100 a month, they're getting my money. That it is way too valuable. I use that stuff all the time for everything. And it's like, but we don't use it for the actual comic book. We still hire artists. We want that stuff to look good. And even if you want to use AI stuff, they don't have sequential art down yet. They're trying real hard. I've seen some stuff come out. But in the meantime, it's all the business stuff. Use it for marketing. Use it for business. Use it for podcasts. Use it for everything.
But to play devil's advocate, like take Zen for example. Zen's been on Tim's shows plenty of times, and he designs Kickstarters, and one of his businesses is he helps people build their Kickstarters, and he doesn't charge an exorbitant amount. And so that is kind of like almost taking away business from him and smaller people that do that.
That's like cars taking away horse owners' businesses. And technology always does that. It's like I laugh when people complain about like technology taking their job. It's like what's it called? The computer itself, the fact that you could find that guy on Kickstarter, the fact that Kickstarter exists is because of the technology of a computer, which eliminated the mailman. You know what I mean? Like the idea, like the milkman, where's his job? You know what I mean? Like every job ever will always be taken over by technology.
Tell you what, I'll give you a hot take on it too. And again, this is just one man's opinion. I do not like AI and I do not use it, but I recognize that it's coming. And I'll tell you why. Because I watch the posts on social media, and I can put up the most lovingly crafted cover, beautifully colored that you ever saw, and I got a small following, and I might get 100 likes. You put up an AI image of Darth Vader playing the drums, the sucker will get 30,000, 35,000 likes. For some reason, the American public seems to like AI.
Well,
so I don't know why it is.
I don't think it's necessarily just that they like AI. I think those are easy wins now that people will have.
Easy wins, yeah.
Because they're really, but
Yeah,
I don't think the people looking at that are going to go buy something of any substance or sustenance, right?
I bet you they would. I'd go one level higher. I bet you they would buy the print of it. If they saw it at the convention, they would buy it somehow.
But it's funny if they did that, they'd have to get a licensing fee from Star Wars, and if they don't, then you know what I mean. Like
no, they wouldn't. You've been to comic conventions.
I know
people
they
sell
all do.
Darth Vader all day long.
But I think with AI art coming very prevalent, eventually that will get attacked really quick because there's a difference between me getting really good at art and then drawing Darth Vader, riding an elephant or whatever. Like that's going to be way different than AI being able to pump it out super fast. So I do think that there will be something that stops that from happening. But my biggest thing is that, again, I don't use it for the creative side, use it for the business side. And again, sure, some guy might hire for Kickstarter, but what about the guy who can't afford the Kickstarter guy? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's for those people. Everything, and not only that, how do you know the Kickstarter guy is going to do good? In fact, I've used AI, like ChatGPT, to learn what I need to know so that I could hire somebody and give them money because now I know that they actually know what they're talking about. Where if I'm like oblivious to crowdfunding and some guy's like, yeah, I want 20% of your stuff and you got to give me 300 up front. It's like, what? Like, how do I know you're going to get me any results? And I got to pay you up front? Like, instead, I could say, create a checklist of stuff. And then I could even help that guy get even better because I know that. Like, what's it called? I'm learning Portuguese, right? I want to become bilingual so I can speak with my wife's family. I use Duolingo. That's basically AI in the sense that it's learning how I learn and then making it better. But instead, I still hired a person to be able to work with me and make sure he can correct me, right? So it's not like it's going to get rid of these markets. Like I have clients in the marketing space. So I help businesses market their products and services, and I teach them how to use AI. So I'm showing them how to do it. So if you're a crowdfunder now, like you help people do crowdfunding, you could get good with AI as well and help other people learn how to use it. So it's like become the guy who sells the shovels, not the guy digging for gold, and you're gonna make tons. Like that's why AI companies are making so much money.
Tim, you're definitely there's another idea for a show. You're gonna have to have the AI discussion.
Yeah, it's on the roster. What we talked about is what are the ethical limits. Hold on, I'm going to put the on mute real quick. Because one of the things that you're going to see this year is two things. The AI-directed movie will be released from Sony, right? Which is the Into the Spider-Verse. And I've been saying to people, it'll take exactly one successful AI movie until we see 1,000 of them the same year. And then that'll be number one. And the second thing, well, they've already started this, isn't new, which is the AI bands. Like, oh, I want Iron Maiden, but I want to be singing this. And, you know, again, I'm a musician, so I'm against that. But I'm not. I know it's coming, whether I like it or not.
but that's why I push so hard against like the don't be afraid of AI because it takes creative work. Use it for the business. Like so many people, like I get it. It's so funny too. I think the reason why it's going to inevitably take over the art. The funniest thing was, I don't know if anybody remembers this, but when like AI truck drivers were coming out, all of the intellectuals were like, those truck drivers better learn how to code. And guess what? Those people are the first ones losing their jobs, ironically, not the truck drivers, because we still don't trust AI with like people's safety, you know, but we trust it to do stuff that you can do at a computer because it's a computer. So it's one of those things where anything that can be done at a computer, think about music now. Music production is done on a computer already. Yeah. So why couldn't a computer
these new albums, the AI does the production mix.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like even if you're the best producer in the world, like you can definitely use things like AI to get to.
It's all digitally sampled MP3s. Yeah. The thing can listen to 1,000 of them a second.
Yep, and then from that, it's like you eventually you'll have the AI that learns from you. So you could be an artist, you could be a producer, you could be a writer, and then you just have it digest your information, and it can write whatever it is in your own voice, and you could read it and go, "Holy crap, this sounds like something I would write." Like if you ask ChatGPT right now to write anything in Stephen King's voice, it is really, really good at it because he has so many works out there, right? But I think that that's the big thing is people need to understand that. If you want to have your unique voice, you still need to manually craft it. AI, again, will be a tool in the future for the creative side. But in the meantime, ignore it for the creative side. Use it for the business side because there's going to be plenty of people.
Well, but the problem is no one will ignore it for the creative side, not with so much success that it's having already. Chris, I think you're right. The question is, and we'll revisit this, which are what are the ethical limits? Because some of the limits are unethical, especially on the art side and probably on the music too. People forget that it will happen faster to the music because music is mathematical.
Yeah.
So it'll be even faster there. And they're predicted we're going to see the first big budget, Billboard hits that are AI generated.
Well, the second that, AI hit the internet, I mean, the first thing that went through people's heads is, at least in the creative side, is, well, the studios are going to use this to cheap out and save money and use it unethically. Like, the first thing people were trying to do with this technology is use it unethically.
Yeah. I don't know what the answer is. Like, it's one thing to let it design your logo, another to let it write the song for your show, and a third thing to let it make the page for your book. But the line is in there somewhere. Todd, do you got an opinion on this?
My wife Rebecca works for SurveyMonkey, and she uses AI a lot to kind of weed through all the potential clients that she has to reach out to. And then when she finds the client that's like, oh, hey, this is a good match, I think I could sell them on this, she will literally type into ChatGPT, hey, I'm going to be talking to a C-suite level staff member at this company. What do they do? What are their goals? And how does the public perceive them? And where are their pain points? And then she can craft her sales pitch based on that. And I tell you, man, like, it helps her a lot. Like, because I used to work in sales too, and then I also used to work in customer service for healthcare, and there was a ton of research I had to do on my own, like hours of research during the day. If I had something like ChatGPT at Kaiser Permanente, man, I would have been a superstar at my gig.
Yeah, that's something.
Not because it's doing the work for me, because it's like a brainstorm partner. I could have some of the best brainstorm partners right there at my fingertips. And that's what I use it for. I don't use it for creation. I use it for like, oh my God, I'm trying to cook this meal in a pinch. Should I use salt or should I use pepper?
I love doing it for stuff like that. The ability to, so like 100%. I think that if you're really good at a craft, AI is a multiplier. If you're not, it's just a thing. So one thing that people don't understand how AI works, it uses a large language model, which is just all of this information. But the problem with all that information is it wasn't all written by experts in all of the expert fields. It's all of the collective information available. So when you ask it to like, write me a story about blank, it's going to write you the most likely story of blank, not the best story. So if you're a great creator, especially like, so I use that for this convention. I wanted to reach out to a ton of artists. I can't become an expert email writer for every type of artist that's out there. So do you know what I did? I had it digest a bunch of artists. I told it what my event was about. And then I'm like, hey, write me an email that's more likely to get open so that I could get someone to potentially respond to me. Not respond as a human, but I just need them to answer me one time. And then I could get them to be on our show. And there are 3 guests that came on the show that I specifically reached out to doing that. So we had 3 guests that I would not have had otherwise, only because they answered that email.
Listen, I'm definitely going to take Chris's advice about this. We'll do this for a topic. What are the ethical limits? I actually do have to leave right at 8.
Yeah, we have that cut off anyways in about 2.5 minutes.
I didn't know if it cuts off automatically because I did add it to my channel and stuff too.
Yeah, it cuts off at the 8 hour. So we got 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
Well, I wanted to say thanks for having us, Dylan and Greg. Thanks for letting us do this over here. And you guys know you're always welcome over at Man 2 at my place. So anytime you want to do some show. And I will see Chris and Todd. I don't have the calendar in front of me, but you guys are both coming up on the next thing pretty soon. I forget which one it is, but either ghosts or UFOs probably. But other than that, thanks so much, everybody. For
Right on.
I'll see you soon.
Thanks.
Absolutely. And Greg, close us out.
Words. Pie's good. That's what I'll do. Yeah, so that's everything. That's the whole expo. Well, not really. After 8 o'clock, from 8 to 9, is Justin's last part of his Candela Obscura campaign. So that's going to be live on our Facebook and YouTube. Go watch that, and then we will see you next year.
Yeah, and I just want to say one last thing too before we close it out. I'm super grateful for all of the guests that were able to show up for our event. I'm also grateful that even though there was some cancellations, it was very, very few. Like we've had way more cancellations in the past. This year was much more eventful because we had so many great guests that were able to make it. So great, thanks for all the guests that were able to show up. Definitely thanks for Timothy for taking a bunch of those panels from us. Man, who was the other one that held Ed? Ed had his podcast for us. That was awesome. So that definitely helped us fill in the gap. But yeah, grateful for all that. Grateful for all the commenters. Grateful for all the fans that have stuck around throughout the year. And yeah, got a few more seconds left, but thanks for everyone for coming to the Sierra Nova Comic Con 24 Virtual Expo, our 5th annual expo of the kind. And until
it hits 8.
Oh yeah, I'm eating.
Subscribe for Substack. There you go.
What'd you say?
Subscribe to the Substack.
Yeah, subscribe to the Substack.
Oh, it's still going. It's still going.
Oh yeah, I think the other one cut out a couple seconds after too, but that's okay. We should cut it out.
What?
Ciao.